none of it except for a Lombardi, right?
Yeah.
I think Lamar and Josh Allen are in the exact same place now, where until they're kind of in that. Remember where Ovi was for a while until he held up the cup?
Yeah.
Like you get into a place where
you get to a place where you've done everything. The only thing that matters now is winning the big one.
Yeah, man. And Allen and Lamar are firmly there. I feel like Herbert could get on that track, and eventually, you'd like to think Lamar and Allen break through, and then Herbert has to deal with those dudes once they've broken through too. You know what I mean?
They better hope.
The AFC is just loaded.
He doesn't break through before them.
The AFC is just loaded. I mean, we talk
with quarterbacks for sure.
Dude, Mahomes, Allen, Stroud, and the Texans aren't kind of the talk of the town they were last year. His numbers aren't as good this year, but that's still a club to watch. Obviously, Lamar in Baltimore. Dude, Russ in Pittsburgh.
I told you Russ was no longer an alien.
Dude, Pete Bracia, I think you went on vacation. Maybe you went to go visit your granddaughter when she was first born, or your grandson when he was first born. But I had Pete in here in the summer before season started, and he made a bunch of picks. He loved the Skins. He loved Jaden Daniels, but he loved Russ in Pittsburgh. That was one of his big picks. So, Bracia, I'm giving you credit. You say I never do. I don't know, it's going to be, and think about the guys we haven't even named. Burrow.
Yeah.
Because
his team not winning right now, so you kind of forget about it, but Burrow is damn good.
Their odds of making the playoffs are so narrow that it's kind of silly to discuss, but whatever. They're not mathematically eliminated. You know who is mathematically eliminated, Brian?
Who is?
The only team in the NFC.
The damn Giants.
The New York Giants. I thought it was fair to point that out. Another thing that is fair to point out is we live in a pretty volatile time and place. If you're considering one of the arguably the most important financial transactions of your life, you need to talk to an expert, man. Nobody knows what's happening with interest rates. Nobody knows what's happening with the federal government. They're going to shed a bunch of jobs. There's a lot going on in our world right now, and particularly in the DMV. And because of that, you need a DMV expert. You need the MVP of DMV real estate. His name is John Leahy.
Yep, that is John Leahy, and you need to reach out to him just like Chandra did. Chandra was in the process of selling her Germantown property, so she and her husband could buy themselves a new home. Chandra didn't have time to do any repairs or upgrades to her property and was worried that she wouldn't be able to sell that condo. Well, John Leahy and the Fan Living Group took care of everything needed to get it sold using their VIP seller program. John and his team were able to get her condo sold above asking price and also help Chandra upgrade to her new home. If you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, John's guaranteed offer just might be for you. See for yourself at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John without an H. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Life definitely happens, man. A lot of times when you're selling or buying a house, it's not for a great reason. Somebody passed away, your family is going through a divorce. Whatever it is, John can help you. He's got more than 10,000 buyers ready to buy right now. You can have your home sold before you even know it. And working with a guy like John and the Fan Living Group, they know the options and strategies you need to take care of things quickly for the most money possible and the least amount of stress possible. Call John today. Trust us. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. So the reason that the Yankees didn't get Juan Soto, apparently this was all over a suite. I'm sure you've heard by now, but the Mets agreed to terms with superstar outfielder Juan Soto, a 15-year contract worth $765 million. Now, the Yankees' final offer was right there with them, $760 million over 16 years. Both teams said there were no deferrals on the payment. But what did the Yankees not do? Well, apparently they had the opportunity to match the Mets' final offer, but they refused to offer Soto a free suite at Yankee Stadium, saying that neither Aaron Judge nor Derek Jeter were afforded the same luxury. They did, however, offer him a discount. The Mets came in with $5 million more and a free suite at Citi Field, so I guess that was enough to make Juan Soto a Met. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand the complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I just saw something that I think is really cool.
I'm gonna shine. Envy me.
I'm Raps MVP. It's a banger right here, Landini.
Love me underdogs on top.
Tom Boswell.
Yeah.
Longtime columnist for the Washington Post. I'm sure it's a guy you know, Brian.
Yep.
I know a little bit. He's going to be honored in Cooperstown, Baseball Hall of Fame.
All right.
That's well-deserved, man.
Congrats, brother.
Congratulations to Boz. I remember as a kid, Boz writing about the Orioles every day, writing about Cal Ripken's streak.
Major Orioles fan, huh?
That's who the team was here. There was an Orioles team store at Farragut Square, downtown DC. That's who. Level, you're a Yankee fan. Don't you judge me. Judge me.
Hey, man, Jeff.
Also, did you see this? Actually, Mullins, I'd like to get Andrew Golden this week if we can. Nats reporter for the Post. He has a story. Winter meetings are going on for MLB right now.
Uh-huh.
And he had a big story with a lot of nuggets from wherever MLB winter meetings are. I feel like they're probably in Florida or something. And they're in Dallas. It appears the Nats won't be too active in free agency. Shocker.
Are you shocked?
Let's stop lying to ourselves. These people won't spend $1.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Remember when Landville, who was your guy, the power hitter they signed? The one dude that they were willing to sign that struck out like 2,000 times last season? Gallo. I think he signed
Joey?
Yeah, I think he signed a 1-year, $5 million deal, and they deferred 4 of it.
Yeah.
These dudes
you got to defer money on a 1-year deal, $5 million. You're not spending money.
You're not seriously trying to win. You're not seriously trying to compete.
Yeah.
Let's stop pretending. Let's stop lying to ourselves. I don't want to build hope for something that ain't real. That's where I stand. Also, you heard Savannah in the update there. Obviously, we talked a lot about Soto yesterday. I think, and I think you think, but I could be wrong, that the biggest factor in him choosing the Mets over the Yankees was that it was 1 year less for $5 million more.
1 year less, and he got a suite.
So, do you think the driving factor was 1 year less, $5 million more?
Yes.
Okay. What do you make of the Yanks saying, we won't give you a suite? We didn't give Derek freaking Jeter a suite.
This is my problem with all that. When people say stuff like that, not my damn fault Derek Jeter didn't demand one. You know, you watch a guy get paid 1 year, and then 3 years later, another guy come in and say, well, we can't pay him more than that guy. That's a lie, because there's more money to spend now. You know what I mean? So the fact that Derek Jeter and Judge didn't ask for one, didn't demand one, that's their damn problem. That's why you lost the player.
I want to hear what the two Yankee fans in the aquarium think about that, because you and I aren't steeped in pinstripe lore, but these Yankee fans believe in Babe Ruth and Joe DiMaggio and the allure of the pinstripes. Jeffrey, what do you think that the Yanks wouldn't give Soto a suite? They didn't give Judge one. They didn't give Jeter one. We ain't giving you one.
You just told him we don't want you.
What do you think, Jeff? As a Yankee fan, card-carrying Yankee fan.
Hey, man, some organizations are just stubborn. It's a tradition. I don't like it. I would have liked to keep Soto on the team, but hey, it is what it is. We roll with the punches. Go Yanks.
Mr. Mullins, Mulligatawny.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty obviously just the one fewer year for $5 million more dollars. I don't think that we're talking about $765 million here, whatever the suite would have cost for 15 years, which is a lot of money, but we're talking like less than $1 million total. That's obviously not what got the deal. I got him to choose the Mets.
I agree.
It's honestly, 1 year less.
Yeah, it was the 1 year less for the $5 million more.
Yeah, this feels like some Boris spin here. Like, and dude, I don't know if you saw this. Heather McDonough, I didn't mean to fight with you publicly on Twitter. I'll say this. Jeff Pearlman, Passan, right? Passan is the lead ESPN. He's like the Schefter of baseball for ESPN. And he does a hell of a job. Like, he's a fantastic reporter. I find it really hard to believe he wasn't carrying some Boris water last night with this report about how, everything's so different with the Mets. And it wasn't just the money. Soto wanted the chance to build something and change the narrative. And, he knows that Steve Cohen will be able to build this thing. That part might be true because Steve Cohen's got $1 bajillion.
Mm-hmm.
This is not about any of that. One, Scott Boras, your agent. He's very publicly going for the highest dollar at all times. You went to the Mets because it was the most money. Period.
It was 47.8. Well, he went there for 765, and that was 15 years. So it's
765 over 15 is what.
So it's $50 million a year. If he had gone to the Yankees at 760
over 16
years, it would have been 47.5 a year. So it's the $2.5 million per year for 15 years.
Sure,
that's what it was.
And what is that? 2.5 times 15 is 40.
40 something.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
That's like. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not mad at Soto. I'm not mad at Boris. I'm not mad at Steve Cohen. You got the cash, and baseball's a infinite world. Go nuts. Look, can we just stop lying? This ain't about a suite.
but on top of it,
40 mil plus.
But on top of it, they did give him a suite.
Sure,
so,
right.
They gave him a suite, so if he wanted a suite, and that's the thing that's gonna make him leave and go to the other place for more money. Yes, what you do. You offer the damn suite. You don't tell a man, well, we didn't give one to Derek Jeter. I could care less about Derek Jeter.
I think
he's retired. I'm playing now.
My only point about the suite and why I think it's just attempting to spin the narrative on how the new Mets are going to take care of everybody. And maybe that's true, but like if the Mets had 15 for 765 and the Yankees had 16 for 760 and the Mets were like, yeah, we're not going to give you a suite either, he'd still pick the Mets. It wasn't about a suite, dude. It was about cash.
It's always about the cash.
Brian.
Now, people can sit up there and act like it's not. The green is the one color that matters in all these negotiations.
Landfill, what is the percentage chance? Now, B-Mitch is getting into kid stuff. He's got 2 Christmas trees up. He's gearing up for all the grandchildren coming for the holidays. Sources tell me he may or may not be dressing up as Santa Claus. I can't confirm that.
That's not happening.
Landfill, what are the odds Brian Mitchell to, get into the grandparent mood, watch the Simpsons simulcast of Monday Night Football last night?
2.5% chance.
Jeff, What are the chances B watch the Simpsons simulcast of Monday Night Football?
I'll take the under on Landfill's answer.
And I'll take the under on Jeff's. The only thing I saw that was Simpsons like was when what's the lady that they were doing the pregame and they made her into a character.
Right.
That's the only thing I saw.
They showed some during the game. They would like come back from break with a
but wasn't on my mind. Give me real football all the time. I don't care about the damn cartoons.
I even have a tough time going to the Manning cast sometimes. I like when Belichick's on, but when it's just a random guest, I stay with Joe and Troy and just watch football.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it was smart that the NFL and I thought Fox owned The Simpsons. Since when did Disney own The Simpsons? But whatever, that happened.
Hey.
Now, here's my question for you, Brian. The Simpsons have been around forever. They're a huge billion-dollar entity. Is that last night at a game that starts at 8:15 for kids or for like people my age that have just seen The Simpsons on for 25 years or whatever?
And have you ever really paid attention to The Simpsons? That's not a kid's
It's not
cartoon.
a kid's show.
They do some raunchy stuff on The Simpsons.
Sure.
So listen, no, it wasn't for kids. It's for us to relive our life when we were younger.
The internet, it's so creepy how they are constantly listening. That's just the reality. But guess just what just popped up on my Twitter feed as we talk about the Simpsons simulcast. Chris Russell quote tweeting it and saying, "This is just so weird." Bruce, it ain't for you, dude. Just like
the thing is, like, it probably is. The Simpsons is for old people like Chris Russell and Beamish.
Landfill, you gonna keep calling it old? I'm come in there and pluck you right in the forehead.
I would have given the Simpsons simulcast like I would have given it 3 minutes, like a drive.
I didn't give it that.
Okay, but I didn't because, dude, having to stream stuff.
To be honest with you, when you turn on a football game, I don't want to see anything but football.
I'm with you. Also, streaming is annoying. Like, I thought the Simpsons simulcast would just be on ESPN2 or whatever.
Uh-huh.
But they had the regular game, Joe and Troy on ESPN. They had Manningcast on ESPN2. On Channel 7, they had Joe and Troy. And I'm like, where is this Simpsons joint? And then finally they ran a commercial like, oh, you can access it through ESPN Plus or Disney Plus. And I was just like, check, please. I'm just going to watch the game.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I know
that's too much, man.
I know the whole world is going that way, but sometimes it's just annoying. If it was a channel I could flip to, sure. But to toggle back and forth between watching a game and then going to streaming is a pain in the ass. So I didn't do it.
Wow. I'm the type where I put it on the channel and I leave it there.
Right.
I'm not doing all that flipping back.
If I was your target audience, you missed. Oh, goodness gracious. Wendy's here, folks. We got to do Wendy Knows Sports today. Nobody go anywhere. Barstool Nate at 11. 6 feet under. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Axl Rose. B. Mitch Finley, 1067, the fan. Big Cat of Barstool just dropped his power rankings. Commanders comfortably in the playoff teams category. I think that's where they belong. I think that's who they are. I think that's what they've built. To stay there, Brian, they got 4 games left. They're favored on the road against New Orleans. Now, this line's a little funky now because you got quarterback questions with Carr out, right? They're favored against New Orleans. I think they'll be favored against Atlanta. Probably dogs to Philly, and then favored on the road to end the season at Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think is going to be coach of that game in Dallas, Week 18? Or Dallas?
McCarthy.
You think?
Yeah.
Just ride it out?
Yeah.
It's going to be a fascinating subplot for Washington to get through this. They got 4 games left. I think the goal, I really liked what Dan Quinn said yesterday. We got a bunch of audio. We're going to play that at 11:30 from DQ, but he was just very clear that his only focus is on New Orleans, and he doesn't want to hear about the Rams or the Packers. Or...
See, man, me and Dan go to the same school, man. Same.
What do you mean?
We don't want to hear about nothing else but what's next. We don't care about all other stuff.
I agree with you. Do you think players are unaware?
Unaware of what?
Playoff scenarios.
The players may understand, but the players are focusing on who they have coming up next week. The one thing about players, they know if they start thinking about everything else, they about to get that ass whipped.
I agree with that. You got to kind of wonder if that happened Cowboys game. Clearly the focus dissipated that week, and they showed they could bring it back against Tennessee.
Yep.
They got to keep it there. What is one thing you want to see better going into New Orleans?
I want to see Tennessee. I want them to add on to what they did against Tennessee. Because the Tennessee game, they seemed very, very in tune early. Didn't they? We went through a lull. I am still looking for that one game where they go through the whole game playing very good on all 3 phases. Because we haven't seen that yet. Even in the Tennessee game.
Nope. The one thing I really liked that they did against Tennessee that I think they have to keep going down the stretch here, and DQ talked about this. We'll play that audio coming up at 11:30. To me, it's not just enough to generate takeaway. You always talked about this, that just because the offense gives up a turnover, the defense doesn't have to give up a touchdown.
Yeah, totally.
Because the Skins were terrible. If you remember, like the high turnover years.
Oh yeah.
Kirk was throwing picks, or I mean, then when you got into like the melange of Haskins and Keenum, and like there were a lot of turnovers, right?
Yep.
There's nothing that prevents the defense from making a stop. What Washington did against Tennessee that they didn't do in the previous 3-game losing streak, convert turnovers to touchdowns.
There you go.
There's a very...
If they do that, it's good.
Well, dude, you like to think, whether you're facing Rattler or Hainer, whoever you're facing this week, odds are you're going to generate some turnovers. One thing I want this week be pressure.
I'm with that.
I think against Rattler or Hainer, pressure.
Yeah.
Make them make quick decisions. Let's see what happens.
Totally.
You'd love to be generating some turnovers this week. And I think you got to convert those to touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's what they did against Tennessee.
When you get the ball turnover, holding it for 3 plays and putting it right back to them, it does nothing for you. You know, you want touchdowns, but don't leave without getting some level of points. But you got to get if you get touchdowns, you will just make the other team quit.
Dude, there was a period of time in that Titans game, they got up 28-0. Levis hits the nice deep ball just before the end of the first half to make it 28-7. They get the field goal early, 28-10, and then it felt like they had another good drive going.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden, it felt like the momentum was swinging. Dante Fowler makes a couple plays.
Mm-hmm.
They have to kick 28-13. Washington scores. All's well. Touchdowns are going to be the key. Honestly, down the stretch here.
Yeah.
Scoring, whatever it is, it's sixes, not threes. Because I do think you got some questions in the kicking game.
Let's not let that become a factor.
Let's hope not.
Yeah.
Barstool Nate's going to join us next. I got to read this to you, though, B. Apparently, this just happened on First Take.
Okay.
The number one college basketball prospect for 2025 just made his commitment to college. Where do you think he went?
Maryland.
One vote, Maryland. Jeff, where do you got my guy AJ Dibansa committing to? Number one prospect for 2025 college hoops.
I don't know. Duke.
Duke's a good guess, Jeff. That's a good guess, Jeff. Landfill, you got a guess? Kansas, Kentucky.
BYU?
Well, clearly you Googled it.
No, I actually didn't. I watched it.
How does this guy go? Is he Mormon?
He might be. Or his mom and dad went to BYU.
You know what they got in Utah? Cash. I just, this to me, in all of the, what is more bizarre? The number one college basketball player going to BYU, or that Bill Belichick might go coach Carolina?
He gonna run it like a pro team, he said.
This is, if the young man is Mormon, I understand it, and I'm not taking any shots, but if not, that's a wacky. What a world, B. That's a big ass check. I know that. Barstool Nate joins us next.
Some very well-deserving news. Thomas Boswell was elected the 2025 winner of the BBWAA Career Excellence Award. He's going to be honored with the award during the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum's induction weekend next July in Cooperstown. Boss spent the last 52 years at the Washington Post as a baseball beat writer and later a columnist, and he's become one of the most notable and recognizable names in sports writing. And now he's headed to Cooperstown. A huge congratulations to him. And there's never been quite a day like Monday in the transfer portal's history. 5 years ago, during the 2019-2020 cycle, a total of 1,678 players entered the portal the entire year. Now, as of last night, which is just one day into the open transfer window, there's already 1,537 players listed in the database. It was such an overwhelming number that the analytics database that many schools use to actually track portal entrants crashed for a good portion of the morning. Biggest name to watch out for there, it's Duke's starting quarterback Malik Murphy. He just entered into the portal and will not be playing in Duke's bowl game. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I don't have VX up. Landfill, if you could just pod Mr. Nate Dogg up. Bringing in our friend, Mr. Barstool Nate, to join us. Hello, Eric. How'd you enjoy your bye week, buddy?
Fellas, it was good. It was kind of nice to have a week off from football to, rest my ACL, get back to health.
What's wrong with your ACL? You heard it getting out of a car again?
No, it's, when we're all part of the team here, we're all part of the 8-5 Washington Commanders, so we all have to do our part. So I took my bye week like they took their bye week. I think it's very important that we all stay on the same page when we get into this playoff push, JP.
Did you stay and work out, or you went on vacation?
I just don't know what that has to do with your ACL.
I mean, I'm banged up from a long season. We have the last bye week of the season. I've just been banged up just like everybody else watching this team. If we're playing for the team, so I took care of my body. I worked out a little. I hit the jacuzzi a little bit. I'm ready to go. I'm ready for the playoff push.
I'm proud of you, buddy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you watch Cowboys-Bengals last night, and did you enjoy how dumb the Cowboys lost that game?
Yeah. I've said it before. I think the Cowboys, in a league that has the Jets and the Browns and the Jaguars, I think the Cowboys are the biggest laughing stock of the NFL. And it's simply because they are the Cowboys and they walk around like they own the place, like, that they're the king of the castle. And they're a pathetic, embarrassing franchise owned by a senile, old, cracked out man who employs the worst, fattest head coach in NFL history, in Mike McCarthy. So, yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed watching the game last night.
B, I didn't get to ask you about this. Did you see Micah Parsons left the field before it was actually over?
Yeah.
Well, he had a temper tantrum on the sidelines. You just can't believe
that team is full of a bunch of little babies.
I like Micah Parsons as a football player. He's had a very bad season this year. I think he misses Dan Quinn a lot.
He also dealt with a bunch of injuries, but yeah.
I would not be shocked to see him in Landover, Maryland next season. That being said, as he is a Dallas Cowboy right now, I really watched that clip of him having a meltdown like a child in a Target who can't find their mom. I watched him do that on the sideline probably for 15 straight minutes last night. I can't get enough of how terrible the Cowboys are, how stupid Jerry Jones is, how just dumb of a coach Mike McCarthy is, and how just bad everybody on the field is.
You really believe you think he's gonna be here next year?
I think there's a chance. I think it's clear.
That's just a Nateism.
This is Deep State Commanders Twitter. I bet Jeff's all over this one. There's a working theory out there because Parsons has talked about how much he loves DQ on his podcast.
Yeah, and he definitely wants out of Dallas because who wants to play for just such an unorganized buffoon circus of an organization? And it just makes perfect sense. We have the salary cap room for him. He likes Dan Quinn. He wants. It'll be hard to get him in division, obviously, but I think where there's a will, there's a way.
He currently, the Cowboy, just for a little bit of clarity on this issue, because I get asked about it on social. The Cowboys picked up his rookie option for next year. He stands to make $21 million fully guaranteed in Dallas next year.
He ain't going nowhere next year.
That's a bargain.
And for Dallas to move him would be a $21 million dead money hit with no cap savings.
Okay, it makes it a little more difficult. We'll figure it out.
If you want to get nuts and say maybe in 26, or maybe they, I think for next year we should chill on that one. But
there's two, JP, let me say this. There's two good things in Deep State Commanders Twitter right now. It's Micah Parsons to Washington next year, and it's just everybody dancing on Montez Sweat's grave about just how much they paid him to do absolutely the same things he was doing in Washington. He'll finish the season with 8 sacks, a couple good games when he had a bunch of pressures, a very long wingspan, and a bunch of people saying that he's a dog. But that's about it. I think we traded him at his height, and we got the most for him possible. And I'm really enjoying Washington Twitter celebrating this one.
See, I don't get that.
I mean, when a person leaves a team, had no issues.
No, it's because he started chirping from the Chicago Bears. He started saying how great it was to be in with a great organization, and he's on the Chicago Bears with 4.5 sacks.
All right, that's why when he got traded from the Skins last year, as Ron was lame ducking it, and the year before, I mean, Montez's time in Washington is probably among the worst time to ever be in Washington. I mean, things went very, very sideways for quick 4 seasons.
But he could have been a professional, and I hold grudges. He was chirping about how great it is to be a Chicago Bear.
But if you leave Barstool right now and go to another company, you're not going to talk about the other company?
If I leave Barstool, I wouldn't be like, thank God I'm out of Barstool. Thank God I'm out of He just said,
he never said Washington was horrible. He said, I'm at a great organization.
He took some pot shots, Mitch.
I'd say there's so much to be happy about with Washington that I'm not worried about Tez. Well, speaking of Tez,
I hold grudges. I'll hold grudges.
We're talking with Little Nate X here on the unsponsored phone lines.
It's also because Bears fans have been so annoying about the Caleb Jaden thing, and they were so annoying when we traded Sweat because they said that he was going to be the next Julius Peppers and have 22 sacks every season. So I'm just happy to see them be wrong also.
I don't care about any of that. I don't care about fighting with Bears fans on social media. Boy. You should text Jeff direct about that because he is in.
I will.
Yeah, he loves all that stuff.
Sorry with our boy Barstool Nate. You can give a follow on X or Instagram at Barstool Nate. A lot of great content. I want to talk to you about the poker stuff coming up, but I feel like you are a great person to ask this question for. On Sunday, Washington will face Chase Young in New Orleans.
Yes.
Where does that land on the give a bleep meter?
I hold a petty grudge against him also, but it's he's low on my radar. He's a backup defensive end on a bad New Orleans Saints team. I kind of root for Chase Young. I really liked him coming out of college. I don't even think that was the wrong pick at the time. He was so hyped and he was so good, and he still won Defensive Rookie of the Year. And he had all the intangibles and just the injury, and then just like the work ethic. It didn't all come together. So no, he's not high on my petty grudge list, but I don't want to see him get a sack if that makes sense.
No, you better not.
You know what's funny is I believe Chase Young, his numbers have been really good in pass
rush. Of late they have been.
Well, pass rush win rate. He's been very good at that. And I think that to me is like we've found the analytic that may be the most irrelevant. Because if you consistently win your specific pass rush, that's cool. But one thing we know from Chase's time here is a lot of times he would win on the edge, but it wasn't part of a concentrated effort to get to the quarterback for the whole D line. And it hurt the team more than it wins, more than it helps. And I can't help but get this vision of, I'll never forget the Bills game, Chase's second season when he was having a rough start, and it's Josh Allen. We were up in Buffalo. It was a windy day.
Uh-huh.
I had never heard a ball zip like I did when Allen was cutting it through the wind in warmups. And Chase was getting his ass upfield. He was getting upfield, snap after snap after snap. And Allen was just ducking his shoulder, getting under the pressure, and running every time.
Yeah.
And I can't help but think Jaden using his legs. He looked pretty good against Tennessee.
Might be a big thing for him.
I mean, I don't know. It's Chase Young on the season has played he's played in all 13 games so far, has 3.5 sacks. I wish Chase well. I knew him a little bit here. Like I want him to succeed. And he's such a big, strong athlete that like your eye gets drawn to him when you watch the game.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% don't root against him. I suppose I do this week, but it oddly feels like it's a nothing. Like it's okay.
Yeah.
Chase is on the other side. I hope he's doing well.
I don't think it's something that we are very motivated by. Not this one.
Do you think he's motivated by it?
Yeah, probably will be. You that team dismissed you, so you're gonna always be motivated by that. I don't think the new people here are saying, "Oh, we got to really worry about Chase."
I'm sure Chase plays with a chip on his shoulder this week, but I mean, the bigger picture is he should be playing that way to earn a contract for next season. I mean, I think because of his natural athleticism and just how big and dominant he can potentially be, he'll always hang around, have a job in the NFL. But we're also talking about a guy with 3.5 sacks coming off of he had 7 last season combined between us and San Francisco. He needs to prove himself week in and week out. So hopefully he's just playing for a job, not just to show Washington what we missed out on or something.
Yeah, and I think there is a real conversation if you want to talk Chase about the injuries kind of undoing him. But we don't need to do that now. You know who the Saints' best pass rusher is, B? I think you know this kid's family or something.
Oh.
In a good way. No, it's the kid Brian Breesy that went to Damascus or Poolsville. He went to Clemson.
Oh,
I think you did an event with them.
I did something. I forgot what it was.
But yes, Breesy is just a hell of a story. I think he's got 7.5 or 8 sacks. I don't know if he's a rookie or if it's his second season, but
second year.
I mean, there's a cool story about a young local guy. It's funny if we did a straw poll, 100 people on the street. Hey, the Commanders are playing the Saints this week. They've got a local guy leading them in sacks. Who is it? 90% of people are saying Chase Young.
Yeah.
It takes a hardcore football fan to know that it's Brian Breesy.
Yeah.
First rounder last year out of Clemson, having a good year. So that's a dude you got to worry about. Especially because I don't know. I'll have to look at how New Orleans lines those guys up. Who's getting Coleman and who's getting the other side. Me and B were just talking about this. We're talking with our friend Barstool Nate, Little Nate X, here on the phone. And what is one thing you really want to see them improve upon coming out of the bye week?
I guess I want Cliff Kingsbury to prove that he's not a first half of the season wonder. I know that was a big discussion point after the Cowboys game, especially that, and I guess the Eagles game before it. He can't call plays in the second half of the season. And we saw all the people putting up all the graphics of anybody else concerned about this. And it was like his first half of the season record, second half of the season record, wherever he's been. And I mean, the numbers do show that he is traditionally worse in the second half of the season, wherever he has coached. So I'm hoping that, we come out in New Orleans and put up another 40 spot, just like we did against the Titans, and kind of just put all those narratives to rest, that Cliff, just relaxes and calls vanilla plays once December hits. So I think that's something big for Cliff and the offense. But, we just have to keep hoping that the defense keeps playing above expectation and just keeps doing everything they can and more to keep the Commanders in the game, because we know the offense can score. But let's say we have a couple 3 and outs, and especially next week at home against the Eagles, we just really need them to play so much better and just kind of cement the playoff spot. I mean, we have 4 games left. 3 on paper are wins, but we know it's NFL. We just lost to the Cowboys the last week of November. So anything can happen. We just need the hope that the defense continues to do just enough like they've done all season to finish out the last 4 games and get us into the playoffs.
I think you're right. I think I've tried to be pretty clear here. I think if you go back and actually dig a little bit into the Arizona numbers with Cliff, a lot of that was injury driven, specifically to Kyler.
Yep.
And I think that gets dismissed. Like most teams, when they go to the backup quarterback, fall off a lot. I do think, though, there's something with Cliff. There's so much misdirection and eye candy that as teams get 10, 12 weeks of tape on that, they start to adjust. But I think the opportunity for Cliff, and I think we saw it against Tennessee, frankly, against a defense that was at least good at not giving up much yards, was some counters to that. And I think they've been saying it. They also executed really well, and they blocked really well. And Jaden seemed fully healthy, and the O-line seemed a lot better. And I really liked the decision to go to Cornelius Lucas at right tackle. You know what I mean? Like there were I think I don't buy that much into
I think that's a narrative that's been blown out of proportion.
I agree, and I think it could continue to be destroyed, to your point, Nate. We're going to get into this audio. Dan Quinn has made clear they're sticking with Zane Gonzalez at kicker. Does that give you any pause?
From what I can gather, it is very dire out there on the free agent kicker market. It seems like it is way harder than maybe we give it credit for to find a kicker who can come in week and week out and just be accurate and kick the ball into the end zone on kickoffs. And so
I agree.
I mean, it just seems like they would go to another kicker if there was another kicker. It seems to me it's just there's not one out there. Because obviously we all hold our breath when old Zane trots onto the field. But if the alternative is even worse, you just have to be like, all right, Zane Gonzalez is our guy. It doesn't really inspire you, but I trust that he is the best option right now.
Dude, I think you said really
You're
well
right,
said,
right there, Nate.
Because we've seen them not hesitate to bring in other kickers.
Yeah.
And if they're not, there's probably more to it.
Probably none out there.
Nate Dogg.
Sir.
We're talking to Barstool Nate. You're going back to Vegas to play $5 million worth of poker?
Something like that.
Get us up to speed because we might need you to call in live, dude, depending on how this thing's going.
Yeah, so hopefully it turns out well. Basically, the WPT, the World Poker Tour, they're holding a free poker tournament. They gave away 2,500 seats to it. I won one, and it's a $5 million prize pool with $1 million for first place. So that will start on Friday morning. I fly out there on Thursday. The tournament starts Friday morning. I have no idea how it's going to go. I could be out in the first 10 minutes, or I could last 3 days. Well, I mean,
you out in 10 minutes. Don't call into the show no more.
His last tournament, he did pretty damn well.
That's his last tournament.
How much cash did you win in that one?
All right. So the last tournament I played was the main event at the World Series of Poker in July, where I finished 7/17 for like $30K or something like that. So hopefully my luck from July carries over to December.
We'll be rooting for you. Somebody we all root for that I should have asked about this earlier, but we got down rabbit holes. The Washington Capitals, dude, are an absolute wagon. They're an absolute joy to watch. I think Ovi's coming back before Christmas. If not, I think he comes back before the new year. How fired up are you? How good is this team?
Yeah, we've talked the last 3 or 4 weeks now about this team. We're now 19-6-2. First place, not just in the Metro, not just in the East, but first place in the league. We have 2 good goalies. We have 4 lines that just roll. This is without Ovi, as you said. The best coach team in the league, the best away team in the league. I believe the penalty killing on the road is something like 95%. It's something outrageous. This team, you just said it perfectly. It's a joy to watch. It's just like a perfect hockey team to watch. I don't want this season to end just as they're going right now. Playoffs are a whole nother story. We'll get there in a few months. But right now, it's just every night is must watch for the Caps. Scoring a ton of goals, great goaltending, great penalty kill, great power play. Just everything's clicking. It's just great to watch.
It really is a blast. And dude, I maybe you were listening on the Odyssey app from Manhattan. I got to show B Tom Wilson's face when he scored the game winner. B hadn't seen it yet, and what a renegade! Just what an absolute badass Willie is.
Yeah, you just hope that he doesn't miss any time. It doesn't seem like he will, but I've never seen a face swell up like that in my life.
Dude, it reminded me of Hasim Rahman, if you remember that.
Yeah, just a big softball coming out of his cheekbone. So, and then he came back. We were already down 2-0. He scored 2 goals to help us win the game. So, yeah, it's Tom Wilson. He's been hit hard his entire career, coming up as a fighter, now being the best goal scorer in the league. And he's a machine. He'll be out there. I think we don't play till Thursday.
Yeah,
so
Thursday night.
That sounds like he'll be out there Thursday. Just maybe he'll wear a full cage till the swelling goes down, but it wouldn't shock me if he doesn't either.
So long, Eric. Good luck in Vegas. Keep us updated, dude.
Thank you, my friends. See you next week.
That's our boy Barstool Nate. When we come back, breaking quarterback news for the New Orleans Saints. Seriously, don't go anywhere.
Not to steal JP's thunder, but I have that backup quarterback news. The Saints are signing Ben DiNucci following Derek Carr's injury. Carr fractured his non-throwing hand and is expected to miss several weeks, so he could be out these last 4 games of the season. Ben DiNucci has appeared in 3 regular season games in his NFL career, completing 53.5% of his passes for 219 yards. Tonight is also the MLB Draft Lottery. 16 teams are in contention for that number 1 pick, and the Rockies and the Marlins are tied for the best odds. The Nats have the 4th best odds at picking first, 10.2% chance to win the draft lottery. But if you remember last year, the Nats actually won the lottery, but were ineligible for that first overall pick. So hopefully that luck continues into this year, and they get to pick number 1. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. Damn it, Savannah. Stealing my thunder, but whatever. Everybody can be mad at you and not mad at me. Saints quarterback news. Ben DiNucci. James Madison University, proud Duke. I believe won a title at JMU. Ben DiNucci signs with the Saints. I love the way this happened. So before all the Schefters and all the people in the world announced that the Saints signed Ben DiNucci has announced it himself. He tweeted out this morning, I have fun news. I signed with the Saints this morning. Source, myself, fairly credible. I just thought that's a fun way of doing it and kind of poking fun at the Twitter news ecosystem.
Is he really going with the Saints?
I don't know if it's practice squad.
DiNucci, have we played against Ben DiNucci?
Not since he was playing for the Cowboys and they beat him in the 7-9 NFC East hang a banner season for Ron in his first year. It coined the phrase, remember Ben DiNucci, when there was so much excitement about what they accomplished that season.
I remember that.
Yeah. I'm good at turning a phrase, B. Now that we know Ben DiNucci is going to be.
So what is he, the backup?
I imagine
he's on the practice squad. Because they have Rattler and Hayner.
Yeah, but Rattler was hurt too.
But Jeff said yesterday Rattler was healthy.
Per Jeff?
That's what he said. He looked up something. Didn't you say that, Jeff?
Yeah, it said it was between Rattler and
Hayner.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's been signed to the practice squad or what. We're going to have to dig into this Ben DiNucci New Orleans situation. Is there, Jeff, give me a hard search on. Like, I can text Paris.
Hey, Matt is down there, right?
Yeah, it's a little bizarre that
we should make Matt take us out.
Okay. You're going out with Paris?
Yeah, man. You know, you get to New Orleans, you change your flavor.
All right, I'm going to text him, what's the QB situation? And B. Mitch wants you to take him out. There you go. I'll let you know what the reply is, B. I do want to play some of this Dan Quinn audio from yesterday. There's a lot of it. DQ answered a bunch of questions. We're going to hear from Brian Baldinger coming up at noon, who obviously has his finger on the pulse of all things in the NFL.
Baldy.
I want to start, though, number 6 landfill on what you think Dan Quinn is focused on going into this week with so much action around the league and Washington playing New Orleans.
Not as much yesterday, wanted to watch, New Orleans. So that's where my focus was, into the game. And then, after that game was over, other games to go. But generally, if I had more time, that's usually where I would look to the NFC. But honestly, for us as the teams, goes, we don't really try to look too far down the line, and we'll leave that to you and everybody outside just to make sure that for us, Ben, like the only fight that matters is the one we're in. That's what we do have control over. And it's honestly a big story to make sure that we can have the discipline just to stay in it and just to New Orleans to go. Because as you know, it's almost like so much talk externally about things, 4 and 5 weeks down the road, that I just don't want to miss anything that's into just this week, because that's really the only thing that we have control over. So that's what I do.
He's focused.
I like it.
I think that's all he needs to say, right? Like, do you believe? I believe Quinn is solely focused on this week. Do you believe that message will get through to the team?
Yeah. I mean, it's been the same guy talking to these guys about the same thing since the day he got hired. He hadn't changed. He hadn't wavered from the way he's been. And I believe that they respond to him. So I don't see them looking forward. Enough of these guys have been around, and they got guys on this team that's been around long enough to understand once you start focusing beyond what you have at the task at hand, you're going to have a problem. That's okay for fans to do. It ain't okay for players to be thinking.
So I read through the transcript last night. The PR department in Washington sends out a transcript of all his DQ's press conferences, and I always read through them again just to see if there's anything I missed. Landfill, number 12. DQ kind of got asked again about, hey, are you looking around? Are you thinking 4 games left, playoffs? Are you watching the Rams? What else are you looking at?
Scott, you must have just logged on. There's zero chance we're talking about 4 weeks down the road. But what I can tell you, my friend, is that we really try to stay into the here and now. And honestly, what I talked about with the team was a concept of base camp. We're not at the bottom, but we're nowhere near the summit. You just try to get to the next camp, and then to the next one, and then to the next one. And so if we continue to chase that, Scott, that's where it's at for us. And so for us this week, we're going to constantly chase, can we get better and get everything we need to do for New Orleans? The following week, we'll do the same. But I just, try to make it a discipline. Can we be disciplined enough to not look 3 and 4 weeks down the road? And that's what we'll constantly go after. So sorry to spoil your moment there, but I did have to correct you on that one.
All right. They're not like Quinn is focused on New Orleans. I think that's very, very clear. I think the Gonzalez thing deserves to be addressed because there was a lot of thought they'd at least bring somebody in for a workout during the bye week.
With the kicker, you mean?
Kickers, Gonzo.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, Landini. Zane Gonzalez, Washington kicker.
Yeah, we're staying where we're at as we finished up in the last game. So that's the plan as we're hitting it today. Zane's healthy and he's kicking.
Jeffrey, you love Ashburn. You're literally wearing is that a skin shirt you're wearing today?
Yes.
Dude, we were that family on vacation, by the way. One day I realized I was wearing a cap shirt, and my daughter, I don't if you want to judge me on this, you can. But Shelby has found an old Redskins hat of mine that's like her most prized possession, and she wears it everywhere. And so we're just like that family, just those nerds that are clearly from Washington, just wearing all their team
all
gear.
their stuff.
Anyway, Jeff, you got burgundy and golditis, buddy. You got the syndrome. How you feel about Gonzalez sticking around? No workouts, no nothing.
Man, what else are we going to do? What else is there to do? I mean,
score touchdowns, baby.
I was about to say, let's just score touchdowns. Pray he make the extra point conversion. Just keep running the score up.
I'm with it. I think we're in a good place because we all recognize you're only as loyal as your options, and I think the options must leave you wanting here.
This is going into week 15 of an NFL season. If that kicker had not been signed and he's just about to get signed, you may as well keep what you had. That's probably what they tell you.
They're going to play this game on December 15th.
Yeah.
Most of the shopping's been picked through by December 15th. I'm not mad about the Gonzo decision. I want to talk Marshawn Lattimore. If we expect him to play, Dan Quinn's comments on Lattimore. Brian Baldinger joins us at noon. All right, exciting news. Brian Baldinger will join the program in just about 10 minutes. And then coming up at 12:45, we have Wendy Knows Sports live on the Fan. 1 o'clock, Tony Massenberg talking a little hoops.
Mass.
I want to ask Massenberg about the number one recruit in the country going to BYU.
Hey, man. People go where money's at these days.
Word is $4 million.
I'll go there.
Yeah.
He's already in Utah playing ball, isn't he?
And he's going to go pro.
He gets to stay in Utah. Yeah. Good.
Damn.
Oatmeal? That's why he's going there.
Yo, speaking of somebody going somewhere, there's a report, Bill Belichick going to Carolina.
How much?
It's not. It's funny, dude. I was talking with my boy Billy Walsh last night about he's a Tar Heel and he wanted Belichick bad. So listen to this. Now, I don't know this person, right? This is Ollie Connolly. He's a reporter, does a lot of college football. So take this from what you will. I'm sure we'll start seeing it from Rappaport or Schefter or whatever. Per Ollie Connolly, per sources, I'm told Bill Belichick's negotiations with North Carolina include a guarantee that Stephen Belichick will be named the school's head coach in waiting. UNC is open to that guarantee. Discussions are not a bid to gain leverage for NFL offers, and Belichick is open to the move. Now, he's trying to get all his old band back together. Matt Patricia, Ben McDaniels, that's Josh McDaniels' brother. How about this? Belichick has agreed to become the next Carolina coach. Belichick handed the school a 400-page organizational Bible with structure, payment plans, staffing choices, etc., decisions on whether to commit with UNC. He is expected to know their decision within 24 hours. So Belichick's like, yo, I'll come here, but I'm in charge. You have to agree to these terms. Let me know.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they've been talking to him that much, they're going to probably go right along with it.
Dude, if you were the college and Belichick hands you all this stuff and all these demands, is there any part of you that's thinking about a one-finger salute?
To what?
If you're Carolina, if you're the board of trustees, whoever makes these decisions, these fancy people that wear bow ties.
They've reached out to him and showed a lot of interest in him. Why would you be there? They need him, in a sense. They need somebody with a backbone and strong to come in there and make them be able to compete against the other teams they're playing against.
That's wild. I did not see that. That was not how I saw it going down, was Belichick going to Carolina.
Like, if you're a football program that has some kind of reputation or history to it, you could maybe look at Belichick coming in and issuing all these demands and saying, we don't need this, if you're Georgia or something, but it's North Carolina football. Like, a guy gets to come into you and say, here are my terms, take it or leave it.
Honestly, it's not that dissimilar from Deion, right? You're Colorado football. You're pretty irrelevant. I mean, Colorado really fell off before Deion got there. They were good when I was a kid. Shout out to Cordell Stewart. But, like, Deion was like, yo, I'll come, but I'm in charge. I'm running my own program.
Yeah.
And I'll make us good. And they're good. I mean, they were probably, I don't know what the final rankings were, but there was a big chunk of the season.
He just had a offensive player of the year and a defensive player of the year.
Dude, they were flirting with a playoff spot for a lot of the season. They
won one game a few years ago.
They're probably going to have the number 1 and the number 2 overall pick this coming season, right? Shador and Travis.
That brings a lot of
I would take
clout
Hunter,
to your team.
I don't know, man. It's pretty damn interesting if Belichick's going to Carolina. One thing we do know, or at least think is happening, is Marshawn Lattimore making his burgundy and gold debut this week. Not a sure thing, but it seems pretty clear. Dan Quinn was asked about Lattimore. He's been asked kind of repeatedly. You start just number 1, Landini. Pro Bowl corner that Washington traded for the end of October, there was election day, early November. Hasn't played yet. What are the chances he plays this week, Coach Quinn?
Last week went good, John. A lot of top speed running. So hitting all the markers as we're moving along. He was able to participate in the work that we did today. And as we're getting into practice, we're looking forward to getting him, regular work with the practice with the guys, and then we'll take that all the way through the week. But we were very encouraged about all the work that he and the medical team have put in. He's hitting all the steps along the way, and look forward to doing that more in practice this week as well.
If he's hitting top speed in practice a week before the game, you feel pretty good about him playing?
I feel good about him playing, but I understand what Dan is doing. Dan ain't telling you nothing until you get there, until you have to. He don't want to give anybody any jump on anything. That's understandable.
But I think I agree with you that he generally plays it that way. But I think he's leading the horse to water on this. Like it's set up for him to play. There's not really.
Well, it's been how many weeks now? 4 or 5 weeks? 6 weeks? Of course, he's supposed to be playing by now.
Yeah.
He just probably just not going. He don't want to say, "Oh yeah, he's ready to go against his old team."
Right.
You know what I mean? So the ultimate thing is we've been asking him questions every week about Lattimore. This week, now I'm telling you what he's doing. I'm still not answering the question just yet.
Right.
Yeah.
For Lattimore, how much, if at all, I don't think from a medical perspective, you push more or less to get back to play the Saints, right? This is a soft tissue injury. You're a speed guy. You better not push it because of some arbitrary kind of side project here.
Mm-hmm.
But assuming he's fully healthy and this is just the course of time, how much does it matter that his first game here is in New Orleans against them, where he just got traded?
It may not matter to us at all because we don't care where he came from. We care what he does for us. But it probably matters to him.
Does it?
Oh, yeah.
Even though he was traded, like it was kind of to his advantage.
When you're traded, it could be advantage or not. It's still some small part of you. Donnie Simpson. Donnie was on the radio in town for 30 plus years. When they finally came to the point where he was no longer going to be doing it, he said he just kind of felt that somebody was saying he wasn't good enough. Dude, you had done this for 40, 50 years. You are great. But I couldn't understand it. Now I see why players act like they do. It doesn't make you a difference how they let you go. They didn't keep you, which tells you some part of them was saying you wasn't good enough.
For sure. For sure. When we come back, Brian Baldinger joins the program.
Baldy.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Duke starting quarterback Malik Murphy plans to enter the transfer portal. He threw for a school record 26 touchdown passes and led Duke to a 9-3 record. He's going to be a name to watch in the portal. Now, he will have 2 years of eligibility remaining at his next stop, and he told ESPN he is not playing in Duke's Gator Bowl matchup with Ole Miss. Sticking with the college football news, Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel, Colorado's two-way player Travis Hunter, Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty, and Miami's quarterback Cam Ward were all announced as Heisman Trophy finalists. They'll announce the winner of the Heisman Trophy on Saturday, December 14th. And tonight is Major League Baseball's draft lottery. The Nats have the fourth best odds of getting the number one overall pick, sitting there with a 10.2% chance. Now, they will pick with lottery-style ping pong balls for the top 6 picks. Once those are filled, they will slot in the teams according to original odds. This sports update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We've reached out to our friends in New Orleans for information about who the starting quarterback would be. We'll get to that. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, and we're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Baldy joining us now.
What's up, Baldy?
Levo, can you bring him up? I don't know why this is. Baldy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you guys loud and clear. I hear B. Mitch.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm just dealing with, Philadelphia, issues in the locker room and all that kind of stuff. So it's normal here in Philly right now, B. Mitch.
But you look at that team, man, and they have so much talent, and they're winning games. That should be the main thing. But do you think all of this excitement about Saquon is now rubbing people the wrong way? Or I'm not getting enough hype?
I don't know, man. I mean, they're a run team, and Saquon is a legitimate MVP in this league, and he's giving credit to everybody the way you're supposed to when you're the running back and the star. But I guess some other egos are sort of getting in the way right here of a team that's won 9 in a row, and they kind of figured things out. You'll see them next week, be missed, but I don't know. Sometimes these wide receivers, they just get, they get a little too me.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
It is. It was one thing early in the year in Philly when they were 2-2 and then barely beat the Browns coming off a bye. It seemed pretty contentious. They've now won 9 in a row, and they've got their biggest game of the year maybe coming up. Does it feel like it did at various times, like last year or even earlier this year?
It's different because now it's just personal. Now it's, wide receiver, quarterback. I mean, it's getting personal right now. That's not good. But when early in the year when they were 2-2, like quarterback was turning the ball over, and they had a lot of issues. Tampa blew them out of the water. They had a bye week, and they kind of figured things out. They became a lot like Washington in that they said, okay, we're not going to turn the ball over. We're going to run it. We're going to feed the beast in Saquon. The offense line is as good as there is in the league. Let's just win games the old-fashioned way. Let's run it. Play great defense. We won't turn it over. We won't lose games. And we'll just, beat them up as the game goes on. And they've gotten to 9-0. It hasn't been pretty every week. They've had some struggles, like you said. Cleveland was a struggle. Jacksonville was a struggle. But, they're winning games, and they have a chance to be the number 1 seed still. So there's a lot to play for here. And you just hate to see, egos kind of getting away at this point.
Yeah.
It
always a receiver, man.
Yeah, dude.
It always is, man. And the funny thing about that, B. Mitch, is that, receivers don't win anything. Jamar Chase could set the world record this year. They're not going anywhere. We've seen it with T.O., Randy Moss. I mean, great receivers, Hall of Fame receivers.
Yeah.
But those guys don't win Super Bowls. They're a part of the win, but they're not. There should never be the main thing.
It is interesting you say that. Like, I mean, the most explosive, best Patriots offense they ever had was with Randy Moss, but they did not win. And then,
no.
I mean, even a guy like the two best receivers of the last 20 years, maybe Megatron, or there's other people, right?
Yeah.
But you think about T.O., Randy Moss, Megatron. It's crazy, man. It's a good point.
I mean, those guys, what happens to them is they start going to all these other teams. Randy traveled and he left Minnesota, Oakland, New England, and T.O. traveled to how many different teams. And, I mean, they still put up, numbers and, I have a lot of great end zone celebrations. They just never get the final celebration.
Do you think the success of Saquon and also look at Henry up there in the Baltimore and the little kid in Green Bay, will that bring the focus back to the running back position?
Oh, that's happening. I just saw Aaron Jones in Minnesota last week, Brian, and the resurgence of the running back is real. And really the resurgence of the running game right now is real.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, your example of that in Washington and what you're doing to win games right now, what you just did to Tennessee, B-Rob goes, 40 yards in the first run of the game. And, I mean, the run game is taking over in this league. Detroit, Philadelphia, Washington, the best teams right now are running it. And they're running it really well. And all those guys you mentioned, Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Josh Jacobs, Saquon, like they're having a great, great year right now. And I don't know what's going to happen in the playoff run, but these teams are going to run their way to the playoffs right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the teams that have already clinched, even the Chiefs, and this feels weird to say, they're a ball control offense now. The Bills are the one real high flyers. The Lions throw the ball plenty, but they run the hell out of the football. The Eagles are clearly driven by the ground game. Despite all of the rule changes to help the offense and everybody thinking it's a passing league, it does seem like that pendulum swinging back.
Well, turnover game is really what wins and loses these games. And what happens in these games that, are featuring these rushing attacks right now is that instead of getting 12 or 13 possessions in a game like normal, when you're throwing it more than you're running it, you're only getting sometimes 8 or 9 possessions. You're turning it over on 2 of them like Arizona is right now, like Atlanta is. You're not going to win those games. You just don't have enough possessions to win it. And so, Philadelphia right now, since that blowout loss to Tampa when they were 2-2, went to bye week, Jalen Hurts, you say all you want about him. The guy's thrown 1 interception in these 9-game win streaks. He's thrown 12 touchdown passes. Like, who cares right now? It's about winning games, stacking W's, getting ready for the playoffs. If you got to throw it, you're going to have games where you either have to come from behind or you're going to have to make some big throws in big games because that's what it takes. Yeah. That's all right. There'll be a time to do that. But in the time being, take care of the football right now.
Totally. Speaking of take care of the football, there's 2 quarterbacks I wanted to mention. We're talking with Brian Baldinger. Of course, you can follow all his work at Baldy NFL. Awesome film breakdowns all the time. Instagram, Twitter, all of it. All of our insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Baldy, 2 quarterbacks surprisingly on opposite trajectories. What do you make of the year for Sam Darnold, and what do you make of the year for Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Well, I was just up in Minnesota announcing that game for national radio on Sunday, so I saw it live. I've seen Sam Darnold 2 weeks in a row. I mean, stability makes a difference. They've got a great team in Minnesota, and they're really well coached. Kevin O'Connell. In fact, I was telling those guys on the sideline before the game, and nobody's talking about them, and they like it that way. They don't want anybody talking about them. But Kirk Cousins' arm is dying on him. Like, he can't make some throws that he used to make, and that's just a fact of being older and coming off an Achilles injury. He just can't drive the ball the way he once did. And so he's thrown 8 interceptions in this 4-game losing streak right now. He's a part of it. Sam Darnold is benefiting. He's been like, they've got the second most takeaways in the league. Minnesota does. They lead the league in interceptions, so they're giving them a lot of extra at-bats. And on any other team, maybe, except, maybe not Washington, but a lot of teams, Jordan Addison would be the number 1 wide receiver.
Right.
He is excellent. And
He's a
then
player.
you pair him up with Justin Jefferson and, a really creative coach. Sam Darnold had nearly a perfect quarterback rating on Sunday against the Falcons. He's been outstanding. And I think he just got to a stable place. And he never had that before in New York or Carolina. And last year he went to San Francisco. He watched what a really stable organization looks like, how they prepare, how they build the team, how they game plan, how they practice. And he's come to Minnesota with that mindset, and it's really helped him out a great deal. For Kirk Cousins, honestly, I'm a big Michael Penix fan. I know he's just a rookie, but we're seeing a lot of these rookie quarterbacks like Jaden have great success this year. And they're winning because of their quarterback in Denver, and
Great
Oh,
point.
I think if they don't make the switch, then they can play themselves right out of a playoff spot.
Do you
That's a
think
great
also,
point.
I understand Kirk's a veteran player, knowing his arm is weaker, can't drive, and also having Michael Penix on that team, could that be playing in his mind a little bit?
Maybe it did from the very beginning, Brian.
Mhm.
They called him 5 minutes before they drafted Penix to tell him they were
Hey, we
drafting
picking this
Penix.
quarterback, dude.
So everybody kind of go, well, what's that all about? Why not spend the 8th pick of the draft on, a great offensive lineman or, a real tight end that actually wants the ball versus the one that they have there. So, whatever. But, go get me Brock Bowers, and we'll see what the offense looks like. But, that could be playing in his mind. I know, you talk to the guys in Atlanta, and they'll tell you that Michael Penix in practice playing scout team is like the real deal. And he's an elite athlete that can run with the ball. He runs in the 4.4s, Brian. He's a big kid with a big arm. Maybe that's what they need, because right now they're not responding to what Kirk is doing.
It's crazy because the guys I talked to during training camp down there said Penix was outrageous. And you saw when he had his arm dialed in last year in Washington. That dude could play. Baldy, I'd like to switch it to Washington if you don't mind. Obviously, they had their bye week. Brian and I don't really buy into this Cliff Kingsbury offense second half of the year. I think the problem with just looking at the overall stats from his time in Arizona, it just ignores injuries, particularly injuries to Kyler, that I think altered the course of a lot of seasons. I'm curious what you think about Cliff's offense going forward, 4-game stretch before the playoffs.
Well, Terry McLaurin's never had a year like this before. He's getting the ball to his wide receivers. He's getting the ball to Zach Ertz. He's getting the ball out of Jaden's hands. Now, he's running less than when he was early in the year. That's probably a good thing. It'd be good to get, Eckler and Robinson healthy together. It'd be good to get an offensive line fully healthy. They've been down to the third team left tackle at times. So it'd be good. They were playing without the right tackle last week. It'd be good to get a healthy offensive line, 2 healthy backs. I think that will help Cliff out a great deal. Mm-hmm. But I think he's done a good job. He's put a lot on the plate for JD. He's running a no-huddle offense a lot of the time. And he seems to know where he's going with the ball. He's making good decisions with the ball. I think that's all kind of a part of Cliff Kingsbury's offense right now.
I agree with you. And the level Jaden's playing at is really so significant. I thought the performance they got against Tennessee was so important because they finally remembered, hey, we can go kick somebody's ass. It had been a while. You know what I mean?
Well, that was – I've seen Tennessee play every game this year. I like a lot of things they're doing. They didn't show up that day. They looked awful that first half. They didn't look like – they got some good – Jeffrey Simmons is a hell of a player. They looked like they didn't want to play. They were awful. And so you ran them out of the gym. All right, that was good. You bounced back from a 3-game losing streak. It's going to look a little bit down. New Orleans, I don't know what Derek Carr was doing last week, diving for first down. It just looks silly. They're a very challenged team. But, Darren Rizzi's gotten playing good. They won 3 out of 4. It'll be a little bit of a challenge. But, I think you're going to find out a lot about what Washington's. I think they should take care of business in New Orleans. I'm not going to say that they have to just show up, but they should win. But that game, against Philly next week should be, it's for a playoff spot right now. They're fighting, all those teams in the NFC West for a playoff spot. It looks like there's going to be 3 out of the NFC North. So playoff spot for grabs. And, that'd be a nice way to maybe put a 3-game win streak together and beat the Eagles, in the next 2 weeks. That'd be a good way to if you're going to go to the playoffs, get ready for the playoffs.
Definitely.
It sure would. It's almost like the playoffs start now. Baldy, we appreciate you making time for
Appreciate
us, dude.
you, Bald.
If you got to run, we appreciate it, man.
Yep, I'll see you next week. I'll be down in Washington. I'm going to call that game, so I'll be down there.
All right, bro.
Next Sunday. I look forward to it.
All right, babe. Take care, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, brother. Yep.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious.
It's Hellman's, Jeff.
Jeff's a miracle whip, man. Very, very loyal. B, hearing Baldy there, I think he's right, man. Like, when Dallas came to town, we had the conversation of you never know what's going to happen in division games.
Yeah.
And I think that's real. You see that week after week after week in the division, and you see crazy results all the time. I mean, the Panthers took the Eagles to the wire. If that kid Leggett makes a catch, it might have gone the other way.
I thought they were about to take him out.
Me too. That said, I feel like it's okay to feel some level of confidence going to New Orleans. It's a tricky spot. You got to win. You got to jump on them early.
You jump on them early, but the whole thing about it is when you are the better team, don't give them any time to gain confidence. And I believe if Washington can go down there and get up on them and stay on them, don't get up on them and pull a horse back. No. Get up on them and push the accelerator. And you get teams, they shut it down then, But if you allow them to stay in it like we've done in games, the 3-game losing streak, we allow teams to stay around. And then all of a sudden, when that team got a little bit more excitement and started coming along, now we had the pressure on us. We got to stop that. Handle what we can, and we'll win the game.
I think the worst thing that happened in that Dallas game, and they said it was all execution, and perhaps they were proven correct in the execution in the Titans game. But in that Dallas game, you come off that big, long layoff, and I don't want to say started flat because that always implies like an effort question, and I hate questioning pro athletes' effort, at least in football. In the NBA, I think you can do it pretty consistently.
It's flat. It don't necessarily mean effort, though. You come out there and you just
came out flat in that
you're not
game.
clicking.
Right.
So if you're not clicking on plays, that's flat. And why aren't you clicking? Are you not mentally there? Because guys are out there giving it physically. But when you're not mentally there, you don't play fast. You play slower. You're thinking. And as I always say, if you're thinking on a football field, you are done. You got to react, not think.
To me, the difference in the Dallas and the Tennessee game is Dallas gave them opportunities early, and they did nothing with it.
Yeah.
And then in the Tennessee game, they gave them opportunities early, and they converted. They made it a laugher early. And, dude, just think about this game. Dallas's first half possessions. First half. Block field goal, missed field goal, fumble, punt, field goal.
And we had how many points?
The same. It was tied 3-3 at halftime.
That's what I'm saying.
From a field goal.
You get all those blocks and those punts, and you got no touchdowns out of it.
Not to mention the one field goal they got. This might have been the most disappointing. The one field goal they got was when they blocked the field goal. They took over possession at the Dallas 40. And it took them 7 plays to gain 17 yards, and they kicked from the Dallas 23. 3-3 at halftime.
Yeah, not good.
Because the end of that game was so chaotic, folks get caught up in it. But the beginning of that game was awful, and you cannot. And dude, maybe this is overly simple, but if you think about it, that was coming off a mini bye. They got some time off because they played Philly that Thursday night. They got the weekend off. They're coming off a weekend off. You cannot allow that to happen again.
Nah. You got to come out here hitting the ground running.
And if you want to hit the ground running, when you're moving, there's only one company to use. It's Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They are both the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. They've moved tons of the guys that work here, including their families, their stepdads, all over the place, all over the DMV. They can take care of you locally. They can take care of you nationally. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is recognized as an industry leader and the preferred moving company for the DMV's best real estate agents. the most prominent move management companies, and residential and commercial clients looking for the best service and results. They've been doing this for 3 decades. I've known these guys for 3 decades. I've known John and Justin since we were in high school. It's crazy. I mean, me and Justin like hung out in college. I've known these dudes forever. Yeah. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, they have the storage is awesome. If you're moving, but your new house isn't going to be ready, say you bought a house, you're going to redo the kitchen. My brother-in-law is doing this right now. They just bought a house. They're redoing the kitchen. They're living with my in-laws. All their stuff's in storage. Metropolitan Moving and Storage can make that process so much easier for you. And for people that are looking for long distance moves, Metropolitan Moving and Storage can provide a dedicated truck and crew for your long distance moves. That means no truck space sharing and a pinpoint delivery date and time of your choosing. Trust me, hit them up, 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090. Tell Justin or John that JP Finley told you to call. I've known these guys forever. My wife worked for them for a summer. I've seriously known these dudes. DCMetropolitanMoving.com, DCMetropolitanMoving.com. And they brought us a case of water.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Say bye to the bye week. The Commanders get back to work now, rested and ready for the playoff push, which begins Sunday against the Saints in New Orleans. Commanders, a 7-point favorite this week. Saints, of course, going to need to make a change at quarterback. They had Derek Carr injured last week, fractured left hand, concussion as well. So he's unlikely to play this week. The Saints have signed former Cowboys backup, former James Madison QB, Ben DiNucci, as a backup. No official word is who's going to play for them. For the Commanders, they start this final month of the season one game up on the Rams for the 7th and final playoff spot in the NFC. Also just a game behind Green Bay now for the 6th seed in the NFC. Monday Night Football, huge night for Jamar Chase. 14 catches, 277, and a couple of touchdowns. Cincinnati outscored Dallas 27-20. Cowboys linebacker DeMarvion Overshown also injured in that game, a serious knee injury. He's going to need surgery. Cowboys concerned he may not play at all next season. Commanders also had made some news yesterday. Dan Quinn, guys are talking about it, said there's hope with defensive back Marshawn Lattimore to possibly make his debut for the team this weekend. Of course, that would be against his former team in New Orleans. Quinn also confirmed that the Commanders are sticking with Zane Gonzalez at kicker. From the Crowd Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley getting a lot of questions about the Commanders' Week 17 game against the Falcons. As of now, we don't know when that's going to be. It's TBD. I believe if you just look at that game, sources have told me, and now I think the window's too close anyway. But the Philly game, Week 16, is not going to Sunday Night Football. It's not going to Monday Night Football. That's going to stay Sunday afternoon. Fox wants that game, in short. Now, that doesn't mean there couldn't be some movement, but the Falcons game, Week 17, is really pretty interesting because it's scheduled for a TBD. There is a triple header slated, I believe, for NFL Network that Saturday. So Saturday is the 28th. You also, though, keep in mind that week you've got 2 games on Christmas Day. Chiefs Steelers, which is a banger. Yo, sorry, Christmas. Sorry, kids. Hope you enjoy. You get all Christmas at 1 o'clock. Daddy's watching. Yeah. I mean, these are both banger games. How much did Netflix pay for that, Jeff? See if you can look that up. 1 o'clock, Chiefs Steelers. 4:30, Ravens Texans. Yo, and then you get a Thursday night game too. Seahawks Bears. Right now, there's 5 games slated as TBDs.
On Christmas?
No, Thursday night, 26th. So there's 5 games slated as TBDs for Saturday. Only 3 of them will be selected. All of them are national Saturday. But if you look at Monday night is Lions Niners, they ain't backing off that at all. ESPN will be thrilled to have that game. Sunday night, though, is Dolphins Browns. Nobody on the planet. And there's a game.
Never know. They might want to see Jameis, man.
Maybe.
You're going to give us a quote. 75 mil.
There's a game right now, though, that's slated for Sunday at 1 o'clock that I think would look pretty darn juicy Sunday night.
Right.
Packers fight. That's a big game. So if you look at Saturday, now I don't know because let's say Kirk reels off 2 wins in Atlanta, and all of a sudden they're 8-7, and Washington reels off 2 wins and they're 10-5. Maybe they want Kirk's return to Washington Sunday night.
You never know. We'll see.
Of the 5 TBDs, a couple of them could matter. Broncos, Bengals, Cardinals, Rams, Falcons, Commanders.
Yeah.
The other 2 that will not matter, Chargers, Patriots, Colts, Giants.
You can get rid of both of those.
Yeah. I don't
Well,
think.
Netflix paid $150 million. 75 million per game.
But I just think as we get closer to this potential Saturday game for Washington versus Atlanta, I think it makes a lot of sense to keep them Saturday nationally televised. Whether they get, I would imagine the other 2 are West Coast games. Probably make one of those later. We'll see. The latest I think we can find out is next week. So stay tuned, folks. I thought that was just kind of interesting. It's a relatively simple question. I like when Landfill does this because simple questions really have simple answers. I say this respectfully because you were proven correct. You were worried about the Cowboys game going into the Cowboys.
Because I know I don't game.
Are you worried about the Saints game?
I'm always worried about games because anytime I start hearing everybody talk about how easy it is, I get concerned. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I just feel if I see them come out and they hit the ground running and like they're accustomed to do it, then all of a sudden I have no issue.
Landfill, you worried about the Saints game? You can't lose this one.
I mean, that's what we said about the Dallas game.
And y'all didn't care.
The Dallas game, though, they hadn't put themselves like the Dallas game wasn't losing, kind of wasn't a thought, right? Like I feel like because of the Dallas loss, it's changed the thought process about playing a team like New Orleans, who's having their own struggles. I mean,
The
has a
way
backup quarterback.
that Jaden played last or a couple of weeks ago against the Titans, that makes me feel good. Before that game, you know, it hadn't been great for the last few weeks, but yeah, the Saints don't have a quarterback. They're starting some well, you know what? The rando that nobody's ever heard of.
That's the problem.
Probably not a lot of tape on him.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Rattler, you've got 3 games worth of tape. If it's Hayner, not a lot of tape. I texted Matt Paris, who used to cover the Skins, certainly. I don't know if he covered the Commanders. Paris is now down in New Orleans covering the Saints. I said, what's up with the quarterback situation? And B. Mitch wants you to take him out. He gave me the heart emoji on B. Mitch wants you to take him out. And then he said, I think it'll be Hayner, but the fact they didn't come out and say it means it could be Rattler. What do you think, B? Just, we don't know.
I think it's going to be Hayner.
Really?
Yep.
Rattler must have sucked.
Hayner played the other night. I think it's going to be him.
Can I amend something? You can't lose to Jake Hayner. You can't lose to Jake Hayner and say you're a playoff team. And I've been saying they're a playoff team, so I think those 2 things can be true. Shout out to Jake Hayner, 25-year-old, 6'1", 200 pounds, from Southern California, I believe. Played his college ball at Washington, and then he transferred to Fresno State. If I had to guess,
I think you got to worry about Alvin Kamara more than you do about Jake Hayner.
I agree with
if
that.
you're going there saying you're going to just stop Jake Hayner and don't put no emphasis on Alvin Kamara, he can beat your ass.
He's a really good player.
Yeah.
Jeff, are you worried about the Saints game?
Honestly, JP, I'm worried about every game here on out. Because it's just Washington has been that team so many times that, you know, don't have nothing to play for. And we've spoiled so many people chances. And we've also been that team where, you know, the other team is supposed to roll over us and keep it moving. And we shock them and beat them. So I'm worried about every game, and I'm wishing the best for each game. But yes, I'm worried. But it's not like I wouldn't say like I'm worried. Like, oh man, we really might lose this. I'm worried. Like, okay, I hope they don't come out like they did against the Cowboys, and I hope they come out like they did against the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jeff's worried. Landfill's not worried. B. Mitch is kind of worried until kickoff. I think you got to take it seriously. That's all I'd say. You're going on the road to a team with a pretty good defense, some pass rush, some good D line. You got to take it very seriously. Kamara's obviously
100%.
a real threat. That's a good point, Brian. We've got Wendy Knows Sports coming up in just a few minutes. I've done a poor job today of saying hello to the stream. What's up to everybody in the stream?
What's up, stream?
1067.com/youtube.gov, I think. Who do you think's first today? At least where I scrolled up to.
Tay.
Yes. Good for you.
That's just a guess.
I know, but that's kind of cool to get it right. The first comment on the stream today was, I felt bad for Parsons. I don't know that I felt bad for him.
No.
I can tell he's pissed. And here's what's so wacky about the stream. The stream, like, Jeff, you know this better than anyone. It feels like we exist just kind of as, like, background noise to
For
them.
them.
They're having their own conversation.
They get into own conversations. They're like, the show is secondary.
Yeah, like right now in the stream, the conversation, Doctor, is about like the first car people drove.
That was Gumbo.
Doc, what was the first car you drove?
Chevette. It was a two-door. It was a Chevy. My aunt had a Chevy. I thought mine was a 68 Volkswagen. But the first one I drove, it was I think called it a Chevette.
Chevette. Yeah.
A Chevy Chevette.
Do you know how old Brian was when he first drove a car?
6.
What was the first car you drove, B? That, like, the first car that was yours?
First car that was mine?
Yeah.
Oh, a 280Z.
Oh, that was once you got to college?
Yeah, but
I wonder how you got that. That's so weird. That's a nice vehicle for that time.
Hey, man, my sister had a beauty salon. She had another business. She took care of me.
Does anyone believe that?
Red,
Show of hands.
Red 280Z, too.
Landfill or Jeff, does anybody believe that B. Mitch's sister bought him the 280Z when he got to college? A sports car.
That was a senior year in college. She got that from me.
Yeah, it was his sister.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, 100%.
My first car was a blue Toyota Camry. Shout out to Toyota Camry.
Damn.
College football in the 80s was on the up and up.
Hey, we were just the first to have NIL.
They got, I don't know how Mr. Football in the state of Louisiana decided to go to Louisiana Lafayette and not Arkansas or LSU or any of these other colleges.
Went to the school where you're going to play, and he had an engineering scholarship there already.
Yeah, Landfill. That's how.
That's why you go there.
That's how, Landfill.
And he
say
also
yes.
had a Corvette scholarship.
No, I didn't have a Corvette.
Oh, what was it?
A 280Z.
That's not a Corvette?
Nissan.
No, it was the precursor to the 300Z, I think. Breaking news on the Fan. Wendy has reported early for Wendy Knows Sports. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Make your first bet, first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever. And now is a perfect time to get in on the action. Because right now, new customers can get $5 and bet $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball betting ball with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. I don't say this sentence very often, and I very rarely mean it, but both of those things are true right now. There's a very dope new feature on the Odyssey app where you could go in and leave a voicemail for our show. You can do it for all the shows. So if you go to the Odyssey app, there's this little microphone. You can
How we
press
benefit from it?
I'm about to tell you.
I need to know.
I think for Bleep You Thursday in particular, but Ask Me Mitch Anything, when we do Victory Pie, Credit Pie, Blame Pie, all those things, like anything as a segment we do, you don't have to wait for the phones. Like if you listen to the show on the podcast later and you got a Bleep You Thursday and it's Tuesday, just hit the microphone, record that joint, and we'll have it for Thursday.
There you go.
This thing is actually good.
All right.
I'm telling you, this I'm into. Now, without further ado, and I apologize, our dear friend Wendy is here for Wendy Knows Sports. Let's get Wendy. You cool with the stream today, Wendy?
I'm fine with the stream.
Okay, we're back. Jeff, get that stream up. Wendy takes the time to join us. Wendy runs promotions as well as lots of other things. And every week, Wendy joins us to help us understand sports a little better. Is that fair to say? Let's start with the basics. How do you think the Commanders look this weekend?
They had a bye week.
Yeah! All right. Boom.
You almost slipped on that one.
I did.
All right.
I didn't watch them.
Now I'm gonna hold this T-shirt up for the stream audience, and now I'm gonna hold it up for Wendy. Wendy, when you see that shirt, does that mean anything for you?
Alabama.
Wendy's 2 for 2, man.
She's killing it, baby.
Yeah. See, Landfill and Jeff had no faith. There's big news in the baseball world this week.
Ooh.
The Nats dropped their promotional schedule.
That's big, but it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that, Wendy.
What's the coolest Nats promotional schedule? Like
I
thing?
didn't open it yet.
So you just got it, but didn't even open it. You know what? I think the coolest promotional thing we've gotten in a while, and we appreciate that we get them from all the teams and stuff. The Capitals gravy boat is dope. Have you seen that?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, it's like a Zamboni gravy boat. Now, do you know what team gave away that red brush as a promotion?
No.
It's Linnell's brush. He left it here. Do you want it?
No, I don't want Linnell's brush.
All right. What was the big baseball news?
Juan Soto's contract.
Yes.
Saw that on Instagram.
Perfect. How much cash?
More than he got at the National.
Yes.
Right, that's right.
Do you know what team he signed with?
Oh. No.
Well, if one of them, he was playing for one in New York, and he went to the other one in New York.
Which one was he playing for in New York?
Jeff likes him.
They were in the World Series.
The Yankees?
Yes. So now he went to the. If he was on the Yankees and he went to the other team, the Yankees are in the Bronx. The other team's in Queens.
That doesn't help me.
Okay.
I want to say the Mets.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, we did this a couple.
So let me ask you a question, Wendy. I noticed when I started doing radio, when I went around sports, I started paying closer attention. Do you do that now?
A little bit, but not really. No.
JP said no.
Not really.
You don't think like, oh, they may ask me this question?
I do think that. I was like, oh, I might.
Instagram. Real quick.
I get on Instagram and TikTok. The Cowboys played last night. I did see that.
Who won?
I don't know.
So you knew they played, but didn't think to check who won.
No, because I was putting my daughter to sleep, and I was just flipping through the channels, and I saw it.
Who's leading the NFC playoff race right now? Who's the best team in the NFC?
The Eagles.
Close. They're second.
Oh. I don't know.
Motor City.
Barry Sanders.
Motor City, that's Detroit.
Yeah.
The Lions?
Yeah. Can you believe it?
See, her face was like, the Lions?
we'll go to the Motor City then. So we've done this before with various cities. Let's just name as many Detroit teams as we can.
I just went to Detroit too.
Okay, perfect.
The
You already got the
Lions.
Lions. Bang, one.
The Tigers.
Yes. Did you
That's-
drive by the stadium?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I went to the
it's
Usher
right.
concert.
All right. That I believe.
Okay, that's football. That's baseball.
They have a basketball team that won a couple titles and used to be very good.
The Pistons.
Yeah. Now they have a hockey team
Oh,
that for a
God.
period of time was the absolute.
I think they wear the color that you have.
They
on.
were honestly, you could wear that to one of their games. Their hockey team was fantastic. Are you familiar with Steve Yzerman?
No.
What about Sergei Fedorov?
No.
I believe, and don't quote me on this, I believe Sergei Fedorov was considered the best Russian until Ovi showed up. Does that sound right, Landfill?
The best Russian.
You got anything on the Detroit hockey team?
No.
If I give you, it's 2 words. I'll give you one of them. You want the first or second word?
The first.
Red.
They're taking the second one.
Oh. Red.
The Detroit Red.
I don't know.
Wings. The Red
Oh. I was thinking like Flyers in my head, but that's Philly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that counts. Philly, you can get easily. Give me all 4. You got this.
Sixers, Eagles, Flyers. What am I missing?
You can't be stumped by the baseball team there.
Oh, the Phillies.
Yeah, the Phillies.
And who owns the Sixers?
I don't know.
He owns a team here, too.
He owns the Commanders.
Oh, what's that man's name?
Magic Johnson.
Oh,
Do you know the owner of the Commander's name?
we had this question before, and I don't remember.
I think the Commanders need to hire you over there for some promotion. Then you might. Do you know you work for the Nats, right?
Yes,
Do you know the owner of the Nats name?
the Learners.
And you know the Caps of the Wiz?
Yeah, Ted.
Yeah. Okay. Now you could have said Ted for either of those. Isn't it Ted Lerner? Or did he pass?
He passed away.
So it's Mark now, right?
Yeah.
R.I.P. Wendy, always a riveting segment. I
Thanks.
always enjoy it. Serious question
And
for
it's
you.
Josh Harris.
I knew it started with a J.
J-Dogs forever right there. College basketball season is heating up.
Oh gosh,
You grew up here in the area.
I did.
Is there a team you root for in college basketball?
No,
Not at all.
no,
Like none of them. Maryland,
No.
Georgetown,
no,
AU, George
No.
Mason.
no.
It's not going to change. It's no.
Even when I went to college, I didn't.
Where'd you go to school?
Delaware State.
And you just didn't root for them?
No,
What is the Delaware State mascot? I believe I know
hornet.
this. Isn't it the Green Hornets, though?
no. It's a red.
They wear
and-
blue and yellow, don't
It's
they?
red and blue.
They're like blue and something. They wouldn't be green.
Okay, I
The
was wrong.
red and blue hornet.
But isn't it one specifically, like the Red Hornet?
How are you going to fight
Just
with
the
somebody who
Hornets?
went to the school about what the mascot is?
In my defense, Wendy's not the most locked in on the sports team.
I'm not. I'm not.
What is Maryland's mascot?
Terp.
Georgetown.
The dog.
Oh, yes. The dog. Listen, when I went to my college, I'm not going to lie. My college was a USAL Raging Cajuns. I'm like, but why is that little bulldog running around here all the damn time? It used to be the bulldog. They changed to the Raging Cajun, but they never got rid of the bulldog.
All right. The dog. Now, Landfill, do you retract your statement questioning why I was questioning her ability to know the mascot?
No.
Wendy, you're the best. Thank you for making time for
Wendy,
us.
appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Wendy. Wendy knows sports.
The
Do you
dog.
want like Instagram followers? Do you want us
No.
to promote anything?
My Instagram is private for a reason.
There you have it, folks.
Uh.
Instagram is private. The dog. Tony Massenberg joins us next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. So Commanders coming off the bye week should be rested and ready for the playoff push. Dan Quinn, Monday, discussed something that Magic Johnson shared with the team earlier this year that holds true now over the final 4 games.
Magic Johnson spoke to us, and he said he's added one word at the end, but I thought was important. He said, enjoy the process of winning. And I thought, he was right. It's not just the process of getting ready. And that's what he was talking about, the process of winning. And I thought, what a great one word fill in at the end, not just the process, but the process of winning.
Yeah, hello, winning. As the Commanders 8-5 with a month to go, one up on the LA Rams for the 7th and final playoff spot in the NFC. Play Sunday at New Orleans. Right now, Commanders a 7-point favorite. Saints have some issues at quarterback. Derek Carr injured last week. They have signed a backup former Cowboy, former James Madison QB Ben DiNucci. Carr could be done for the season with a fractured left hand and a concussion. No official word on his status, yet for this week. Capitals won't be back on the ice until Thursday on the road at Columbus. NBA, no Wizards all week. The NBA Cup quarterfinals start tonight. Magic and Bucks in Milwaukee, and the Mavs and Thunder in OKC. This month only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your free, no pressure, free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Shout out to Jim Morrison. 1 o'clock means we're going to talk to Tony Massenberg. Get smarter about the game of basketball.
Basketball.
What up, Mass? How you doing, bud?
How y'all doing, man? I'm good.
We chilling, brother. What you been doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm trying to be like you. Be Mitch, you worldwide, baby. Worldwide, be Mitch.
Worldwide, Virginia.
Nah, Virginia, Maryland, and D.C., baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mass, I've said this before, and I think people think I'm making a joke, but I'm not. The Wizards are doing exactly what we want them to do. And I think we got to be cool about that.
Well, listen, this is going to be a process. We said that before. You know, the team is super young. You got some talented 19-year-olds. I thought the going back to the draft class, I think is excellent. I think the 3 draft picks are great picks, in my opinion. May even be a little ahead of where they were drafted. When you talk about guys like Bub Carrington and Keyshawn George, I think they are better than what they were picked in the NBA draft. I think Alex Sarr is on par for where he should be from a development standpoint. He's getting better as the season goes on, and of course we've seen Bilal Coulibaly make a nice jump from his rookie year to his sophomore season. So, that's what it's about right now for the Wizards. And people have to understand that this is a development stage that they're going through. And some of the teams, like an Orlando and like a Houston Rockets, they have been through these growing pains. And you can look at these teams and see that they're better now than they were 2 years ago. So you have to give the Wizards, at least a 2 to 3 year window before we're really going to see these draft picks pan out in the team kind of start to turn things around.
Well, you
totally agree.
know basketball inside and out, and you can see things that are improving. What are some of those things so fans can understand better? Because let's just be real. Fans care about W's and L's. They don't care about nothing else.
Well, I think one of the things you see is the improvement in the culture. I think you're seeing real development with guys. And, you look at a guy like Justin Champagnie, in the last couple of games, who didn't really get a chance to play that much this season. And then he comes in and has two of his best games of the year, against Denver and the win against Denver and had a great game against Memphis as well. And I think, when you look at these draft picks, as I go back to them, they have gotten better, since Summer League. These guys have come in and you've seen them get better from Summer League to training camp to preseason, and to see them where they are now and to see them getting real minutes on a nightly basis. And you know this, B. Mitch, one of the ways that a young player gets better, it's not by sitting on the sidelines watching everybody else.
Yep.
It's being in the action and having the chance to really experience high-level professional competition, going up against veteran players and learning things from those experiences against those vets. So I'm encouraged by what I've seen from all three of the rookies. And to me, that's really, the sign of a good organization. Are your young players getting better? Can you see improvement, over the course of the season and hopefully over the course of the next couple of years?
I think you nailed it. This is what we all signed up for. For a long time, we complained they didn't do this. Now they're doing it. Like I'm good. I'm good. It doesn't mean some of these nights are a little difficult to watch and stuff. Like there's obviously the feeling of watching a singular game versus understanding what the season and seasons mean. But I look at OKC or Minnesota, some of these teams that successfully went through this, and there's a path, and they're on it, and I'm cool with that.
And it starts with your culture. It starts with bringing guys into situations where you got good vets, where they're going to teach them great practice habits and how to be professional, and the overall approach that you have to have from a night-to-night basis in the NBA. That's one of the toughest things. Playing 82 games and really trying to give it your all is a behavior that you have to learn, because when you look at these young players, they have already played a college season for most of these guys. And even the guys in Europe don't play 82 games, So Alex Sarr, a Keyshawn George, in college, and a Bub Carrington, these guys have already played the equivalent of a college season. And so there's a learned behavior in how to be a professional and have the right approach on a nightly basis.
Absolutely. Talking with our friend Tony Massenberg. Of course, you can see him on Monumental Sports Network's Wizards coverage, pre-post, occasional alt-cast appearance. Appreciate you for hanging out with us, Mass.
Yep.
Dude, I want to switch gears. I'd like to talk a little college hoops with you too, but there's a story breaking today that I just find fascinating. Yeah. And you were once a highly coveted recruit, and I think the recruitment world has changed a lot.
But you come out of school now, huh,
Oh, my goodness. You and me both. Man, goodness gracious.
Well, have you heard this story?
I have not. Tell me.
Okay. AJ Dibansa, I hope I'm saying that right. AJ Dibansa grew up in the Boston area, then eventually moved to California, then he eventually moved to Utah. AJ Dibansa is a 6'9" wing player, and he's the number one prospect in high school basketball and the projected number one pick in the 2026 NBA draft. He had offers.
Is this the kid that ends up at BYU?
Yes.
I did hear the story. Yeah. Go ahead. Fill me in on the rest. Yeah.
Tony, Kansas, Bama, Carolina. He was at the game last week with his dad, Bama versus Carolina in Chapel Hill, Duke, Georgia Tech. Every big program you can imagine is after this kid, and he lands at BYU. How crazy is that?
Well, from what I understand, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a BYU connection at his high school, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's how he ended up in Utah. And also $4 million too, Tony.
$4 million.
Right. Well, there you go. Now, we could have just passed on everything that JP just ran and just jumped straight to the $4 million. That's where it's at, baby. That's where it starts.
Money talks and BS walks.
There you go. It's a new day. This is what it is to be a high school recruit. It is all the equivalent when you talk about college basketball and everything now. It's just, we can be honest. Let's just keep it a stack. It's the minor leagues. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's the minor leagues. It is professional in the way that they go about doing it and recruiting players and landing players. It is professional in the way that they go about the day-to-day operations and the life that these kids are able to live as 16 and 17-year-olds once they, come out of high school. And so this is just part of the evolution of sports and basketball and football at the college level. We are seeing now that, there is revenue available for these kids. And that's what, ultimately determines a lot of times where a kid ends up straight out of high school.
Yeah, I think a lot of these coaches claim they don't like it, but you know what? Every coach is going to that portal after every season.
Here's what's fascinating. Yeah. There's an article about the kid that signed with BYU. And to your point, Mass, let's be honest. You're completely right. The money drives this, right?
Yeah.
But BYU,
yeah.
They hired this dude to be their head coach. Never been a head coach. He was on the Suns. He was the Suns assistant coach, highest paid assistant coach in the NBA for the last 4 years.
Now he's their basketball coach.
Now he's their head basketball coach. Apparently, Durant and Devin Booker swear by this guy, and that's if you're trying to get that elite, and you've got the cash, and you've got a guy that the best will swear by. It's a very interesting situation brewing out there.
Well, what it is that this guy clearly, knows what it takes to become a great NBA player. He's been in the NBA for years. He is, as you said, one of the highest paid assistant coach. And so you take a guy like that and you bring him into a college situation. Well, who's going to be, the most qualified to prepare an obvious NBA prospect for the NBA? That would be a coach who has had NBA experience. And so this gives the young man a leg up on what's going to be expected of him, in a year, because you have to, somebody who has these type of accolades coming out of high school, you have to think he's going to be a one and done type of player. So he's going to be less than a year removed from being eligible for the draft. And so if you give him a little bit of a head start by getting him some NBA tutelage at the college level, then that's just going to prepare him that much more for his NBA career and hopefully get him off to a right start. And the way that you do that is you put him, with an NBA coach who is going to teach him a lot about the NBA and the players and what's to be expected and how to, get a good start to his what will soon be his NBA career.
Yeah, and clearly they figured that out. We're talking with our friend Tony Massenburg here. You can follow Tony at Tony Massenburg, Massenburg. Be sure to watch Wizards take on the Cavs Friday night, 7 o'clock. You can see Tony and all the Wizards coverage all year on Monumental Sports Network. Mass, let's talk about our alma mater, dude. Let's talk about the Terps. Pretty good start to the season. I know they lost to Purdue, but good win at Villanova. Beat the hell out of Ohio State. I enjoyed watching that. What do you think?
Yeah, me too. I was there.
Oh, were you also? Oh, I think I saw you. You were courtside, right?
Yeah. Kind of sort of courtside, by the basket. I consider courtside like,
put your feet on the floor.
Middle of the court. Yeah, feet on the floor. Exactly. I had my feet on the floor be mixed, but they were behind the cameraman. They were sitting on the floor.
Dude, I was not there. I'm pretty sure I saw you on TV is how I knew you were there. Anyway.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, that's possible.
I wasn't on the floor. I wasn't even in the building, Tony. But Terps are off to a
great
good
win.
What?
Great win.
It was a great win. Yeah.
Absolutely. What do you think about this kid, Derek Queen?
Listen, one of the things I talked to Gary Williams while he was there. I hadn't seen Gary in a little while, and I got a chance to talk to him. And one of the things that I said, this kid's footwork is incredible as a freshman. It's incredible. I mean, he's got pro level footwork right now. He's not the most athletic kid. He's not gonna, he's not gonna blow anybody away at the combine with his vertical leap or, anything like that. But his skill level, his ability to score around the basket, he's a pretty good shooter. He's a pretty good rebounder for a guy who doesn't necessarily play above the rim. But on the offensive side, his hands are excellent. His footwork is excellent. His moves around the basket, he can pass the basketball. I mean, this guy, he reminds me a little bit. He shoots this one-legged jump shot that I can only compare to the Joker. I mean, it's like a shot. It's like right-hand jump shot off the right foot. Like nobody shoots that shot, right? Like nobody shoots that shot. Like it's the opposite of what I would tell you to do as a basketball player. But if you can get that shot off, essentially off the wrong foot, it's amazing. And the dexterity that he has around the basket. I mean, he's got pro skills right now, and like to think that he's going to get bigger and stronger because he's only 18 years old. He's going to get bigger and stronger, and when that happens, it's going to be a problem. Like he has pro intangibles in his game right now, and I expect him to be a good prospect even at the end of this year. Like he'll have to make a decision whether he stays or goes, but if he continues to get better, I think it's going to be tough for him to stay.
Dude, he is now. They have good shooting. The kid Gillespie can really shoot. Like I've been a buddy of mine that coaches in the ACC had told me before the year, because I always ask him about what he thinks from the Terps, and he had said they put together a pretty good roster. Like I like the way they've built it, right?
Yeah.
And the kid Gillespie could play, man, the guard. But Queen obviously is the player that is kind of changing things for them. Do you think I'm nuts, Mass? I just don't think his body and his game right now translate to the pros. Like maybe I'm just being greedy. I feel like we could get him for 2 years.
Well, it's possible. It's possible, but if you're a pro, and as you said, as I open up my statement with, he's not going to jump off the chart at you at the NBA Combine.
Right.
Like speed, quickness, strength, and all that. That's not going to jump off the chart. What is going to jump off the chart is when he plays against those guys who are super athletic, and he seemingly is one of the best on the floor. And you don't understand how that happens because he's not as fast. He doesn't jump as high. I watched him play against, some pretty athletic guys already in college, and it just does not matter. Kid walks away with a double-double, 20-plus points, 10 rebounds.
Right.
They can't stop him on the box. I didn't get a chance to stand next to him, so I'm not sure if he's legit 6'10" or if he's 6'9". But what I do know is that he is highly skilled, and he's big enough. He's not he's not 6'6" or 6'7" doing what he's doing. Like he is big enough, and he's going to get bigger and stronger. And speed and agility wise, he's got good agility. He doesn't have great speed, but when your game is as well rounded as his game is, you play at your pace. It's like Luka, right? It's like Luka's one of the best offensive players in the NBA. He's not one of the most athletic. He's not the fastest. He's not the strongest, but he finds a way to be extremely effective. I also saw a guy in the NBA who was not athletic, who was a great post player. His name was Al Jefferson. You guys remember him?
Yeah.
Al Jefferson was extremely fundamentally sound, and he was always able to get his shots off on the post, despite the fact that he didn't dunk the ball a lot. He didn't jump over people, but he was almost unstoppable on the box because he just had excellent moves. And so I see a lot of that in Derek Queen.
Dude, I love all those comps. But not that you're saying he's got a ceiling like any of the, the Euro Luka or something, but he does almost play like a little bit of a Euro version compared to the high flying stuff we see from American wings. And dude, to your point, Mass, about him being big enough, strong enough, Purdue's got nothing but giant corn-fed big guys in the middle. And last weekend at Purdue, he went for 26 and 12. Tony, we got to run, man. Thank you as always. Great info.
Tony. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, brother.
Give Tony a follow at Tony Massenburg, Massenburg. Make sure you watch Friday Night Wiz Cavaliers, 7 o'clock. And check out Mass all year on the Wizards coverage on Monumental Sports Network.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it's already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever. And now is a perfect time to get in on the action. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball betting ball with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Commanders get back to work coming off the bye. 8-5, heading to New Orleans this week. A Chase Young revenge game for the former first-round pick. Commanders a 7-point favorite this week in New Orleans. A lot of that has to do with the Saints' quarterback issues. Starter Derek Carr injured last week. He could be done for the season with a fractured left hand and a concussion suffered in last week's win over the Giants. Speaking of who's favored, who's not, the Carolina Panthers early in the week are projected as a 2-point favorite against the Dallas Cowboys next week. Dallas lost to Cincinnati last night, Monday Night Football. If that line holds, it would be the Panthers' first time as a non-underdog in 33 games. They haven't been a favorite since December of 2022. No Caps are back on the ice Thursday night on the road at Columbus. Wizards off all week. Back in action Friday at Cleveland. NBA Cup quarterfinals take place tonight. Magic and Bucks, and then the Mavs and Thunder, the first two games up starting tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Shout out to our friend, Miss Jordan Giorgio. B just showed this to me. The headline from Barstool: another college football reporter is going viral and winning over fans' hearts. And this time it's CBS Sports star Jordan Giorgio. Jordan's the best. I love that she's just absolutely blowing up. She's going to be in town for Army Navy this weekend. I don't know exactly what her role is.
Wonder if she'll be over at the media thing on Friday.
That's what I was texting with her about. Hopefully she's there and will come on the show with us. Maybe we got to text Anthony to book Jordan now. She's big time. I don't know. We'll see if Santana can get a hold of her or something. But honestly, couldn't be happier for her. Just awesome person, awesome work ethic.
Yep.
I don't think this should be a discussion. But I respect the hell out of my man, Jim Andrew Mullins the 8th, a.k.a. Professor Landini.
Uh-huh.
We'll just go around the room. Who should win the Heisman Trophy in college football?
Oh, what's my man? Travis Hunter.
Why?
He had damn near as many touchdowns as anybody in college football at receiver. And then he went to cornerback and was D'ing people up like hell.
One vote, Travis Hunter. Jeffrey, who should win the Heisman Trophy in college football?
I'm on the Travis Hunter bandwagon as well. This is the best player in college football. It's not the best offensive player. It's not the best defensive player. It is the best player in college football. And he has shown that he can play the offensive side and defensive side efficiently at the highest level. Also, just in my, people hate me for when I say this, but dude, Genty gets like 2 games worth of work in one game. Of course, his numbers are going to look like that. He's getting like 30 carries in the game.
He's good though, dog.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking it from him, but
here's
Travis is there, man.
But here's the thing. I don't think you needed to say the Genty part. Travis is the dude. Landfill, your vote.
I think I'll go Travis Hunter. That dude did have like 2,500 yards, though. I mean, that's ridiculous. And his season's not even done yet. I mean, I actually think that's kind of a little silly that they're giving the Heisman out. Guys are still playing.
It's all regular season stuff, though.
Yeah, but the postseason should count, too, shouldn't it?
Not really. Everybody don't go to postseason.
I mean,
it's a regular season award.
Some will say that's an argument in favor of the guys that do go to the postseason.
I think people are voting now, though, right?
Yeah, the vote comes like right now.
I think it's dumb when these things when they vote early, and then I wouldn't, if Genty goes crazy, because they would have to play 2 games, right? Because they have a bye. To me, this is a no question, no doubter. You have got to be so damn good to not be a quarterback, and then if you're not a quarterback, to not be a running back to win this award.
Mm-hmm.
I think the amount of only once in the last 8 years and twice in the last 14 has a non-quarterback won this trophy. That was Devontae Smith and Derrick Henry, right? The last time a DB / wide receiver won it is Charles Woodson, I would think. Pretty sure Woodson won it. It was one thing that's crazy is Peyton Manning never won the Heisman. Your finalists for the Heisman are Colorado star Travis Hunter, Boise State running back Ashton Genty, Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel, and Miami quarterback Cam Ward.
Travis had 7 games over 100 yards receiving.
Brian, to me, there is zero question who your Heisman Trophy winner is. Travis Hunter led the Big 12 in catches with 92 yards, 14 touchdowns,
14 TDs.
1,100 yards. And as a corner, he had 4 interceptions, a forced fumble that won them a game, by the way, 32 tackles, and 11 passes defended. Like, he wasn't a receiver that played a little bit of corner. He wasn't a corner that returned punts and played a little bit of receiver. He just played both all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think I have to try to diminish other accomplishments. I just think Travis Hunter is the answer. I don't think it's close. I think if it is close, it's because of Deion, and a lot of people hate Deion and the way he's run his program, frankly.
I don't know why. All he does is make men become better in sport and become better little gentlemen.
Yeah.
People don't like it amazes me when a person like Deion comes along and shows confidence and make other people like him believe in themselves. Society don't like that.
I don't like how he treats the media. That's a personal thing for me is I don't like how he tries to bully the media.
Well, I don't know if he necessarily bullies them instead of letting them. He don't let them bully him. There's
a respectable way for that to be a two-way
and that
street.
can go both ways,
Yeah,
because a lot of the media come at him with a lot of BS questions, and then he just dismiss them. And I believe if the media acts like asses, you should act like an ass to them. I'm in the media, and I'm gonna tell you, when I was playing ball, if you respected me, I was always there for your answers, gave you every answer.
Totally.
When you disrespected me, I made your life hard.
I think what sucks with Deion's relationship with the media is where he catches the most heat is probably not the beat reporters that are there every day, but those are the people he interacts with, and he's pissed, understandably, somewhere between pissed, feels disrespected, whatever it is. I highly doubt the people that are coming to practice to cover the Buffaloes every day, not coming in for the games or coming in or writing a column from New York or Los Angeles or somewhere else. Like, that's my thing is I think he's taking out frustrations on people that are grinding, but it's a minute thing. I'm not here to debate Deion with you. Yeah, I think the only reason
they shouldn't care about what Deion does. That kid performed on the field. To hell with what Deion does.
That's my point. I don't understand how you don't vote Hunter. Now, Ashton Genty's he's a really good player. I think he'll be a first rounder. If Washington took him, I'd be cool with it. Like, I think he is going to be, as we talk about the reascension of running backs in the NFL, I think this is a young man that's going to be a first-round pick, maybe a top 10, top 15 pick. He's been really good. He leads all of college football with 2,500 yards, 7 yards per carry, 29 rushing TDs. How about this? Genty has 22,497 yards. Do you know who second in college football is?
Who?
Carolina Tar Heels, Omarion Hampton with 1,600. He's got almost 1,000 yards more than the dude in second place.
Yeah, like Barry was.
Dude, that's the thing is he's kind of on Barry's tail. Barry's all-time yardage record, 2,628, which is just absurd. And Gentie's going to be 2,500. He might get there because he's got at least one more game to play.
Mm-hmm.
I recognize that. I recognize playing in the Mountain West versus playing in the Big 12. Hunter does it on both sides of the ball. Consistently at a high level.
If it's the best athlete out there, best college football player, and one guy plays both sides and he plays both of them well, he wins.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there is a track record for, it's not always the best player. Because Ndamukong Suh was the best player in college football. He didn't win it. Like, there are times where the best player isn't an offensive skill position player, and they don't get it.
Well,
that happens.
The thing about that, a defensive player that just plays defense, you have to do something else to set yourself apart. And I think he did exactly that. Who was the other kid? It was from Michigan, wasn't it?
Charles Woodson won it. I think he's the only defensive player to ever win
put
it.
something, but Charles did other stuff too.
Right.
Yeah. So you play damn good defensively, offensively, and you have something else. And I think Travis has done that.
To me, this one's a no-brainer. And it's particularly a no-brainer because, like the whole universe revolves around quarterbacks, they want this award to go to a quarterback. That's just how it works. And Cam Ward and Dylan Gabriel are deserving finalists. No chance those dudes are better than Hunter. No chance.
Yep.
Gabriel's only there because the team's undefeated. Ward's been pretty good. I don't know. That seals it. The B. Mitch and Finley Heisman Trophy Award vote is going to Travis Hunter.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, and Led Zeppelin. John Harbaugh said during the Ravens bye week he watched Yellowstone. Do what you want with that information. Do what you want with this information, Brian. The share of American adults who move in any given year has fallen by about 2/3 since the mid-1980s.
The what?
The amount of Americans that moved in 2023, lowest number ever.
Either people like where they're living or they got too expensive to go.
I think housing costs, remote work. I mean, there's a lot of factors, right? People be chilling. You know what else people be doing? Leaving us voicemails, apparently. We read the news earlier in the program. The Cluster Buster sent us an email. If you go to 1067 The Fan on the Odyssey app, I think this is actually cool. There's now a way for you to leave a voice message that Landfill and Jeff get to sort out, and then they can play on the radio if they want. Now, I talked about this and got a bunch of replies. Scarence Terrence is convinced there's going to be a lot of voice messages for Landfill and Jeff to scroll through between Commander Tequila and Rev T and Scarence Terrence. Another dude, Fat Poet, said apparently Russell has had this feature for at least a month. So we get sloppy seconds on voice messaging from Russell.
Hey,
how we feel about that?
I already asked my question.
All right. But without further ado, Landfill claims people are already calling in.
Why is JP Finley such a Cowboys fan? Boo.
That's obviously
that sounds very much like Jack Mullins.
Yeah, it does sound like John Mullins.
Like Landfill's twin brother.
What's remarkable in that voicemail is that you could just hear B. Mitch laughing in the background. So I don't know how they made that work.
It's the radio.
Yeah. Are there any others, Landfill, or was that the one?
None of you care. Hey, this is Grant in DC. I was just wondering, do you guys think the Commanders will make the playoffs?
So it's just all our friends acting like nuts. I think we should get rid of it.
Tell Grant in DC I think they'll make it. I think they'll make it, Grant. Anything else, Landfill? That's it.
Well, we know one thing: the people in the studio know how to use the mechanism.
My guess is people are just recording that, and none of that's actually submitted through the app. Is my gut feeling correct on that, Landfill?
That's through the app.
Jeff, you know how to find them in the app? You ready to scroll through all this?
No, I'm not. Not at all. I'm about to get joned on. I'm about to get cursed out for not answering the phone.
How much are you two looking forward to this new feature that you get to comb through these voicemails?
You said looking forward?
Yeah.
My eyes are closed.
Landfill, surely you're excited. Maybe we have a voicemail from... No! What happened?
Where you going, Doc?
I heard Rick from Los Angeles was here. The fish smell? What smell?
Gumbo. He knows what it really is. Jeff mad because he can't eat shrimp and crabs. He's hating.
Oh, Doc's talking now.
No, I just dropped in because the rooster is on a roll. And that smell in here, it smells like I'm in Louisiana. This road trip, and I envy you over. And it smells just like it. And so it's magnificent.
All right.
And
I'll hook you up
keep
soon.
up together. Oh, no, you always do.
Real soon.
Always do.
Thanks, Doc.
Yes, JP, you got it, bro.
Should we make some bets?
Yeah, let's go. We'll heard it here first.
Jeffrey?
All right, it was a great day for the aquarium yesterday. As my bet hit, the Bengals won by more than 5. Joe Burrow threw an interception. B, the controversial thing with you is, what did you take? I've listened to the audio five times. I have.
And I'll tell you what it says.
You don't. It didn't say nothing. That's what I'm asking you.
I did not say
I
nothing.
thought he took the Bengals.
Yeah, it did
Took
not.
the Bengals, and I took Jamar Chase to score a touchdown.
Yeah, I promise you, if we could play it back
Well,
after this.
I took the. You
Well,
asked me what I
if
took?
that's the case, though, you're sitting at 2-0, and
Yeah.
the only person who didn't hit is the guy who's not a Cowboys
He always
fan,
zigging and zagging.
but took the Cowboys.
That bet was the right side of the action for 59 minutes of that game.
No, it
And
wasn't.
if you don't think I lost real money and don't give a rip about whatever you guys want to say to me, you
Hey,
can all go
hey,
bleep yourself.
Hey, he lied. It wasn't the right game of 59 minutes because the bet don't cash in until the game's over.
It was the right side. The Cowboys are a joke. They have an awful coach. The special teams are a disaster.
That's the JP I like right there.
Oh, Lord.
I want to curse. Gonna be in Ashburn tomorrow, B.
Give me the under on Miami, Tennessee.
Oh, Lord.
Lord.
Miami, Tennessee playing football?
Yeah.
Basketball.
Basketball.
You want to hear something wild?
What?
The schools with the most NIL funding, Texas, they're in the playoff. Ohio State in the playoff. You know who's number 3?
Who?
LSU, not in the playoff. Yo, that might cost Coach Kelly.
Better be there next year.
Better hope they're still your family.
What we got tonight? Hockey, basketball. Let's go in Major League. All right. I will take Oklahoma City Thunder. -4.5.
I was very confused. What do you got, Landy?
Princeton.
Princeton. You and Bill Bradley running it back.
Okay.
Michigan laying 4 to Arkansas. It's going to be weird. I might watch that game. Coach Calipari. Haven't heard much from Coach Cal. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to our guy, Barstool Nate. Good luck in Vegas, Nate Dogg. Thank you to Baldy, Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. Thank you to Tony Massenberg. Thank you to everybody that called and left a voicemail. Really appreciate that. But honestly, do that, and we'll run some of them on Bleep You Thursday. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far, Ellie Beer.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's December 10th, 2024. Danny is back in the saddle. We are at full strength, and we got a great show planned for you today. At 3 o'clock, we'll talk to Barry Fuga of the Washington Post on all things DC sports. Nats offseason, Caps best team in hockey, Commanders looking for a playoff push out of the bye. And speaking of the Commanders, Austin Eckler is on the show at 5 o'clock for his weekly appointment, sponsored by our friends at IT Cadre. Danny, how are you? Welcome back.
I am very well, thank you. I apologize. Sucks I had to miss yesterday. Got to do something really cool, though. And I'm doing a thing that I know is annoying to everybody, and I'm sorry about that, but if there's like rules, I cannot talk about it. It was an amazing experience. I was in Atlanta. I posted a little bit at Humorous Danny on the old Instagrams. Tweeted a little bit just in general. A couple, actually, I'll tell you this, a couple sleuths, the two Utes, a couple sleuths had a pretty good guess as to what I was doing. I will not confirm or deny anything. I'm just saying a couple folks were on the right track. I'll be able to talk about it in February, probably is the time. But amazing experience and fitting. I thought we were past this, by the way. I thought this was all over with. The Danny misses the show, and then there's something awesome to talk about. Now we're back to square zero, whatever. With old Juan Soto signing for $750 million.
We're never past that.
We're never past it, I guess,
Just
right?
to be clear. I think there's been maybe one time ever where you weren't in and nothing happened. Most of the time, something very sizable happened.
So we were hoping that, because breaking news happened when I was in, so maybe that's the start of a new trend. The answer is no. It can. So the Venn diagram goes like this. Breaking news can happen when I'm here.
It's allowed to happen if you're in.
Yes.
But it must happen when you're out.
That's it. That's the distinction. If I'm not there, tune into the show.
And Soto going to the Mets, while not really DC sports related, kind of is. And also, you can't tell me it's not huge. It's the biggest contract that a professional athlete has ever signed in history. Kind of a big deal. But yeah, thanks for keeping the train on the tracks.
You got it.
But I look forward to being able to talk about what you actually did, because it is very, very cool, and congrats to you.
Thank you, buddy.
Lots to get into. Real quick on Monday Night Football last night. That was a good football game.
Yes.
The Bengals end up beating the Cowboys 27-0. I guess the biggest story out of this game for me is we will yet again, 20 years and counting now, have a different NFC East champion this year than last year. One of the craziest, weirdest locks in all of sports is that if you won the NFC East last year, you do not win it again in succession the following season. Last year, it was the Cowboys. This year, it'll probably be the Eagles, might be the Commanders, but it'll be one of those two teams, and it will not be Dallas, now 5-8.
There's a couple divisions like that, right, where it's always topsy-turvy, but I'm sure like the NFC South maybe has a back-to-back winner somewhere here and there. I haven't gone and bothered to check. It really is uncanny. Just tells you, A, that's the nature of the NFL, right? Where this happens. Teams go from third to first and first to last and everything in between. But with free agency and player movement and injuries, there, weird stuff happens. But it also tells you there hasn't really been any consistency out of it. Even though the Eagles, by the way, without a doubt, have been a really good organization. Last year, they fell all the way down as a, 11-win team still? It's pretty damn impressive. I'll take that down season an awful lot, but expectations were higher. They've been up, they've been down, they've been to a Super Bowl. They've been really good. They're a legit contender even right now. But just tells you that nobody's really been the cream of the crop there. There's no Bills, there's no Patriots type dynasty, or there's no Kansas City, certainly. It's been, as you said, an up and down thing.
Yeah, the Chiefs just became the second team to ever win 9 straight divisions because they won the division title on Sunday Night Football on the old doink. But the Patriots, who I think won 11 straight, and the Chiefs that won 9 straight are the anti-NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be Philly. We should talk about the Eagles coming up in a little bit. There is, again, mounting turmoil in that locker room as the year goes on. I'm telling you, something is rotten in that organization. It's just not right. And now it sounds like A.J. Brown, their star wide receiver, who seems like a diva pain in the butt, and Jalen Hurts, their quarterback, who's struggling to see the field a little bit, are not seeing eye to eye. You have their defensive lineman, Brandon Graham, was out for the year, who will go down as an Eagles Hall of Famer, saying on a radio interview on our sister station, WIP, yesterday, that those two guys aren't friends and kind of accidentally suggesting they don't like each other at all, which has been assumed at different points, but nobody really knew definitively until last night.
Yeah.
So there's trouble in paradise, which is good for Washington.
Just fine by me.
because it gives you a little glimmer of hope maybe that something could go sideways for the Eagles. They barely beat the Panthers. If Xavier Leggett, who almost made a diving catch, would have been his third catch of the game at the goal line on Sunday, could have hung on to a pass, Danny. Maybe the Panthers beat the Eagles 23-22, and Washington is only 2 games back in the division, and they still play Philly. Instead, it's 3 games. Philly's in the clear, but Washington can erase the tiebreaker that currently goes toward the Eagles and even it back out with a win over Philly at home in a couple of weeks, which would be nice. And then maybe an Eagles collapse away from having a chance at the NFC East. So you can kind of cross your fingers. We saw it last year. They completely imploded. It happened a little earlier in the year. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, it's odd to say about a team that's won 9 straight. You know what I mean? It was 2-2, had an early bye week, and then has played some of the best football of anybody in the NFL. And not that long ago either. But I'm with you. There are cracks. There are little fissures in there, I would say, where, again, their schedule's been challenging, and they've done really, really well, right? Went out to LA. Ask Buffalo how easy that is to go beat the Rams. They did that, beat LA soundly, beat Baltimore. And now all of a sudden, you're right. They probably should have lost that game to Carolina. This is an interesting one this week for them, by the way. They got the Steelers.
Yes, they do. Not the team you want to be playing defensively when you're struggling as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And as a team when you're trying to get right from a passing game standpoint. I got a couple of tweets coming in. I'm at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter and on Instagram. You can always DM me throughout the show or hit me up on Twitter there. Somebody's saying that I said 27-0 Bengals over the Cowboys and asking if it was a Freudian slip. I think a Freudian slip is when you... What is a Freudian slip? You say something wrong on accident that you would like?
Yeah, so it's basically the thing that you actually want or desire comes out, and you were supposed to say something else. Like this is a red thermos. Because I actually want a red thermos.
You want one.
Yeah.
So then this is the definition of a Freudian slip.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I watched the game. It was 27-20. If I said it was 27-0, it was not. But it would have been better had it have been.
Would have been more fun.
But, I mean, the Cowboys' offense was mediocre enough that it wasn't that different than that, even though they found a way to score 20 points. But I love watching me some Joe Burrow, man. Joe Burrow, 369 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's 4 straight weeks for Joe Burrow with 300 yards and 3 scores through the air.
He's
On
incredible.
the season, he's got 33 touchdowns and 6 interceptions.
So when I think of Joe Burrow, and not just the stupid entrances with his like hair or buying the Batmobile, but like the quarterback.
Hold on, before we go past that, because you just piqued my interest. Why does he have to do the stupid outfit thing?
I don't know.
It's the only hole in his game for me to keep him from being my favorite quarterback in the league, which is still Josh Allen. But he bought the Batmobile. Like, the guy is a dude. He is cool. I like everything about him. He's a have a beer with that guy. The hair dyeing thing, kind of quirky and strange. He's a little bit out there, whatever. It's the outfits, man. He does the NBA player wearing the long sweater dress thing. Like, why does he have to wear weird outfits?
I don't know.
Okay.
So I wish I had an answer for it. It'd be so easy just to not do it. I don't get it.
Back to you, Danny.
Yeah, so when I think of Joe Burrow, the quarterback, I think of he'll move around a little bit in the pocket. He'll manipulate, he'll slide and make smart plays and deliver the football on time. I don't know if this is new, but it feels like he's moving around better than he ever has. That's after a few different injuries, right? Like whether I can't remember all the litany of them. I know the wrist was a major. Remember that, by the way, that like no one's ever experienced this thing with his arm. Is it going to be the same? He is. By the way, if they were winning at all, he'd be the MVP of the league, but they're not, so he won't be. But I don't remember him being this elusive, being that quick. Just again making plays and extending them for an offensive line that's struggling at times where they've got to throw a billion times a game because their defense is atrocious on ice. I don't remember him being that athletic, I guess is the point of it. And he is. That's kind of the new reality is that guy moves around incredibly well. He's not going to beat Lamar Jackson or Jaden Daniels in a 40. That's not my point here. It's the escaping, the throwing on the run, the kind of like those second level plays, some of those backbreaker things where you're going, dude, that is exceptional stuff that he's now doing routinely on his way to like 50 touchdowns for a team that's going to lose 12 games.
He's one of the best movers in the pocket of any quarterback in the league. It's the climbing to me toward the line of scrimmage to reset, to throw, that's so backbreaking, where he kind of is very decisive and sudden with it too. Like he immediately notices you've won, and rather than waiting in the pocket to have it cave in on him, he kind of just bolts through and resets so that everyone now, the entire line and all of the defenders are behind him, and he's waiting at the line of scrimmage for someone to come free. But he's definitely a fun watch for sure. I'm sure you saw this yesterday. I know you were busy working, but the Commanders are going to play the New Orleans Saints without Derek Carr. And on top of that, the Commanders think they're going to have Marshawn Lattimore on the field. Chris Olave has not been available to the New Orleans Saints. They're pretty broken at wide receiver right now.
Yeah, they're beat up.
Have you seen their receiving depth chart? They're devoid of weapons for the most part. Marquez Valdez-Scantling has found something since getting to the Saints, which is good for him because he's bounced all over the place. He's had a couple of big games. But they're throwing to Cedric Wilson Jr., the former Dolphin, and a guy named Kevin Austin Jr. I don't know anything about him.
Don't know much about Kevin Austin.
I will apologize in advance.
Junior or senior.
But, like, he's a starting receiver for them right now. And probably Jake Haener, maybe Spencer Rattler, are going to be throwing those guys the football. So it goes without saying, you kind of got to get this one, don't you? You're going on the road. I get it. You're playing in a dome, which is typically loud, but it's not going to be as loud as it normally is in December because the game for Saints fans just isn't that important, closing in on the holidays now. You might have a few Saints fans opt in to do some Christmas shopping over going to watch a team that has already fired its head coach, that is without its starting quarterback. But, Danny, everything's kind of coming up Commanders here.
Yeah, I mean, the Shanahan axiom that you adopted, that you passed on to us, we've now adopted as a show, when you play them. You saw in weeks 1 and 2, you might get 50 on you, right? Where they're with Olave healthy and Shaheed going over the top and Kamara going for 200 yards all purpose and, Taysom Hill being there as a weapon on goal lines and 3rd and 1s and tush pushing and doing everything in between. They just don't have anything. Like, they don't have anybody left that's worth a damn. To your point, their best weapon right now is Marquez Valdez-Scantling. With all due respect, he's not a number 1. He's just not number 2, and he's probably a guy that you could have picked up at any point in time over the last handful of months to just be the 3rd or 4th or 5th guy on your roster. They are so beat up, in such bad shape, cap-wise, health-wise, team-wise. Like, they need a full reboot, reset, restart. So this is the perfect time to play them. And of course, it's all terrifying. If you're a Washington fan, nobody should be overconfident at all, given the number of times you're going, they can't lose to Tommy DeVito when they do. They can't lose to name that backup quarterback or name that Cooper Rush or name that other guy that's terrible. And then they do. Hopefully this is different now, but on paper, there is no better time to play the New Orleans Saints than right now this minute.
So here's where I'm going to separate from, I think, a lot of Commanders fans. I acknowledge that they could lose the game. You can always lose a game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the NFL, man. It's in any given Sunday league. Of course, the Saints can beat them. But there is a big difference between that and acknowledging when you absolutely should win a game, which was what we did all week when they played the Dallas Cowboys, who, by the way, they lost to.
Mm-hmm.
The point remains. They should have beaten Dallas. There was no good reason for them not to beat Dallas. It was unacceptable to lose that football game. With the one caveat being, and this was something Dan Quinn really harped on and went hard in the paint on, division games are weird. Not a great analytical argument, but it's a thing. You play in the division, you play a rival, quirky things happen. It's not quite the same. This is not the division, right? This is not the familiar foe. This is not your brother you got the rivalry with in the NFC East. There's just no reason for them not to go out and just take advantage of an opportunity.
Yeah, quite frankly, they should sandblast this team. I mean, they should be start to finish better than them in every aspect, foot on the throat, dominate them.
The
But you
Saints
never
are
know.
terrible defensively.
Yeah.
And they can't stop the run. Like, it is a bad matchup for New Orleans, even if they're healthy, trying to beat Washington. So, yeah, I mean, it should be a 9-5 record going into the final 3 weeks of the season at that point. And you're in a really, really good spot if you can pull that off. You know what else is this week? And I don't hear anybody talking about this. Maybe that just means I'm not paying enough attention to the right places. Chase Young week. Lest we forget.
Oh, yeah.
Why is nobody talking about this? Everyone's
That's so
forgotten
interesting.
about old Chase. Hashtag revenge game.
Wow.
So just in time for Washington. Do you know what he did this past week?
He had a nice game actually last week, didn't he?
He had no sacks because he never had sacks.
Oh.
But he got 10 pressures, which, shtick aside, is super impressive. He had 36 plays where he rushed the quarterback this past week. They played the New York Giants. Drew Lock held onto the ball, not particularly good, whatever. But on 36 rushes, Chase Young got pressure 10 times, 28% of the time, which was tied for his best game ever in terms of pressures of the quarterback. On the season, he ranks 4th in the NFL with 61 pressures entering week 14. Now, he does not finish. It's just not his thing. Sacks, for whatever reason, and Chase Young are not friends. But this year, he gets a lot of pressures. He pushes his man with strength kind of into the face of the quarterback. He gets around the QB. He's been pretty relentless, and he's played okay. And I just want to acknowledge going into this game in New Orleans that is quite a storyline, that Chase Young has a chance to make a big play against the Commanders in a game they've got to have.
So to your point, you're right. Nobody's talking. I didn't even think of it until you mentioned it. I was like, where's he going right now? Like, is there some other sport I should be paying attention to? Like the National Junior Hockey Championships, USA plays Canada. I had no idea what you were going to say.
Marshawn Lattimore is going to be the headline.
Yeah.
Right? That Lattimore is going back to New Orleans. To me, Chase Young against the team that drafted him number 2, that correctly didn't give him a 5th-year option, which does not happen when you get picked that high, that traded him in the final year of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
That's a way more interesting story.
For not that much.
That he's playing against that team than that Marshawn Lattimore, a corner who fell out of favor with New Orleans and vice versa, is basically coming back from injury against the Saints.
So it's easy to crack jokes. And by the way, I'm going to, just as an FYI, 3.5 sacks. That's not very much in 13 games. However, to your point, though, 19 quarterback hits to kind of go along with those pressures. He actually is pass rushing decently well.
He's having a good season.
He's got 7 more quarterback hits, for example, than anybody on Washington at this point. So with guys with much more gaudy sack totals, with Luvu and others. So he's not a total zilch.
In fairness to those guys, and I shouldn't argue about one tree in the forest here, but I mean they're completely different jobs than Chase Young.
Oh no,
Like,
yeah, they have more responsibility
every single down.
Totally.
So the comp would be like Dante Fowler as an example, just as an aside.
Yeah.
But to your let's comp him to Montez Sweat, who has 4.5 sacks this year. By the way, I mean, come on, guys.
Is that it, really?
Yeah.
For Sweat?
Tackles for loss, he's got 7. He has 9 quarterback hits. What does Chase Young have?
19.
I mean, Chase Young's having a year, dude. Good for him. Now, he can't sack the quarterback. I don't know why.
Is he getting one this weekend? You feel like he gets one?
I think this has a half sack written all over it. I think he
gets...
Like,
is it a Stubblefield half sack where he puts that,
no,
touches him and puts his hand up?
It's like a Jaden Daniels drops back, tries to scramble, runs out of bounds, gets tackled, I'll say, a yard from the line of scrimmage by 2 guys at once, and Chase Young's one of them. And then he'll get up, and you will know it, because he's going to make a big deal about it. That half sack he's going to get for the loss of 1 yard. That's my prediction. We should do that later in the week. Maybe on Friday from Nollins. Predict Chase Young's stat line. But yeah, it's the Chase Young game.
It's the Chase Young game, dude.
Saw something on TV on Sunday night that I found annoying and hypocritical. Let's get to that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
for Tamba Ali. 12 years with the Chiefs, second in franchise history in sacks, going into the Ring of Honor and banging the drum to get us going tonight.
Nothing to see here. Just 70,000 people doing the tomahawk chop. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. That was nationally televised Sunday Night Football. Tirico on the call. The drum gets banged. I believe they play something in the stadium, although I'm not really sure. Do you know that, Danny? In
I don't.
Atlanta or in Kansas City, do they play some type of...
So in Atlanta, they used to with the organ, like the dun, 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 like whatever
Correct.
Florida State does. Yeah.
Is there an instrumental that accompanies it, or is that just 70,000 people making the noise? And if they all stopped, it's a cappella and nothing would be audibly happening. Is it just the drum that... Because the drum is pretty clearly...
a call to action.
Telling you, hey, guys, let's do the thing where we all put our hands forward like a tomahawk chop and do our battle cry. And I'm just sitting here at my house where I've got Commander stuff on the wall because the team's no longer named the Redskins and the logo and the emblem are gone. And I'm not sitting here advocating, by the way, for a path back to Redskins and or the old logo. I'm fine. I don't like the name Commanders, but I understand how we got here. The hypocrisy will never not annoy me, though. I think that's all I want. You know, sometimes I think
this is what I want at all times for everything.
Like I complain about something and my wife will say, like, so what do you want? And I'm like, I just want you to say you're right, that this is stupid, that the fact that we're going to 4 stores for grocery shopping in 1 week is stupid, or, you know, whatever it is, right? And she's like, I don't understand why you're so, I just want someone to say, this is pretty dumb. I think I just want someone to go, Grant, you're right. This is hypocritical and ridiculous. That the Chiefs, named the Chiefs, can do the tomahawk chop and nobody cares. In fact, they televise it nationally on NBC. The NFL celebrates it as like cool environment thing. When you're in the Viking Stadium, somebody goes, and everyone does the skull, right? We're doing this bit right before the game. Who's it going to be this week? Someone from Minnesota. Oh, look, it's the guy who built Mall of America. We're all doing it. At the Chiefs game, somebody bangs the drum, and we all go, oh. And it's this awesome look at Arrowhead Stadium. Arrowhead Stadium, by the way. I guess it's Geehaw Field now, or whatever. Right. Chiefs. Can someone just acknowledge hypocritical? And then I'll move on.
So here we go. put my the waders on and my my goggles and scuba gear, and let's get into this. I'm sure it'll piss people off, but whatever. I'm an adult. Hopefully you guys are too. I am just so out of step with society on almost everything these days. And I know part of that's just being old, and I know that's what happens to you, and you shake your fist. You're like, I don't know who anyone is, and I don't know what they're singing about. Like, whatever. I understand that. I know how I sound. But
who is Charlie XCX?
Why? What are they? Is that a band?
Is this Dave Chappelle Roan?
Does he have a my face? All right, listen. The thing I can't do that everybody does, everyone does, people get more upset at mean words than mean deeds. Wrong. You're all wrong. Crimes are worse than mean words. Sorry, they just are. Actual acts of crime are worse than someone that didn't say the right thing. Sorry. I'll never get there with you guys. People get more outraged about the mean words than they do about the mean thing. The mean thing is so bad. We got laws on the books. We got jail time for it. We don't have jail time because you said something stupid on Twitter. Anyway, this goes to that to me. I understand. Again, whether I agree or not is irrelevant to me. I understand, to your point, how we got here with Washington's team name. I get it. Whether I'm mad about it, happy about it, sad about it, I'm not just going to sit there and hold my breath till I turn purple and pass around petitions. I'm not doing any of that. I get it. I moved on to the next thing. The thing that I can't stand is, to your point, the hypocrisy of it. I will never, ever, 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 as long as I live and breathe on this planet, understand how that thing, the tomahawk chop, isn't more reductive and worse than anything that anybody else was doing at any other time. You'll never get me. You never convince me. There's nothing you can say or do. Written proof, something notarized. You can get 1,000 witnesses. I'll need 50,000 more. You give me 50,000, I'll need 1 billion. And from then on, I'll be on my deathbed going, The tomahawk chop is worse. And then it'll expire. Flatline. What were his last words? The tomahawk chop is worse. It's hypocritical. Dead. I will never understand. Now, there are columns written. There are a few people that say their piece every year in the local paper, or there are a few folks out there here and there who object to it as well. But to your point, there was an embracing at the league level from broadcasters, the Bob Costases sitting you down and lecturing you about what's good and what's bad, all the highest levels, to basically move on from Washington's old name. Okay, at a league level, that's what happened. It hasn't happened here, and there's not a beep. You got your detector out, your radar detector, looking for it, and it isn't there, and I don't get it.
And this is where people will disagree with me to an extent. I acknowledge that the name Redskins, while it was not the way that you knew it and I knew it and every person listening knew it and what it meant to us and what it means still to this day to so many of us, is not a racial term. I acknowledge that the name Redskins, for the people that wanted it changed and at the league office where they said we've got to move on, is a worse name, is a more divisive name, is a pejorative more so than Braves or Chiefs or even Indians, which has been changed to Guardians. I acknowledge that. Okay, I will. And I will stand by that. I just need everyone to acknowledge that there's a big difference even between, hey, man, the fans are going to do the chop thing. We can't stop them. Just like fans still sing Hail to the Redskins after the team scores.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to get you to sing Hail to the Commanders. You can't make my fat ass do it.
Yeah, I'm not fighting for the Commanders, guys. Sorry. I ain't doing it.
If I am paying to go to the game, and I'm not saying me personally, but just in this hypothetical, and I'm sitting there, someone's going to come sit next to me and go, hey, I heard that. I heard what you said. You have to say the Commanders. You can't make someone stop singing Hail to the Redskins. You can't make Chiefs fans stop doing the, but you know what you could do? You could not do the drum beating at the beginning if it was really that important to stop doing it.
Because it's not important at all.
It's not important.
And that's the deal.
NBC doesn't have to show it. I mean, there is just a polar opposite view of how they viewed Washington's organization and the Chiefs. So just acknowledge to me that the 3 Super Bowls are one of the big differences. You know what I mean? Acknowledge to me that you don't mind Clark Hunt, that you don't hate the Hunt family as much as you hated Dan Snyder.
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledge,
and I hate Dan Snyder too, by the way.
Yeah, we got that in common.
I don't like that guy.
We got that in common.
We're friends.
Acknowledge to me that if Washington had won the recent Super Bowls and Patrick Mahomes was the poster child of the league as a player with the Redskins and the Hunt family owned this organization, that they'd probably still be named the same thing. Or that the Chiefs in this hypothetical would still be named the Redskins, even if the situations were completely reversed. Let's just call it what it is. But I guess I don't have much more to say other than I'm sitting in my basement on Sunday. Sunday Night Football comes on. It's the start of the game, and 70,000 people are doing the thing. And I just look around with my hands in the air. I'm like Seinfeld, the last guy in the apartment kind of thing. And I'm like, I can't be the only one.
And your kids are there like, what are you talking about, Dad?
Who finds this so outrageous? It can't just be me that every time I see this goes, I got nothing left. But this is just okay
but this
for the
is
rest
fine.
of time.
And again, I
get out of here.
And I'm also at the risk of my own hypocrisy. I am not lecturing anybody. I want to make sure I'm very clear on that. I'm not telling anybody to start something, stop something, or any kind of behavior. Do what you want. It's your fandom. The point that I'm trying to make here is it's celebrated. That's the difference to me. To your point, if no one's banging any drum and NBC tunes in for kickoff and they're doing it at kickoff and you got to televise the kickoff, your hands are tied.
But
what
if
are you going to do?
The Redskins, and I'm this is a little heavy-handed, but it would be something along the lines of, welcome into Landover, Maryland, where they're currently doing that despicable tomahawk chop. Now for the kickoff. Like that was the tone about everything Redskins. Everything.
Right.
At the end.
The fact that it's not condemned to the same degree.
To any degree.
Now again, some of the there's a Venn diagram. Some of the same people that like crusaded against Washington's name are probably writing their same columns. And I mean, the pulse is out there. You can find it if you want to look for it. But it's not the groundswell. It's not the people that are secondhand going, you know what? This is offensive, without necessarily evidence to one degree or the other. They're just sort of declaring something because maybe they believe it, maybe they read something that convinced them. I have no idea. But what I want is the same energy, as you young people say. Give me the same energy for something that I have always believed is worse. I think it's worse. But again, I'm not telling Chiefs fans to do it, not do it, anything in between. I don't care if they do it or not. My point is, it's not only not condemned by some of the same folks that condemned my thing, but it's celebrated. That's the difference to me. It's the, as Dave Chappelle said, it's a celebration, bitches. It's the celebration. That I can't abide.
Yeah, and it's not just the Chiefs, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That's the obvious one because it's the same sport.
Sure.
It's pretty easy, right? Same owners' meetings.
Mm-hmm.
So the name Chiefs, right? That they've got the, basically an arrowhead right there in the logo. Now they've stopped doing the headdress stuff just like the Redskins did many, many, many years ago. So that we got that going for us, I suppose. But the Braves are doing the same thing. Somebody said the Indians have changed their name as well. I'd have to do more digging. I thought that was always kind of their choice, essentially. I understand they got a lot of pushback and a lot of heat, but I don't think it was to the same extent. The Redskins had to change their name because in the end, really what took place was the same people that forced Dan to sell. So they're heroes in the story in the end. The minority owners that he was in that fight with, remember?
Mm-hmm.
The way I've understood it is basically motivated all the sponsors to essentially threaten that if they didn't change the name, that they would no longer do business with them.
Mm-hmm.
And, they weren't going to be able to sell their jerseys in team stores.
Yeah,
and
they were taken out of team stores
the
all over the
NFL's
place.
website and on, at the time, it might have been Nike or Adidas or whatever. They weren't going to be available. And so quite literally, there was that pushback. I don't think that ever happened for the Cleveland Indians. I think they just kind of decided, we don't need whatever's coming down the pike. We see the writing on the wall here. We're going to make the change. I do think it is different. But the Braves, there's been no talk, right? And again, different thing, right? That's a more positive word than certainly Redskins is in terms of connotation. I'm not saying it's one-to-one, but they do the chop. There's just a hypocrisy. Like you're either part of the protected team group on this, or you're the one that everyone hated and thought was the worst, which happened to be this one. But I just wonder how people feel when they watch that. Or you completely understand and you go, oh, it's completely different. We should have changed everything, and they shouldn't have to do anything. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us. G&D on the Fan. Sunday, ahead of Sunday Night Football, in Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium, Tom Bahali led the stadium by beating a drum, and they all did the tomahawk chop. Seems hypocritical in a league where Redskins was done away with, right? And I'm just asking, can we acknowledge there's some hypocrisy, that's hypocritical? Trying to get your feelings on it. I saw there was a lot of fervor on my timeline from some fans watching that game on Sunday. You can chime in at 800-636-1067. Danny, I actually believe if you go back, you will see before the changing of the name that in the end, my point was change the name. I just thought that there was too much water under the bridge, that it was not worth continuing the fight. I did not think that there would be as much damage done, frankly, irreparable damage to the brand, that the ceiling of the organization would lower in a way that you could never raise again to the same level when you change the name. That's the part I was wrong about. But I do think the term Redskins, even though it's not what it meant to me, is worse than the term Chiefs or the term Braves. And I understand how we got here. I do. I just want someone to also admit that this was a Dan Snyder thing, largely. That this organization's irrelevant and the owner is hated by all the other owners, and we're trying to get him out of the league thing. And if we could just admit that, then I'll feel a lot better about it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, all the different arguments and things that I heard, like everyone else did, and read and listened to over the years, every one of them applies like plus, or like times 1.5 to the reductive act of the tomahawk chop. See what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's the part I care about more than anything else. It's like, you want to tell me my thing's offensive? All right, fine. I can listen to you. I want to have a great conversation. But we can start there, right? That's where we should all start. Everyone should go there and start with that first, right? Not only is it the people doing it, as you said, you can't stop people from doing it. It's the encouragement and the celebrating of it when, when here in Washington, our thing was condemned. I get that. I don't get that. I don't get the fact that it's not only is it fine, it's just, here we go. They're doing it, guys. Tune in. Check it out. Listen to the great atmosphere. No.
If you have been pulled over and you're sitting there on the side of the road and cars are screaming past you, going faster than you ever were, it kind of feels like I'm saying to the cop, what about them?
Yeah. You were going 65 and a 55. That dude was going 100.
Right.
Right.
Well, let's say he was going 60 in the speed limit was 45, right? Doesn't matter. My point is it's not even like I'm still here and you can't go pull them over because you're dealing with me. You gave me a ticket and I'm just watching you sit there drinking your coffee and everyone flying past you, and you don't seem to care about anybody else. So would you just tell me what was different about me? That's what I want.
I didn't like your bumper sticker.
What was different about me? And why don't you care about them? Scott in Silver Spring. Hey, Scotty.
Hello, Scott.
Hey, fellas. What's up?
Hey, man.
I can tell you what's different about you, your owner. I mean,
yeah,
that's just my opinion. I mean, I think if we had different ownership, there wouldn't have been the push by corporate entities that there was. And for sure, our current ownership would have sat down with the concerned group and maybe something would have been worked out, similar to what I believe Florida State does with Seminole Nation annual contribution to whatever. But I definitely think it would have went totally different. Maybe the name would have been changed ultimately, but it wouldn't have went the way it did go.
Florida State's a whole nother beast, I would say. Although, again, I would be willing to tell you that Redskins is worse than Seminoles, just as words.
Well, because it's after a specific, easy for me to say, specific tribe, and they actually have agreements with them.
Yeah,
they've sat down, there's an accords. Yeah, I mean, just to double down on that, it's an important distinction.
Yeah, so they have that relationship. But, I mean, you do quite literally have, in Washington, correctly, people stopped doing the headdress and the whole giddy up and Chief Z, if you remember. I mean, in Florida State, dude's coming out on a horse still, isn't he? And throwing the javelin. I mean, it is a very different thing. Let's go to Hal in Kensington on Grant and Danny. What's up, Hal?
Hey, guys, I was going to start by disagreeing with you, and I do to a degree, but I think you make a fair point. I think not a lot, some of this was driven by true animus, understandable animus towards Snyder. So I grant you that. But I think
let me ask you this: if Clark Hunt,
I'm all right with that.
If Clark Hunt was the owner of this football team, would they still be named the Redskins or no?
Well, I think it's different. Also, I agree with you there. That name is more. That's a slur. I mean, that is a true slur. I don't think Chiefs or I'm really glad. I think all of it should go. I'll be clear. I think they should all go. And I was really glad, although Seminoles is different. I think that's a different kettle of fish. But the other names should go. I think it was great that Cleveland is now the Guardians in baseball. I love that name. It's local. I'm totally big on that. I also think you can change your name and you can improve your brand. The team here's brand has been in the toilet because they stink. And
Will you acknowledge, Hal,
back,
that the name change has been detrimental to the organization?
Well, it was a bad name. I think if they had chosen, I was for Red Wolves, you can come up with something else. I think a good name and you come up with a cool logo it was a bad change.
So you think changing to
change.
Commanders was the problem, not changing the name?
So there was some, and respectfully disagree there. Like we always have to, fill these columns up or the different pies, whatever, however you want to call it. But there are some that as soon as it stopped being Redskins said, I'm out forever. Doesn't matter if it was the best name in the history of names, they were never going to come back. And I think you need to acknowledge that. Doesn't mean that was everybody, but I think there is still a portion that was so damaging, and I underestimated that. I think you and I both did.
Quinn, Rockville, you're on the Fan. What's up?
Hey, David Granny, how are you on? I'm not as big a racist as you are, Day.
Bob.
Day. Who was that last guy? Here's the thing, guys. If you do away with the Redskins, the Chiefs, the Indians, the Seminoles, if you do away with all those names, this is my biggest contention. 10, 20, 30 years from now, people will forget there were ever Native Americans in this country. And the fact is, the tomahawk chop and the chant is so offensive. It was the first game of the season, and they spent 2 minutes with that stuff going on in the background, and I just kept thinking to myself, do they realize the hypocrisy here? And people used to ask the questions, well, what if the Redskins were called the Blackskins? Well, they're not called the Blackskins. They're called the Redskins, and it's hail to the Redskins, not hate to the Redskins. This is reverence. It's a joy. It's a thing. It's not a bad thing.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's the tips in it now re-legislating the name change, and that's not kind of the point.
That's not really the goal of this. There are people that will disagree. There are a lot of people that agree with you. There are plenty that will disagree. I don't think the previous caller, it seems like you took umbrage with his points. You guys are on different ends of the spectrum, and you're both welcome to the conversation. The reason I bring this up is a thing happened. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to undo the thing that happened.
The bell's been rung.
Yes. They decided, the league and everyone with power said, you can't be this anymore, and you can't look with your logo like this anymore. Fine. Check. We're what you want us to be now. You don't care about this? This is just cool? We're just going to keep doing that for how long? Oh, forever. Okay.
Oh, you're doing it more. Oh, you're doing it harder than you did before. Great.
Seems strange.
Yeah.
We'll ask Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post about this, but there's a lot of other DC sports content to get to with him. We'll give a little State of the Union. Capitals are the best team in hockey. We've got the Nats in the winter meetings who aren't spending money just yet. Will they this offseason? And the Commanders are trying to make a playoff push. You're listening to the Fan. Do you remember a few days ago there was this message that went out to players all over the NFL, basically about some ring that was going to be targeting athletes and guys had to be very careful?
Yep.
Do you remember that?
I do.
You know that last night during Monday Night Football, Joe Burrow's house was broken into.
So scary, man.
And in fact, a girl was staying at his house. I think a young girl whose parents were at the game in some way, friends with Joe Burrow or whatever. And she had to call 911 because the house was being broken into, as did her mom subsequently, who I guess was at the game, saying, someone is trying to break into the house right now. My daughter is there. It's Joe Burrow's house. She's staying there. He's at the football game. She's wondering what she should do, if she should be hiding or if she should go outside. I don't know if this is related to that or not, but it is just scary, weird time.
Remember there was a rash of those for NBA players like a handful of years ago. I remember Kevin Garnett's home got broken into.
Well, that's what the plan was with Sean Taylor. He was not supposed to be there.
And Sean Taylor.
You know, these millionaires are on the road.
Yeah.
They've got nice things in their home. People suck. So they break into their house and try to steal stuff. But that's super scary when
terrifying.
You got a kid, or I don't know how old she was, but someone in his house. G&D on the Fan, thank you for making the show part of your day. Brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They will update your last will and testament. As need be, they'll get your revocable trust as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the guest hotline. Welcome onto the show, our buddy, Barry Svrluga, for a little State of the Union on DC Sports. Barry, we thought this would be a good time to get you on to go around the horn because there's a little something going on with every team. How are you, man?
Great, man. Glad to do it.
So we're going to start with off the beaten path here. We were just talking about this kind of out of nowhere on the show, but Sunday I'm sitting down to watch Sunday Night Football, and I'm not a bring back the name, bring back the logo guy, just as a caveat. But I am a, wait, we're still doing this guy, which was at the beginning of the telecast, NBC is essentially putting over the vibes at Arrowhead Stadium as the Chiefs are running out onto the field to the tomahawk chop being done by 70,000 people. What do you make of that not only still existing, but essentially being celebrated after the Commanders have now become the Commanders with the block W and, you know, are afraid to put the Redskins logo on a Darryl Green jersey from the past?
I find it incredibly unsettling, and I'll just take it to a personal level. The 2021 World Series was between the Braves and the Astros, and I remember getting to Truist Field out there outside of Atlanta and kind of bracing for their version of the chop, which is essentially the same as the Chiefs' version of the chop. And I know, Danny, you talked about this a little bit. I found it even that much closer to the summer of 2020 when there was all that unrest during the pandemic across the country, which was the timing of when the Washington NFL team decided to ultimately, or was forced to ultimately change its name. I kind of thought, aren't we done with this kind of, you know, painting a group in one way? And I'm with you. I don't want to preach about it. I don't want to say you should think a certain way. I just find, you know, whatever it is, 70,000 people at Arrowhead Stadium or 40,000 people at Truist Park doing this chant that is very evocative of a certain kind of painting with a broad brush of a whole subset of culture, very, very weird. And yes, Grant, I'm willing to stitch it to what you're willing to stitch it to, which is, well, if the team here had to change its name, why are the broadcast partners of these leagues celebrating what's essentially a similar behavior and similar stereotyping in other markets?
Yeah, I think it's well said. I mean, it's I think Grant brought this point up earlier, Barry, and I just want to get your thought on this before we move to the next topic here in our informal Around the Horn. But there's a difference between, you can't stop people from singing "Hail to the Redskins" at the football games, right? I mean, they're just, people are going to do what they want to do. You have a couple beers, you celebrate the touchdown, you sing the song you knew as a kid. You probably can't stop the Braves fans, probably can't stop the Chiefs fans, no matter how many announcements you make or whatever, from doing the thing they want to do. It's let's zoom in the camera to the guy that's banging the drum, and then Mike Tirico, who I love, by the way, sort of gleefully saying, like, check out this atmosphere, as if to say, like, welcome to the show. That, to me, is the part I just can't abide. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, it's one thing to happen organically, and you can question the people who would want to do it organically, and another part to make it, you know, another way to make it officially part of the program. Like, this is what we do. We lead you down this path. 70,000 slightly inebriated people. How are you supposed to respond? I find that curious at best and questionable for sure. You guys talked a little bit about the Indians switching to the Guardians, which was not, my understanding is correct, as forced a nature as the Redskins switching to the Washington football team, but it was an acknowledgement of this ridiculous smiley-faced mascot and the name that accompanies it feels outdated. Let's move on. Let's move on as a group. And guess what? The Guardians don't have a Chief Nakahoma with a tom-tom out there anymore. They've moved on completely. I think that's more. I'm with you, Danny. Like, let's not try to make everybody robots and everybody think the same way, but let's not also program these outdated things into the evening.
Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. So you've been writing a lot lately about all the different teams, and we can go through some of those pieces. But I want to start with the Juan Soto contract, who you covered here in D.C., from really two perspectives. One, what a game changer this is for Major League Baseball and every owner in the sport. But then also what it means for Nats fans who see another one of their stars go to an arch rival for the balance of his career as they wait to see if their ownership group is going to give them Anthony Rizzo, or if he's out of their price range.
I mean, there's so many tentacles to this. One, and you and I, Grant, have texted about this, $765 million I did not see coming. Now, I do not think that number in the end retroactively gives the learners a pass on what I had always argued, that Juan Soto, 2.5 years from free agency, should have been offered at least $500 million over 13, 14, or 15 years, because at that point, there was no Ohtani deal. At that point, he could have gotten hurt at some point before free agency. At that point, you would have been asking him to make a historic bet on himself, and turning down $500 million at that time, I think, is a lot harder than turning down the $440 that he did. I had GMs at the time being like, wow, $440 million sounds like a lot, but if you think of it in that perspective, at that timing, there was no way he was going to accept that. So I'm not going to give the learners a pass for not going further at that time. I also think you're right that the fact that it's the Mets matters. The fact that it's the Mets matters and hurts more for Nats fans than if he had stayed a Yankee. The Yankees are supposed to do Yankee things. The Mets just did a Yankee thing. And the fact that the Mets did that and he will now play you 13 times a year as opposed to just 3 in one park or the other, that he's going to be in D.C. 3 times a season for a series, that matters. That's more painful, because I believe in the player. I believe he earned that money. I believe at least through the first 8, 9, 10 years of that deal, he's going to perform in accordance to what he's getting paid. I think that's a lot to stomach for Nats fans.
Barry Svrluga, the Post, with us here on G&D. So long question incoming, Barry, so bear with me. Apologies. The Kyle Finnegan, to me, is the window into what's going on here with the Nationals. A baseball argument could be made both to have kept him after the trade deadline and to have traded him. I would have traded him, but I could hear somebody saying, hey, wait, we need some of these kids to get more of these wins and validate some things. We need him to close. It's more important to us. We're not going to get what we want in trade. Let's keep him. I'd have traded him, but I understand that's a baseball perspective. Then it's a baseball perspective to say, well, I don't want to sign him for a massive pay increase because of his ancillary numbers and his value. He kind of outkicked his coverage a little bit. That's fine too. When we get what we got, though, which is you didn't trade him and you didn't keep him, it tells you business people and baseball people either weren't speaking or something changed or something else. I don't see a positive outcome there. To me, this is a window into where this organization is right now. Would love your thoughts.
I don't disagree at all. And the only caveat I would say is if a month from now we're talking about the $8.5, $9 million, whatever Kyle Finnegan would have made in arbitration as a 38 save guy last year, if that money and more money has been reallocated to pick one, a power hitting first baseman, a DH with power, somebody who can plug third base until Brady House comes up, a number 1 or number 2 or number 3, some veteran starting pitcher, more bullpen help. If that money and more has been reallocated and you say, hey, we jettisoned Kyle Finnegan, but we replaced him with players A, B, C, and D that address needs 1, 2, 3, and 4, and our payroll has now increased from nothing, flat zero, we're paying 0 players, to, okay, now we have some veterans around that are making $10 million more a year, and that's augmenting the core that we have. Then you've executed a strategy. What you've articulated and what is apparent to this point is not a strategy. Trading Hunter Harvey, whose all underlying numbers were better than Finnegan's, he throws harder, he has a higher whiff rate, fewer fly balls, fewer homers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They got a pick and a player for Hunter Harvey a couple of weeks before the deadline because they were aggressive. That's how you execute at the deadline. What they did with Finnegan in both not trading him and not keeping him, as you described, is odd, unless we've got moves to come, and there better be moves to come.
So let's get there with you, Barry. 2025 is coming quickly, right? I mean, it's not going to be long before we see you in West Palm Beach. And I get it. It's only been a few weeks. Only 5 of the top, 50 free agents or whatever have found homes. It's very early. But we are reading some tea leaves. You talk to people. I talk to people. You see the reports from the people who do this for a living. The Nats are not really swimming in what I'm calling the ponds where the big fish are, okay? I mean, they are not linked to the stars. They have nobody on their books at this point who makes any money. Their highest paid player is Luis Garcia, and Keibert Ruiz after him. Then I think it's Mackenzie Gore, Derek Law, JoJo Gray, who's not even going to pitch this year, and no one else makes $1 million. Their payroll, you may have a better number than I do, but is effectively between 30 and 35 million on actual players who are going to be on the team. That's the Marlins. That's the A's, right? So I say all this to ask you, what should we be expecting this offseason? I think it was Andrew Golden in the Post last night, your colleague who does an awesome job covering the beat and getting the news on this team, suggested they like Christian Walker, which I've been hearing for months. I think they got baseball guys that really, really like him, which is great, but that maybe he's going to be too rich for them. Well, if he's too rich for them, that's like tier 2 among power bats. The next tier down is like Anthony Rizzo or Paul Goldschmidt. I mean, do I have to start preparing myself for that?
I think there's a chance, Grant, because I do think they're in that 2011 mode where they've regressed to the point, and at that point they hadn't built up yet to the point where, they're not viewed as a legitimate contender. Particularly, go back to the Soto discussion. I mean, they now swim in a pond where Steve Cohen will spend any amount of money to get any player, where the Phillies have already shown that they can spend $300 million on more than one player, and where the Braves have signed team-friendly long-term deals to some of their better young players. Like, that's a tough pond to swim in. But if you go back to that 2011 deal, and I've talked for the past couple of years about, they went and got Jason Worth a year before, or year or two before anybody thought like they would be able to fish in that kind of stream. And the only reason they did it, and Jason Worth would tell you this, is, they went a year and, X million dollars more than the Boston Red Sox, who were the other suitor there. They are now in position where they would have to overpay. Do you overpay for Christian Walker, who, while he's great defensively and has a little bit of the pop that you're looking for, particularly at first base? I know there are some people that view him as a declining player. Is the 3rd or 4th year of that deal nowhere near what the first year is? And if you are overpaying and you're adding a year on because you have to overpay to a declining player, that gives you more of the decline and less of the prime. It's a very, very difficult spot. And more to your point, and this is where it's disappointing to me, I think that they should be in the discussions for a Corbin Burns or a Max Fried, like the top of the rotation free agents that are out there. That would bump everybody back into a more comfortable role. If you could say to Mackenzie Gore, you don't have to be the ace. Pitch to your abilities. You're number 2 or number 3. Cade Cavalli, when you saw, they would have so much rotation depth if you add one 180, 190, 200 inning guy. And it's disappointing to me that Mike Rizzo, who believes in starting pitching being the foundation of your club, is not being allowed financially to go pursue the best starting pitcher that's out there.
Barry, I want to shift gears to the Capitals. I thought they'd be better, but I guess I would say mildly skeptical that they would be the best team in the NHL, but I don't think anybody saw this coming, maybe even internally. Just try to quantify this for us. What are we seeing here year over year?
It's just jaw-dropping, Danny, and I'd say it's delightfully jaw-dropping. I mean, I said to some of the people with the team when they went out west, like, you couldn't have paid me to stay up past 10 p.m. to watch one of their 2-1 slugfests in
Right.
Vegas last year. Like, it's just not worth the time. And I found myself when they were in Vegas and Utah and Colorado, like, not being able to turn the TV off after midnight. I did some digging on this in terms of year-over-year goal scoring, and this goes back to last week, but I think it holds up. Before the Toronto-Montreal swing, they were averaging a league best 4.08 goals per game. That's up from 2.63 goals per game, which ranked 28th in the league a year ago. If the NHL and the Caps ran the numbers for me, to find an increase year over year, and we haven't gone through 82 games of the schedule, but to find an increase year over year for one team to increase by what amounted to, I think, 1.45 goals a game, you had to go back to 1970-71, the Boston Bruins back then. Right now, you're looking at a historic offensive improvement. It has to be sustained. The good news is that even if they don't score 4 goals a night, they're playing really good defense. They're getting decent goaltending. And I think one conclusion you have to draw is that Brian McClellan and Chris Patrick had a whiteboard in Vegas where they were drawing up their plans for free agency. They had boxes they wanted to check. They checked every single one of those boxes in a way that formed a lineup that Spencer Carberry, who I believe is proving to be a very top-notch coach, could fit his lineup together personally, both skill-wise and personality-wise. And right now you're seeing a complete team with 4 lines and 3 strong defensive pairings that I think we're moving past the point where we're saying this is a really good start to saying this is a really good team.
Yeah, they're number 1 in some of the power rankings I look at now, ranking all the NHL teams, and they're tied for the most points in the National Hockey League. You can read Barry's work in the Washington Post. Before we let you go, final minute here, but we'd be remiss if we didn't come back and actually mention football in a between-the-lines sense. The Commanders come out of the bye, Barry, 4 games to go here against the Saints, the Eagles, and then the Falcons and Cowboys. How many wins do you see there, and do you think 10-7 would get them in, or do you think they've got to get to 11?
I feel pretty comfortable that 10-7 gets them in. I also feel fairly comfortable that they'll get to 11. And maybe I'm overreading into the get right game against what was the Tennessee Titans. But yeah, you've mentioned that New Orleans is playing better and under an interim head coach. They're still quarterbacks who they're quarterbacks by, and the Commanders still have Jaden Daniels and a bunch of weapons. I feel like the Falcons are going in the wrong direction. That feels like a very vulnerable team. And the Cowboys, if they need that game in Dallas in Week 18, I mean, who would you rather be playing than that dumpster fire at that point? So it's weird to be kind of feeling overconfident about a Washington football team in December, because that's such it's just an unfamiliar feeling around here. But I not only think they get to 10, I think, we could be looking at the first 11-win season since the last Super Bowl year, which is astonishing to say. And then, take your chances in the playoffs. You're going to play on the road, but if the draw is Seattle or Tampa or Atlanta or whatever, you got a chance. If it's in Philly, that's a little bit tougher, I think. But just amazing that we can sit here weeks before Christmas and be like, oh, let's talk about playoff seeding. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, no doubt. Very awesome as always, man. Good to catch up with you.
Appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
Barris Faluga, outstanding. Check him out in the Washington Post. Joining us here on Grant and Danny. He just mentioned potentially going to Philly. The Eagles come to Washington a week from Sunday. That's just a week and a half away now. Are the Eagles possibly starting to show some signs of another one of their late year locker room turmoil That's next on Grant and Danny. Is it happening again for the Philadelphia Eagles? Remember last year, Danny, when they just completely came apart at the seams?
They collapsed.
They were so bad in the stretch run of the season. So people forget that the 2023 Philadelphia Eagles lost once as of week 13.
Yeah, they got away with it a couple times where they probably should have lost a game or, we're close with teams. But still, you don't go 11-1 by accident, right?
No, it's hard to do. They started 10-1. And then they lost to San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle, barely beat the Giants, who stunk, and then lost to the Cardinals and the Giants to end the season. They went 1-5. They went into the playoffs, and immediately, was it the Bucks who eviscerated them?
32-9, woodshed.
Good Lord. What a nightmare that was. So they blow out their offensive staff, including Brian Johnson, who ended up here in Washington as the pass game coordinator. He was the play caller. The OC had a pretty good relationship, I think I remember reading, with Jalen Hurts. But that relationship was in some way either threatening to or led to a bad relationship between he and Nick Sirianni, so to speak. So Sirianni went and got Kellen Moore. Defensively, they got rid of everyone on the defensive staff as well. I think it was Desir was the defensive coordinator, if I remember, Sean Desir, something like that.
Sean Desai, yeah.
Desai.
Yeah.
And so he's gone, and then they go get Vic Fangio, who's on my short list for best DCs in the NFL this year. I think he has done a sensational job. How good is that defense
It's
right
very
now?
good. It is very good. It's better than last year, which is a dubious honor. They were 30th out of 32 last year in points allowed.
But I mean, since their bye week, and when you say that, normally you think like mid-season. No.
They had that early bye.
It was week 4. So you're talking about, for them, 7 games. 8 games since their bye week where they're 8-0. So they have an 8-game winning streak now. In that 8-game winning streak, their defense has been completely lights out. They have allowed more than 20 points once, and it was 23 in a win to Jacksonville when they were up huge in that game and had kind of packed it in, so to speak. But I bring up the Eagles in last year because there is some writing on the wall here that things are not right again. On Sunday, they had a terrible passing game. Jalen Hurts threw for 108 yards on 21 attempts. 21 attempts, 108 yards.
It was a gross game.
They did not target A.J. Brown until almost halftime. After the game, A.J. Brown was pretty clearly salty, right, in the locker room. A.J. Brown was bothered. He was annoyed. He didn't like anything about their plan, and he did his normal diva, I only caught 4 balls thing, which, by the way, when you've just won your 8th straight game, I've got a little less patience for this.
9th straight, by the way. They started 2-2, and they're now 11-2.
So is it 9 since
in
the
a
bye?
row.
All right.
9 in a row.
Corrected.
Yeah.
So 9 in a row, mind you. And you got big problems, and you're annoyed because you didn't get the ball enough. So that tells me a lot about you, by the way. But this was A.J. Brown postgame.
Offense wasn't good enough. What are some things you think that the offense needs to improve on? Passing.
AJ, I know everybody wants to get in a rhythm. And Devontae was acknowledging that, receivers, just like running backs, want to get in a rhythm. How hard is it as a receiver to get into a rhythm when you guys only throwing about 20 times?
Incredibly so.
So he would go on. It's a much longer clip, but we'll play that because it's hard to hear. Basically, what's the issue? What do you have to do better? Passing. Seems like a shot at your quarterback.
Yeah.
But, I mean, maybe it's just the whole passing game, but you didn't say that much. And then how hard is it to get into the flow when you're not getting the ball? Incredibly. He's upset.
Yeah, he's annoyed.
Fuel to the fire from Brandon Graham. He is the defensive end. He's got his own segment on WIP every week, the equivalent of, say, our Austin Eckler segment, which, by the way, is coming up in 90 minutes at 5 o'clock today. Looking forward to talking to Austin, presented by IT Cadre. But this was our sister station, WIP in Philly, with Brandon Graham. He kind of puts his foot in his mouth, I think, a little bit by letting the cat out of the bag. It's hard to listen to this and assume that Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown like each other.
Yeah, this is not an everything's fine segment.
Exactly.
Right?
He essentially, I think, lets out the inner workings of the locker room that these two guys do not get along at all, which was the speculation at one point last year. Seemed like maybe they got over it. But A.J. Brown is, whenever there's any kind of stretch where they're not throwing the ball well, seems to be at odds with Jalen Hurts and goes at Jalen Hurts on the sideline. But this was Brandon Graham.
The person that's complaining need to be accountable. And I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he noticed. I don't know the whole story, but I know that one is trying. And I mean, 11 could be a little better with how he responds to things. And they was friends before this. It's like, man, but things have changed. And I understand that because life happens. But it's the business side that we have to make sure that we don't let the personal get in the way of the business. And that's where we got to do better as right now, because we know it's an issue. Everybody's seeing some things, but we need to be able to talk things out as men. You know what I'm saying? But we need to let personal stuff go and let's get right for this game, because, man, it's like a lot of stuff. Most of the time, it's just a conversation that just need to be had. But the person with the problem gotta want to talk to the person other than others. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
They have not lost in 2.5 months. They have won 9 straight games since their bye week, and this is what's going on this week.
There is now, again, I'm not any kind of detective. I'm not a forensic whatever. I heard personal problem, and 2 people that have a problem with each other, and personal stuff and business stuff. There's a personal problem. He acknowledged that, pointed to it, spoke about it, and then talked about how to resolve the personal problem.
Do we think he's on injured reserve? So it stands to reason I think he's around and in the locker room, but maybe he's not as inside as he normally is. Could he just be looking at this as some outsider and suggesting from afar, like a fan would, well, obviously they have an issue, meaning they're not seeing eye to eye on the field or something? I didn't take it that way. I took it as him telling us the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, acknowledging what everybody suspected, acknowledging the reality, which is they don't like each other right now. They're at each other's throats to a degree.
Yeah, let's just translate what he said. The person that's complaining needs to be accountable. That's AJ Brown, by the way. He said one is trying, which I thought was funny. Jalen Hurts. He's basically saying,
by the way, I don't want people to say that about me. I mean, I like the idea that people acknowledge I put forth effort, but I don't want to be like, oh, he's trying. Bless his heart.
Pretty good tell that exactly. Like Jalen Hurts is not playing well, but he's giving it his all.
Bless his
One
heart.
is out there trying. By the way, the last
trying.
couple of years for him have not been anything like the year before he got paid. The year before he got paid, they get to the Super Bowl. He's an MVP candidate. He outperforms Mahomes in the final game. Last year, he played down. This year, I thought for stretches was better than that, but we've got a regression here. I was watching Dan Orlovsky cut-ups of him the last couple of weeks. He's not seeing the field at all, but that's a whole nother conversation, or maybe it isn't. It's pretty clearly what A.J. Brown's upset about. But then he goes, this is Graham again, 11 could be better with how he acts. Meaning, hey, A.J. Brown, grow up a little bit, man. Can we not do this every time you catch 4 balls for 40 yards? Can we not have this
in wins
when we've 9 straight wins and the story is that you're not happy and that you don't like Jalen Hurts? He said, quote, they were friends before this. Before what exactly? That also means, by the way, past tense, they were friends.
Yeah.
So they're not currently. That's interesting. He says that we need to put, they're putting basically personal over the business. You need to put the business over the personal. So they have a personal problem, to your point. He said, quote, we know there's an issue. I mean, these are very, very pretty clear statements to me being made by a guy within the locker room where I think accidentally he probably let too much out.
Yeah. So, and again, I'm not ripping anybody for that, but just simply it's unusual that you would see this. I mean, every once in a while you can have the chaos and it works. Like think of the 86 Mets, like the worst guys ever that hated each other's guts, that took, whatever it is, 26 different cabs to and from the game, ended up winning the World Series together. Right. I mean, things like it can happen sometimes, but it just seems like there's this constant something tearing at the fabric of this org. And it usually materializes right around now over the last couple of years where they thought they'd kind of cut it out and exercised it, right? Moving on from a bunch of coaches, changing some personnel here and there, empowering some other guys, etc. And now it's kind of rearing its ugly head. It hasn't translated to losses, by the way. Last year at this point, they started going downhill and they couldn't win a game. They didn't play as well this past weekend against a lowly opponent, but they've won 9 straight games. They've got a guy that's on pace to set the rushing record, for God's sakes. Jalen Hurts has 13 rushing touchdowns. Is going to set a career high in that regard. We'll probably end up with north of 40 total touchdowns. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot going really well. They have a championship caliber defense. They've got weapons out the yang. And yet it seems like nobody's happy. And it's not just a Philadelphia thing where no one's happy there.
There's always something like this swirling. I think it's unfair probably, but I tend to pin it on Sirianni because he's got one of the great winning percentages ever. But it just feels like he doesn't really run a good locker room. It also feels like he doesn't manage personalities well. These types of things do not happen in organizations where your leader kind of controls the chaos better.
So I was going to say, it's not as if everyone's immune from chaos. Like think of Pittsburgh, right? There was nonsense going on at so many different times, but that's where it stopped. Mike Tomlin says, nope, enough of that.
But you're not seeing
right?
Mike Tomlin get into shouting matches with fans. Like to me, the reason I'm always curious about Sirianni is his actions make me think this is an immature leader. This is not a great leader.
From the Josh McDaniels school. Yeah.
And then when I find out that every year there's turmoil in the locker room, even by the way, when they're winning, it should be the best it ever gets when you've won 9 in a row. Nobody wins 9 in a row.
You're friggin' 11-2.
Washington has not done that since 1991. No, that doesn't happen. And yet this week the story is, well, let's bring AJ and Jalen into the room and sit them down and get them to like each other again. It's why I don't take the Eagles to be a legitimate Super Bowl contender. As funny or crazy as that sounds, because they're so good, they're probably almost as good as Detroit. It just feels like something's not right internally. And I think I've seen it with the Nats, I've seen it with the Caps in 19 and 18 respectively. I saw it in the stretch runs of 05 and 7 in the Gibbs years. You need that pixie dust locker room mojo where everyone loves each other. Eagles don't have that. But maybe, just maybe, there's a gleam, man. Maybe A.J. Brown could tear this whole thing down from the inside in the stretch run.
All it takes is one game against Washington going for 200 yards.
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We will blitz at the top of the hour. Austin Eckler today at 5 on G&D. Hey, friends, Jim Nance style. We're Grant and Danny. Welcome back. You are listening to The Fan. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So, Jeeps, for the thing, and I know it's annoying, that I can't talk about yet, but I will be able to probably in February. I was out of town yesterday. I flew to and from Atlanta. They got your boy a little first class situation.
Oh, how about that?
First class hoo-hey. Now, this was not your like cordoned off special section first class, right? Where it's like there's a what do you call it, like a curtain or whatever. It's just sort of you're up front of the plane. And there's just only 2 seats instead of 3. There's more room and it's nicer. But the flight's about an hour and a half, hour 40. It's just different.
It's different.
It's different. Here's what I've noticed. And the folks that work on the airlines, they're so nice. I mean, the level of patience you have to have dealing with dozens of annoying people who are like, my bag's too big, deal with it. You know, like, or I want this thing, or stewardess, when are we landing? Like, I'm sure people are so annoying, and it's probably really hard. When you're in regular class, like I am 99.9% of the time, you got to deal with 100 people, 200 people, whatever the number is. But when you're one of those 6 or 8 up front,
oh yeah,
they're so nice to you.
Oh yeah,
that's the drug.
You pay for it.
That's what it is. When the rest of the peons are getting on, the unwashed masses, here comes the flight attendant. Just swim arm, I'm sure. Stiff arm, swim move, get underneath. Can I get you something to drink before takeoff?
Chase Young on her way to the quarterback.
Yeah. But she gets there. She gets home. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh, thank you. Generational. Can I get you something to drink before takeoff?
Yeah.
Not during takeoff. Not once we're up there with the big beverage cart pushing along for the rest of it. Do you have any ginger ale left? No, I don't. Sorry, you're in the back.
We're just
Screw
trying
you.
to get you comfortable.
Yeah.
How quickly did you order some annoying hot beverage?
Nothing annoying about a cup of coffee this morning. That's pretty easy. They got a pot right there.
On the way out, you didn't do hot tea or something?
I did. No, I just did a little club soda.
That's shocking.
Yeah. But here's the real part. And I learned this. This is the thing I love the most. One of my least favorite things that regular folk have to deal with in our society is the deplaning process.
Mm-hmm.
You know this, right? Everyone has to wait a second. They got to safely open the door. I understand how it works. Okay. And then there's that thing where somebody's like giant bag is, I'm actually back there. I'm at 15, but my bag's in 19 because there wasn't any room because I got here late because I'm selfish. And everybody has to hold up and wait for the deplaning. This morning, you know what seat I had? 1B.
Oh boy.
That's 1. And as in boy.
Yeah.
Or 1 as in bye. I was the first one off the plane. This is what I was meant to do. The first one off the plane. That door opens. Have a great day. He didn't say it to someone else. He said it to me.
You might have become a first class guy, right? In front of our
88
eyes.
and out the gate, while some schlub all the way back in the upper 20s was still getting their carry-on or their tote. My Tookus was in line for a taxi. I fast walked my way through that airport and I was gone before everyone else deplaned. That's it. They were nice to me and I got off the plane so quickly. It ain't worth it to pay for it yourself, but I'm telling you, that's the luxury. It's not getting 1 extra club soda or like a little like a can of ginger ale or something. That's where the luxury is. Getting off first and the drink before it, and they're nice to you.
I think I've only ever done it once. And I think it was just like I was about to get on a flight. I walked up to see if there are any different seats or whatever. And they're like, oh, we got one. It's in first class. So it would cost a little bit. I'm like, how much? And it wasn't as much as it should have been. It was like $79 or whatever that I needed to pay.
Yeah.
And I could sit in first class. And I was like, 2.5 hour flight or whatever. Yeah, why not? I'll try that. And it was just incredible. It was like the best experience I've ever had. And I'm like, now the people around me probably paid twice as much as I did for my ticket.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
like when you
happened-
go to a Washington game, football game,
Yeah.
and like the season ticket holder that spent there several $100. You
Yeah.
go, I got this on StubHub for $8.
Exactly. But it is the best.
Yeah.
So I get it.
They're
And-
so nice to you.
So just to be clear, though, see, they flew you out first class.
Mm-hmm.
You stayed at a Four Seasons.
Yeah, 1 to 3 seasons.
Right. So basically, it was just like you were working for Odyssey all over again.
I know, right? Spare no expense.
I couldn't even get the zing out of my mouth without smiling.
We love to photo smile.
I mean, let me try it again.
Go
So
ahead.
they flew you out. I mean, I can't even.
You can do it. Come on, do it.
So funny.
Get through this.
So they flew you first class.
Yep.
And they put you up in a Four Seasons?
Yes.
I mean, you were working for Odyssey pretty clearly, right?
Come on, having a good time. You know what I can't say? I was going to say I had another zing, but I can't say it. I'm not going to say it. I will tell you this, though.
I don't know. You guys still don't know what Danny was doing exactly, although I think you could probably guess if I'm being honest. But you don't really know what Danny was doing yesterday?
You can't know. I'm not allowed to say.
But you do know. Odyssey wasn't footing that bill.
Well, no, yeah.
We just eliminated that, didn't we?
Well, no, not Odyssey time. I'll tell you this. So I had to take, multiple forms of transport. Go from my home to the airport in Atlanta to the hotel.
Did you do Nubby get your own Ubers, or did they have little cars with your last name?
So couple times over the day, I had transports where they got me really nice
Here's
transportation.
how I know if they were whining and dining you. Because like when I travel for Odyssey, I'm not even doing a bit with the.
You can't even do it.
When I travel for Odyssey, when I get off the plane, there's a guy in a suit standing there with a little card.
With someone else's last name, and you're like, that's me.
It says Boston. It says Boston.
Well, let me see if I can show this to you. There it is. Okay, no, this one right here. All right. So, do you see this?
Right before I have to explain why my breakfast was $12.
I know. Yeah, seriously. Breakfast allotment is $10. Why'd you go over that? Because that's how much food costs.
Yeah. How do you scream because a bagel costs $7?
So you see, this is a Venmo transfer. Somebody Venmo'd me this much. Okay, you see
Can
that?
I say the number?
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
$168.
Yeah. That's how much my 3 different Uber rides over the multiple transports. So I had to go to the airport twice.
Oh,
and
so they
then
already paid you for them.
They already did it.
So did you have to fill out a bunch of paperwork?
No.
You didn't have to get on an app that you don't have?
No.
You didn't have to take a picture of your receipt and from just the right angle with no glare? You didn't have to sign your life away?
The guy goes, just forward me your receipts. And I was like, come on, this is a prank.
Now, I will say, in fairness, to defend Odyssey, like, there's so much waste in spending in probably the business that you were taking part in this week, too, where it's just like, they don't care at all. They should care a little bit about some of it. Not specifically you.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, it's nice. Fly my guy out first class, not coach. I like that.
Sure.
But there's probably a few times where they could cut a couple more corners. You know what I mean?
I'm sure there's some corners that could be cut. I would also say you don't make it a hassle for people, or Robert, when all you're doing is saying, hey, here's my receipt, man. You just forward it to somebody and they give you the money back right away. There's no wait 6 weeks and then you wonder where the money is and you got to email somebody that doesn't work in the country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the way they did it was, oh, sure, man, no problem. They use the words no and problem in sequence, and it's done minutes after I sent the email forwarding the different receipts. I did it before the show. You guys were having a conversation. You and Ryan were going point A to point B. I was over here point C going forward receipt, done. And it was already over.
But
That's what you do.
The issue with that is a guy like me is actually going to get my money back. Because I would say, if it's that easy, I'll do it.
Uh-huh.
And now they owe me $168.
Yep.
Where if they make you jump through the 9 hoops,
there it is.
I go, not worth $168. My time, my stress is more valuable to me than the $168. And
Which I get.
Who's smarter? Maybe everything's coming up us.
Yeah.
Maybe our company does it right.
They're playing 3-dimensional chess there.
They are. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will go blitzing next right at the top of the hour. Remember, tomorrow is Wizards Wednesday, which means Wizards tickets at this time on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Austin Eckler is on the show at 5 o'clock, coming up in 55 minutes.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you, yes, you, to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
I'm still bummed that we're not able to go to their holiday party they invited us to. That's coming up this week, but we're flying to New Orleans, so we're going to miss it.
That's right.
And it's at one of my favorite restaurants, actually, too. So shout out to them for inviting us. That would have been really, really cool to go kick it with them.
By the way, how kind is that?
Well, they're just the nicest guys.
Yeah, they're just such friendly dudes.
They flew us to Cincinnati to watch a big win. They flew us to Philly for a business trip.
That's right.
We don't count that as a loss.
It's not a loss.
Because we just went as a business trip.
It's
We
just- it's
happened
business.
to take in some football while we were there. It is time to go blitzing. We'll cover the Wizards and the Commanders on our blitz, but we start on the ice. Friend of the program, friend of yours and friend of mine, Alexa Landestoy joins us. Alexa, how are you doing? Thanks for a few minutes. What's up?
What's up, guys? Doing well, and the Caps are hot, so it's always fun when we're winning, and so many storylines to follow.
Yeah, I tell you what, as well as you, sounds like you're doing, the Caps are doing better, respectfully. Because they're the best team in hockey right now, according to a lot of the power rankings, tops in the NHL in points. We're talking about not just trying to make the playoffs, but maybe trying to win a President's Trophy as they get ready for another game on Thursday, a well-deserved break. How about 2 games, 2 wins, 2 nights, and 4 points against the Maple Leafs and Canadiens in Canada this weekend?
Yeah, that was really incredible because to your point, I think all of us in D.C. were taking notice of what the Capitals were doing and their wins and stacking them up and at the top of the Metro. But it was still kind of like the whole hockey world. You'd hear rumblings or people giving them credit. And I think getting those 2 wins, starting off in Toronto, then going to Montreal, coming back in the third period to win. I mean, Tom Wilson's incredibly gutsy performance on top of that. Like the Canadian media is now on board for the Washington Capitals and seeing that this team is legit. This team is for real. There's a bunch of different players who really come into their own this season. So I think it really solidified them. And now I'm up at NHL Network right now in New Jersey, and all the analysts are asking me, what's up with you guys? You guys are playing great. So I think we've got the league on notice now with the amount of wins that we've strung together here.
Even with Tom Wilson's swollen face with the gash on it, still more handsome than me, even in that moment. Alexa, this is one of those things. This is a relative complaint, obviously, because they're winning and it's awesome. A lot of come from behind wins in there, though. A lot of periods like that first one against Montreal, they're able to dig out of it, which speaks to the resiliency. There's no panic in that room, and that's awesome. But eventually, doesn't your luck run out? Eventually, is that kind of, I don't say not sustainable, but it's something that I'm kind of keeping a gentle eye on as I'm enjoying the wins. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it is your point. I mean, it would save some of us. Like, really, do we have to be the cardiac Caps? Like, can we just lead games and not give us a stressful final 20 minutes of hockey? But I'm not going to look at it as negatively because I think the good news is we're scoring a lot of goals. And you take a look as well, we lead the league in goals per game average. So we can come back, we can climb back. I think it says more about what the room is like and the reason that they never waver in these moments. Now, again, even when you see their pace, you always worry, like, is this going to slow down? But to me, hey, I'd rather be putting up those goals. You're at the top of the league and say you come down a little bit, well, you're still towards the top. So I'll take it. Any win, anyhow, we could get it. I'll take it.
What is your biggest takeaway from this opening stretch of the season, and/or like where are you most impressed about the growth? Because it's pretty stunning how big of a turnaround this has been, how fast it's happened.
Yeah. I think to your point, it's just the turn. I mean, I think we added 7 or more players this offseason, and I was excited about getting younger guys under 30 in this roster. But, when you put a group of guys together, you never know if it's going to mesh personalities on and off the ice. So I think what I've been most impressed with in the first 25 games is how quickly this group seems to have found chemistry with each other. I mean, Jacob Chikrin, now what he's been able to do, Pierre-Luc Dubois, everyone was saying, like, can they get him to old-fashioned PLD form? Like, he wasn't that with the Kings and wasn't that in his stops before, and they're getting the most out of him. So I think just getting the most out of their players this early on in the season is so exciting and what's impressed me the most. And then obviously right now what they did with the grade 8 and without Alex Ovechkin in the lineup is also so impressive. And I think, too, just going to the goaltenders thing, I got to highlight Logan Thompson's game a little bit as well. I was a big Charlie Lindgren fan coming off of last season, and Logan Thompson, what he's been able to do for this team has been incredible. So to have 2 number 1 goalies and have all of these players meshing this early on is super exciting. And I think what's caught my eye the most in the league, and I'm just hoping we keep this pace up. And to Alan's point, no one in the 4 nations, so we weren't very happy about that. But we'll take a long playoff run and have the guys get a few weeks break versus playing for their countries in February.
Yeah, speaking of break, it's weird. The schedule always drives me crazy before Christmas. I think it kind of gets into a better rhythm maybe, after the new year. But back-to-back games, then, nearly 5 days off before they play Thursday against Columbus. Is that good, bad? Your thoughts on kind of that mini layoff?
Yeah, it's funny. I asked Alan May that same question on our post-game show. I'm thinking we're doing really well right now. We're rolling. I don't know if I want 4 days off in between games, but I think for where we're at, and obviously any days that we can have off right now, give Ovi some extra time, even though it's unbelievable what he's been able to do, like on the ice 2 weeks after breaking his leg. Like, the guy's insane at his age to be doing that. So I think, and Tom Wilson getting some rest as well. So I think it was a good reset. It is kind of funky how the schedule works out, but I'm looking at it as let's reset, let's get healthy. We've had a few other funky breaks, and we've been fine coming back. So I think it'll be no problem for the guys bouncing back here on Thursday.
Alexa, thank you. Look forward to seeing you guys back on my TV screen ahead of Caps hockey on Thursday night. Thank you.
Awesome, Granddaddy. Appreciate it. See you guys.
Be good. Alexa Landestoy, the best. By the way, her husband, Michael, is a baseball scout who works for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
How about that?
And a very sharp baseball gentleman. I like talking ball with him. He's a good dude. All right, let's keep it moving. On the hardwood, Bijan Todd covers the Wizards. Why don't we just start with the fact, I know this is dated and there's a lot of basketball that's happened since. They won a game.
Here we go.
This weekend, a real-life basketball game over the Nuggets. What happened? Is that allowed? Are we sure? Are they recounting the score? What was that?
They recounted the score about 3 or 4 times, and it is confirmed the Wizards won a game.
Yes.
We can start popping the confetti.
Confirmed.
The big deal, we were able to avoid the dreaded 17-game losing streak that would have set the franchise record. So we stayed at 16, and it was a good win, you guys. Jordan Poole dropped 39 points. They couldn't contain Nikola Jokic. He had 56 of his own, but luckily his supporting cast wasn't that good. So they stand at 3-18, and I think we're all crossing our fingers that we're not going to see another 16-game losing streak this season. But TBD.
Justin Champagny? Question mark.
He's a good dude, man. He grinds, and I think if you talk to anybody around the organization, they'll praise him. He was the ACC Player of the Year back at Pitt way back when, and Wizards have had him in the organization for a couple of years now. He's on a 2-way contract, plays with the Go-Go a lot. And, you see a team like the Wizards with all these injuries, you're going to have to start playing a lot of the other guys, so to speak. And he's one of them. And, he stepped in that Denver win, scored 23 points, put up 8 rebounds, shot the ball really well, actually, in that game. So you have guys like that, guys like Jared Butler, who spend most of their time with the go-go, next man up mentality. You see an injury, you find yourself in the starting lineup, and you go off and you perform at that level. So it was good to see from him.
Bijan, I feel like Koulibaly's cooled off a little bit offensively. I know he had 17 against Memphis the other night, but single digits, I think, in at least 4 in a row before that. My thought here, and I want your comment on this, I think, after a nice early start where, he was getting some shots kind of in the flow of the offense, maybe now he's higher up on the scouting report, especially without Kyle Kuzma out there and maybe some other offensive options. I think defense have said, okay, fine, let's see if you can do it. They're adjusting. Now, again, he's so young. This is not a criticism. It's just maybe an observation. I think maybe he's kind of struggling to adjust, and I'm perfectly fine with him long term. But kind of give me your thoughts on where he's at.
Yeah, that's a good point. Teams are definitely starting to adjust for him on both ends. For his defensive end, he's obviously been like the go-to defender for the Wizards, guarding. He is so good. He's guarded the best player on every team pretty much since he came into the league last year. But yeah, he's playing like 35 minutes a game this year, which is a sharp increase from last year. And some people are saying that his legs are tired because he had all that work in the Olympics this past year, and he's having to do all this for the Wizards this year. I think it's just a classic sophomore slump. Like, he is struggling to score the ball a little bit. But if you talk to Wizards coaches and Koulibaly himself, they say, hey, defense and offense go hand in hand. The better I defend, the more confidence I get on both ends. I can start putting the ball in the hoop a little bit more. And Brian Keefe even said that his defense has gotten better within the last 2 weeks, which is kind of hard to imagine. So I think you give him a couple more weeks here, let him get his feet under him a little bit. He's going to have stretches where he won't be able to score as well, but This year he is shooting the ball about 44%, I want to say, from the field, which is basically the exact same as he shot last year. So, even for him, a dip in his offensive production is still not that bad. And I think he'll be a little bit more consistent here going forward.
Last time out, 140 given up to the Grizzlies. Now they get a little respite before they take on Cleveland coming up. But, defensively, it just seems like this is how it's going to go, right? They talk a lot about defense, and when they give up these types of performances, they're very upset. But I feel like this is kind of what's going to happen, no?
Yeah, it's tough because the Wizards, every time you talk to Brian Keefe, he's like, it's going to be a communal effort. We need multiple guys guarding multiple guys, and you want to have positional versatility and all that. But when you buy into a sort of program like this, like the Wizards have, where you want players to guard multiple positions, you do sacrifice a little bit of that stability. Sometimes you want your point guard to guard their point guard, et cetera. So when you have like a player like Koulibaly, for example, who has to guard the 4 at different times, or the 2 or the 1, it kind of lends itself to being a little bit more hectic. Wizards have had a really tough time guarding the 3 ball this year. It seems like every time they take on a good 3-point shooting team, that team will just go off. So it'll be a good chance for them this week to regroup, kind of gather themselves defensively before a really tough slate coming up. Like you mentioned, they got Cleveland on Friday, Boston on Sunday. They're going to take on Milwaukee and OKC before Christmas. So it's going to be tough for them for sure. And then when you have all these injuries on top of that, with Sarr being injured and Kuzma and Brogdon, some of their best defenders, it's going to get tougher before it gets better, I think. But they're going to enjoy these next couple of days off and hopefully regroup before Friday.
Bijan, thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
Talk soon, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. Our pal Earl Forsey will talk about the local 53. Earl, New Orleans is beat up. No Derek Carr. I'm not sure he would have helped that much if he was healthy, but he ain't. It's a backup. They got no receiving options. They got to win this weekend, right?
You got no food. Our heads are falling off. Yeah. Derek Carr, going down and injured, and they still, are not saying for sure, but a concussion and a broken hand. I'm guessing he's not playing this weekend. Yeah, and look, I mentioned this, I think, once earlier today. The line was 3.5 on the game this weekend. I checked on Sunday while games are going on. It jumped to 6.5. Now it's 7. So the boys in Vegas, as the Rooster likes to call them, certainly took notice of that. Yeah, this is Danny, it's set up for him. Look, I think New Orleans is a tough place to play. I know we can say, well, it's the Aints, and probably folks are showing up with bags again, and they're not a good team. But they've been better since their coaching change. The interim coach takes over. They're 3-1. They've given up less than 16 points a game in that 4-game stretch. One was 21 points and a loss to the Rams. We know how good that offense is. So these things are never easy. And until this team, it's a new regime, new everything. But until they start getting over these hurdles, and they've done a lot of it this season, and this hurdle is you put yourself in position. You're in a playoff spot with 1 month to go. Now let's go finish it off. Until they do these things and on the field, I think fans are going to be skeptical. But yes, this is a game on the road. They should win, and it's a Marshawn Lattimore potentially revenge game as well if he gets back on the field for the first time for the Commanders.
Earl, I think we both assume Washington's going to make the playoffs. But in a world where somehow they didn't, would you be able to Would you be able to both say, hey, that was a heck of a first year. Daniels is the guy. Dan Quinn did an awesome job. But also, that's a meltdown that can't happen.
It's the answer all the kids say, yeah, no. So, yeah, you can say it's a success. Look, the bottom line is we know that if you found the quarterback and you picked the right guy, and I think the answer is yes, whatever the record is, it's a successful season, right, long term. But when you're 8-5 and you now have an 85% chance, according to ESPN, 81% chance, according to NFL.com, of making the playoffs, you got to finish the deal. Or, hey, finish the deal, right? I mean, this is they've changed the expectations, and really a big part of it is that quarterback. What a difference one guy at one position in a pro sport makes. Grant, they have a guy now at quarterback, and I'm not heaping too much praise on him. Universally across the NFL, whether it's coaches, players, analysts, whatever, have been singing his praises, and rightfully so. You have arguably, look at some of the numbers, not all of them, but some of the numbers, and many of them are putting him as a top 5 quarterback in the NFL this season, in his rookie season. When you have a top 5 guy at that position, you have a team that has a chance in any game they play. So, yes, it would be but I was chastising fans this weekend on Countdown to Kickoff for limiting their expectations and being happy with okay. And they won 4 games a year ago. So you know what? 8 wins, that's a good season. Not now, not at 8-5, not at number 7. No, it's not. You got to finish this thing off, make the playoffs, and see what can happen. Even if you play Philadelphia, Grant, we almost saw the Carolina Panthers beat them this week. If the guy hangs onto the ball, Philadelphia lost that game. And they're winning, and you've been talking about it all day. They're bickering again. And we saw the Commanders lead that game late in Philadelphia early this year. So to think they have no chance if it ends up being Philadelphia in the playoffs, that's wrong too. They've got a chance. And a big reason is that guy number 5 behind center now at quarterback.
Earl, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Yep. Yeah, guys.
See you, dude.
Earl Forsey, when you hear the glass, it's Earl coming on
Earl.
the blitz.
It's a sign for Earl.
To chop it up.
Yep.
I think that's the same.
That's how it goes, right?
Attaboy, Earl. G&D with you on the Fan. The Commanders are getting ready for the Saints. We'll get into that next. Also, Monday Night Football last night was a matchup between 2 big disappointments this year. What teams have been the biggest surprise and the biggest disappointment in the NFL? We'll get to that on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. It means a lot. Austin Eckler will be on the program coming up at 5 o'clock. That's a half hour from right now. Last night, we had two super disappointments playing on Monday Night Football. The Bengals, who are not going to make the playoffs in the AFC despite Joe Burrow having an MVP caliber season, and the Cowboys, who won the NFC East last year, came into the season expected to either go back-to-back in the East or to make the playoffs with a wild card. Like Cincinnati, they're now 5-8. So I thought that'd be a nice launching point to discuss the biggest surprise and the biggest disappointment in football at this point, which we'll get into in just a moment. But first, Darius, a little game show music, please, if you would be so kind. We'll go around the horn.
Oh, man.
May the best man win. The Washington Commanders play the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. What broadcast crew are we getting for Commanders Saints? And if you already know the answer, I would ask that you recuse yourself.
Can I look up I'm not looking up the actual game. I can never remember the teams.
We don't need any computers. We're fine. Everybody's fine.
I can never remember the guys.
You're still clicking.
Yeah, I'm looking up the broadcast teams.
You don't need to do that. Who do you think's calling the game? It's Fox.
Okay.
You got a pretty good idea of who's on
I can
Fox.
never remember who they are off the top of my head when it's game show time. I ruined the game for you, so I'm trying to remember all the different guys. All right, so it's not Kevin Burkhardt. That's the top team. It's not his team. So I'm going to say it's not Kevin Burkhardt. That's my answer. Who are the other teams? Who's like the 7th seed
Brian,
team?
I'll go to you.
I'm going to say Joe Davis and Greg Olsen.
It's Joe Davis and Greg Olsen.
There we
Not
go.
that hard. That's all we're trying to do. That went great. We'll move along now. Now that I'm properly frustrated by how that went, it doesn't have to be complicated.
I just never remember the teams.
You watch a lot of football.
I do.
You don't have a pretty good beat on who calls games?
I mean, I know the big ones.
Okay. Joe Davis, pretty damn big one.
Yep.
Calls the World Series.
Yeah, Joe
Got the
Davis is
Golden
really good.
Pipes, number 2 team with Greg Olsen. Nothing there. All right, that's fine. Biggest surprise in the NFL this season. What team?
So this is probably not a great answer, but it is for me. Or it's my answer. It's the Steelers. I thought the Steelers were going to be pedestrian. They're going, let's opt into a Justin Fields and Russell Wilson situation after he was cast out of a second straight team over the span of only a few seasons. I thought it was going to be a train wreck, and they were going to finish under 500 for the first time in forever. Nope. 10-3 record, one of the best records in the NFL, despite a really difficult schedule in a really difficult division. They've been awesome. And it's been their offense that's been remarkable. So I know that Pittsburgh winning shouldn't be a big surprise to anybody because they always win. But how they're doing it, with how proficient this offense is, it's just a tip of the cap type moment to that group who I thought would be pedestrian, okay, maybe at best, and sort of fight it out as they always do, winning games because they blocked a punt or the other team missed a field goal. No, that is a legit squad.
It's a good one. How about the Minnesota Vikings? I thought they'd be better than most people did. I had them as
You were higher on them. You were, yeah.
wild card because they had so much talent, even though they lost Cousins at quarterback. I loved their defense last year, came on like gangbusters. Second half of the season, Brian Flores is a dude, should be a head coach in the league again. Big fan of his. And Kevin O'Connell's an outstanding offensive coach. But I did not think they'd get this much out of Sam Darnold, who after going for basically 350 and 5 this weekend, I believe is now up to 28 touchdowns and 10 picks. He had a rough patch for a couple of weeks where he turned the ball over a little more than he had been, kind of played uneasy football, and I just wasn't convinced he'd get back on track, but he has. They are outstanding. They play great defense. They're pretty good on special teams. Offensively, they're explosive. They can run the ball better than they have in recent years. The Vikings are going to be a tough out, and they are definitely, for me, the biggest surprise in the NFL.
Weakness or most disappointing team? I don't know why I say weakness first. Most disappointing team is the Jets. This one's too easy. Some idiot, I'm not going to name any names, but it was me, predicted they would win the AFC East and Buffalo would take a step back because of all the talent that they kept losing.
At least you didn't have them in the Super Bowl. A lot of people did.
Yeah, that was just like the loudest all-time wrongest thing I probably ever said. 3-10, and they're a disaster. They're worse than they've been. Because you look at that roster and you go, I'd love to have Garrett Wilson. Man, I'd love to have Breece Hall. This is a defense that has been really, really good despite how horrendous their quarterback play has been over the last several seasons, putting them in bad spot after bad spot. And here they are, an elite division-winning playoff caliber, maybe even championship caliber group. That is a really, really good team that all they need is some model of decency at quarterback and they'll be good. And they have been one disaster after the next. Despite that talent, they are 3-10 and picking in the top 5.
Biggest disappointment for me has been the San Francisco 49ers. I would have thought right now they were 10-3 or 9-4, and they're 6-7 and probably going to miss the playoffs. Now, they have a good excuse. Trent Williams has missed time. Christian McCaffrey has missed almost the entire year. In fact, their backup running back has been hurt as well. Deebo Samuel has missed time. Brandon Ayuk's missed most of the season. I mean, they have been decimated by injuries. It seems to happen to them more than a lot of teams for whatever reason. I think you have enough injury-prone guys.
Yeah, every few years, whatever this is happens to them.
Exactly. You have enough, dudes on your roster who are, I don't even want to say old, but like aging and play that physical, violent brand of football that they do collectively as an organization. Well, guess what? You're going to have some injuries, and that certainly happens to them. But still, for San Francisco to be sitting here at 6-7, they could run the table, I guess, beat the Rams, Dolphins, Lions, and Cardinals, and get to 10-7 and maybe still get in. But it's unlikely. Better chance that they finish 7-10 or 8-9 or something like that. And after a stretch where they were in the NFC Championship game every year, that's a huge step back. They might actually, I don't think they'll blow it up, but I could see them.
They have to do something.
Rearranging the deck chairs here on the ship.
Yeah, as they're about to pay Brock Purdy $1 trillion or
Brock will
whatever
get 60+ mil. They already paid Ayuk. I bet you Deebo Samuel's gone. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of their key pieces, maybe Trent Williams is gone. Now they're going to have to regroup.
Yes, they've layered some talent. Maybe, they drafted Pearsall in the first round, and Juwan Jennings has played well in Spart. So you have to kind of basically, you picked one when you signed Ayuk. So yeah, I could see some guys moving on. But I pointed this out previously. Every so often, this just happens to them, right? Where they are so good. When they're right, they go 13-3. When they're not, it's a 6-10, 4-12. They just can't get right. There's always one step forward, 10 steps sideways, 3 steps back, and they're just never the same. They show signs of it even during those years where they're just not that good, as again they did in 2020. They're doing it now here in 24, but they just can't seem to get out of their own way talking about the 49ers. But yeah, the thing was, we sort of did, I don't want to say we didn't notice it because everyone did. A lot of people had them, going far because, again, they usually do. But that division was so vulnerable for so long before kind of Seattle took charge of it. Arizona was up there at the top for a while. You're going, yeah, well, nobody's any good. Now you look up and there's San Francisco looking up at everybody.
Another surprise team that's been better than I would have thought. How about the LA Chargers or the Denver Broncos? I mean, you could go with either of the 8 and
Broncos
5
are my
teams
second answer, yeah.
in the AFC West, right? I mean, those teams both have a chance right now at double-digit wins. Year one of a head coach. We know all about that here in D.C. Jim Harbaugh wins everywhere he goes initially and then kind of wears out his welcome. It's one of those guys that grates on you, it seems like. But Sean Payton, where are all the Sean Payton jokes? Remember, he was like enemy of the state #1. Everyone hated that guy's guts because he was mean to Russell Wilson, said terrible things about Sean Payton. I think he handled a situation really poorly with Robert Saleh, where he made fun of their handling of something. What was that deal about? That everyone hated Sean Payton because he was mean to Robert Saleh? Does anybody remember this?
I'm trying to know what you're talking about. He said the way they handled something. Was it the Jets or was it a different team? I don't remember being Saleh specifically.
It was Saleh.
Could be right.
Was it Rodgers related? He basically acted like he was an NFL analyst at the podium and was commenting on another team. Let me see. The Denver Broncos head coach Sean Payton was brought in to fix the most embarrassing team from 2022. Payton specifically pointed to former head coach Nathaniel Hackett. That's what it is.
Yeah, it was Hackett in Denver. Yeah, there we go.
They can only beat the blank out of you so much, Payton told USA Today, but everybody's got a little stink on their hands. It's not Russell. It was a poor offensive line. I mean, yeah, he crushed Nathaniel Hackett in the job he did in Denver. Which, by the way, he said nothing incorrect.
Yeah, he was right. Just weird to hear someone do it.
But yes, but do you remember last year that his Q rating just was in the dumpster?
Oh, totally. Yeah,
everyone thought he was the biggest jerk, the biggest idiot, the biggest moron in the league. All he's done this year is turn Bo Nix into a really good quarterback, and he's 8-5.
Yeah, they're 8-5.
I don't hear anybody screaming about him anymore.
Here's another disappointment. The Chicago Bears. Remember, they were next. This was a group. Listen, admittedly, a really, really tough division because that NFC North is going to have 3 playoff teams. Pretty much, lock that up. But still, nobody thought they'd be 4-9 at this stage, right? Coach let go. Everyone's kind of wondering, did they really have it? I mean, they had all the talent in the world. They've done a really shrewd job over the last several seasons, accruing draft picks, kind of moving around the board, adding talent, the Montez Sweats of the world, number of first-round picks. Just you stock the cabinet full for a team that was going to be on the rise. And again, I say they are 4-9.
Jacksonville, 3-10.
That's a good one.
Trevor Lawrence, another tough year. I would even say after getting paid regressed this season. Doug Peterson, maybe we got to go from visors to hats or something. The visor's not working for him. I think he gets fired. I think they have a new GM and a new head coach. In fact, what I've been saying pretty loudly is that Bill Belichick's going to be hired to run the entire operation. But Belichick is supposedly still trying to get this UNC job, which I'll believe when I see it. I know this is a weird time to say it because all signs are pointing toward him wanting that job, at least according to reporting today. I just don't believe that. I'm sorry. I will believe Bill Belichick's the coach. I won't even believe him at a press conference. Like, this is going to be...
He was like, we're on to NC State. You won't believe it?
This is going to be Leonsis over at National Landing to me. I will believe that Bill Belichick...
You won't start memeing it.
I don't even think I will believe that Bill Belichick's going to coach UNC if he's on the sideline in week 1. I'll just assume...
In a UNC polo?
Yeah, I'll assume that it's a joke, and he's, like, just pranking everyone. He has to get through one full season before I'll believe it. I'm sorry. It's not a thing to me. He's going to be back in the NFL. I got him running the Jaguars.
Another disappointing team. I got plenty of those. Cowboys, 3 straight years of 12 wins. They're 5-8. Dak's hurt for the season. Talks of McCarthy getting fired. A lot of discord down there. They just can't get out of their own way. Losing very winnable games. They're not terrible, but they're also 5-8.
What was going on in the world the last time the Commanders were 9-5? Would they win in New Orleans that they should get on Sunday? They will be 9-5. That's next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You know, today at 5:30 is the Major League Baseball draft lottery. And the Nationals will find out what draft pick they have, like every other team in Major League Baseball will today. But Washington's right near the top of the board again. Their chances of the number one pick are right around 10% today.
Pittsburgh got it last year, right? With 2%? Something to that effect, right?
Well, remember, last year the Nats actually got the number one overall pick. People sleep on this, but they weren't allowed to get it because the previous season they picked second. And because even though we don't act like it, we're in a major market, we aren't allowed to pick in the top 10 in consecutive years, or in the top 9, I guess it was. So last year, the highest they could have picked was 10. So they still have their ping pong balls in the machine, and they go through, and they go, the number one pick? Oh, it's the Curly W. Well, they can't have it.
Well, they're not allowed.
So that was last year. So we need that same luck this year. 10.2% chance of getting the top pick. They ended up with the 4th best chance, essentially, behind the Rockies, Marlins, and Angels as far as the top pick. But the baseball process, I've harped on this. We don't need to get into the specifics today. And tomorrow, actually, on the show, we'll recap how the draft lottery went. We'll obviously give you the details live at 5:30, but we could also go into all the specifics. But the White Sox, just know this, were the worst team that I've ever seen in my entire life this year. And I don't mean like, oh, that's a bad baseball team. I mean, by way of record, I've never seen anything like it. They were 41 and 121. It was one of the worst baseball teams in history at any professional level in terms of winning percentage. They're going to pick 10th this year. The A's, who, 69 wins, right? So worse than the Nationals, worse than the Blue Jays and the Pirates and the Reds and the Rangers, all these teams will pick below all of them as well because of their recent draft slots. So this is where I'm just not a fan of the lottery system. And I would go back to how bad you are dictating where you get to pick. But then again, I'm one of the few people that doesn't have a problem with the Orioles rebuilding over 5 years and trying to pick 1-1. The Cubs, the Astros, these teams that correctly tanked and rebuilt, like the Washington Nationals, have tried as best that they could do, losing at the big league level while building up the system. This new philosophy, this new rule from baseball in this collectively bargained, addendum to the draft a couple of years ago during the lockout, during the pandemic before they came back to play, changed their ability to pick at the top of the board every year, which stinks. But hopefully, fingers crossed, they climb from 4 higher up the board. Because in baseball, when the closer you get to one man, think Bryce Harper, think Steven Strasburg.
And it depends on the year. Sometimes you don't have that, but sometimes you do.
Yeah, I mean, they got Rendon at 6. So occasionally some guys will fall down the board. But yeah, the higher you are, obviously, the better for business. So we'll let you know what happens coming up at a little after 5:30 today when they make that announcement at the winter meetings in Major League Baseball. Have you ever been to the winter meetings?
Never have.
They're a blast. The last time I went a couple times early on traveling to them, but the last and most recent time I went was at the Gaylord here in D.C.
Oh, that's right. They were here.
Happened to be in our backyard. It's the coolest thing ever. I was explaining it to Ryan yesterday. It's basically like a baseball sleepover, essentially.
Just like you walk down to the lobby and there's this GM, that GM,
totally.
The manager, this guy. Yeah.
They have it in a hotel. So like you walk around this area and I mean, there are some restrictions to be clear, like, hey, this is an area where you need a credential or whatever. But for the most part, all the media that go, so if you're Danny Rouillet or you run the blog in the, Seattle on the Mariners or whatever, you get a credential, you can kind of roam the lobby. So do the GMs. So do the team presidents. So does every person that's there, which ranges from the single A broadcaster who's trying to get a job in double A and pass out. I was about to say CDs, but that's kind of antiquated.
Sure, yeah.
But memory sticks with his calls, to the guy from Louisville Slugger who's trying to get, high school teams to get his bats in their winter league. I mean, everyone is there. Broadcasters and bat companies. If it is involved with baseball, hey, I'm Frank from Grant Sunflower Seeds. You got to try these sunflower seeds.
They're great.
It is the coolest thing ever. I love it.
It is, it's one of those like where the business gets done. I mean, think of the combine with the NFL. I don't know how many other similar events there are where everyone just decides, okay, we're all getting together here. So and you want to hammer stuff out? every agent, every GM, we'll walk in with a plan about who we're talking to and when. But it's similar where the combine is, right? Where once you get all the executives in one spot, stuff starts percolating.
Yeah.
Right. So those check-in reports with Tim Kirkchin, just voice cracking from down there, or Jeff Passan or whomever else, right? Where you find out, well, this guy talked to this guy. Well, they went and had coffee. And what are they talking about? Like what two major leaguers or what 7-team trade are they cooking up? It's where all the business happens.
Jeff Passan working the phones, getting the news. I'm just looking for the update on all the sweepstakes, the Nationals.
Well, your phone will be buzzing. Look for it because it's buzzing.
Hold on. It's got to be right over here somewhere. This is the off season, right? They're going to start spending. Hold on. Yep. Keep waiting on those updates.
Waiting on the updates there.
Earl's doing an update here at the top of the hour. I'm sure we'll find out they've signed a couple of guys then. Just, we haven't seen it yet. It's like the old school. Nobody's tweeting about it. But Earl's going to have it right at the top. Make sure you're listening. The Commanders, with a win against New Orleans on Sunday, they're now a 7-point favorite. Started as 3, then 3.5, then 6, now 7, because Derek Carr's not.
Derek Carr's out.
So you're going to get a really bad backup quarterback, very likely. A win gets them to 9-5. That would be 9 wins through 14 games for the first time since 1992. I don't know what you know about 1992.
I was there.
The first George Bush was president, and I was 4 years old. That's what I know about 1992. I was in preschool. I had just gotten a kitten named Whiskers.
Really?
Yeah, Whiskers.
That's real?
That's real. What surprises you about that?
That's like a sitcom where like they bring on like here's the cat for comedic relief. Like the cat's name is Whiskas. Like that, really?
I mean, when you're 4, I don't know how good you are at naming things.
I guess that's
I
right.
named him Whiskers. They found him running around outside of Peace Lutheran, which was my little preschool, at pickup time, and someone's like, Janine, and that was my mom, and they're like, this cat is just like, I don't know why, but we had to take him home, and then we got attached to him, and so that was our cat.
Whiskers.
It's about what I got for you.
Okay.
The movies in 1992, it looks like, Last of the Mohicans.
Silly, by the way.
Is that a good one?
Oh, it's all time. Daniel Day-Lewis, man.
I don't think... You know what? I definitely know what the movie is. I haven't seen it. Isn't it like 3.5 hours long?
No, it's a little over 2. It is an all-timer.
Okay.
If you're like, I'm not sure if I believe in Daniel Day-Lewis as an actor. You watch it and you go, okay, I get it. He's so good. And the movie's great.
You know what other movie came out in 1992? A Few Good Men.
Yes, it did.
Damn good movie.
So 92, 93 is about as good as it ever got for films.
It seems like an aggressive comment.
Look it up. Look up the
I don't see
all the
that
stuff
many
that came
more
out.
Smasholas here. The Bodyguard.
Like
what? This is not an all-time year. Scent of a Woman. It's famous, but okay.
It's a great flick.
Forever Young. A River Runs Through It.
Silly. It's Brad Pitt.
But are we saying you're saying one of the all-time years for movies?
So 92 and 93. So that's like your Forrest Gump, Pulp Fiction, Shawshank Redemption's right in there somewhere. Goodfellas is right in there.
Beethoven.
That was nubs.
Shawshank was 94.
Oh, so I missed it by year.
Forrest Gump was 94. I think you're
so
a little
conflated
early.
years,
Yeah.
fine. But like right in that region, it was like a factory. You know what I mean? Nothing but original Smasholas. Yeah.
All right, let me look up 1994 movies. We got to get ready for Austin Eckler, by the way, coming up top of the hour. So 94 is silly, by the way. Now, this is the greatest year of film for me ever, probably. Major League, Little Giants, Little Big League. This was the year of just a kid sports movie. Trapped in Paradise. You sleep on that movie.
I have no file on that.
One of my favorite Christmas movies. I got to call my dad tonight, see if he's watched it. Watch this movie. I'm telling you guys, if you've never seen it, you'll love it. Great Christmas movie. I tell you about it every year, and you tell me you've never heard of it. It's like an annual tradition on the show. Nicolas Cage, Dana Carvey, and John Lovitz.
What?
Are brother criminals who end up in this small town while they're on the run. And basically, everyone's looking for them, and they're taken in by the people who I think they robbed their bank or something. It's outstanding. Trapped in Paradise.
It's got a 10% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Check it out. You'll love it. Great Christmas movie. Austin Eckler joins us next on G&D here on The Fan. It is time to go to the guest hotline and welcome onto the show our guy, Austin Eckler, presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. IT Cadre, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. If you've got an IT Cadre fan question for Austin Eckler, you could tweet it to us at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. You could drop it in the 1067 The Fan YouTube chat as well. We will make sure to ask him a couple of those before we are done today. Austin, it is great to have you back on the show, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good to hear you guys. What's going on?
Not much, buddy. Bye week, restful, relaxing. How you feeling? Give us an update.
Yeah, bye week was definitely needed. Anytime you get the bye week in the NFL, it's always a nice disconnect, even if it's early or late, just because you've been grinding through training camps, OTAs all off season, and starting to get into the season as well. And as you can imagine, all of that kind of compiles up. So we're getting ours here. What was it, like week 13, I think it was, 14, something like that. But again, I was around the guys, and I know they're feeling fresh and ready to go, and got nice rejuvenated spirits. So looking forward to these last couple of weeks.
Over the years of your career, Austin, what's been your bye week strategy? Is it one of those, like, I do not even want to look at a football, like I want my feet on a beach or in the sand or whatever, or, you know, is it just kind of let me just watch TV? Like, what's been your normal strategy? What do you like to do best?
Yeah, the bye week strategy, I like that. For myself, it's definitely disconnect from football. Just get the mind away from it, because when you lock in on football for as long as we do, it kind of consumes you, which is appropriate because that's our job, and it's, you know, high stressful, high impact. We got to be on our P's and Q's, and so the time during the bye week to, like you said, kind of disconnect. There's a lot of hanging out with family. I didn't travel at all this time because I was doing a little bit of treatment at the facility, so that still goes on. Right, can't forget about the body. Unfortunately, the injuries follow no matter what. But I know a lot of guys, definitely went home or things like that. For myself, I kind of get time to work on the things that I need to catch up on outside of football, which, as you guys know, I have a lot, whether it's the foundation, whether it's my app experience, things like that.
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny. Year 8 for you. You've put so much into this game in this league. You've played in, by my count, 3 playoff games and 2 postseasons. I mean, it is really, really hard to get to the playoffs. I think you've got 1 playoff win on your resume when you guys beat the Ravens back in like 18 in your sophomore year. You probably thought, oh, this is easy. We're going to be here all the time.
All the time.
But I'm curious, with the stretch run coming, and maybe it's too early to start talking about that in the locker room, but you're one of the few veterans who's probably been there. Is that something that you can impart, like how difficult it is that you can't take these opportunities for granted? Because I think there are some fans that kind of feel like you guys are ahead of schedule. It's this house money season. But here you are with 4 games to play, sitting pretty with a great chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah, you know, for us, it's definitely continue to take it 1 game at a time. Like, we understand, you know, we're in a position to be playing meaningful football here in the end of the season. And it's, as a veteran, I know that's definitely, you know, great for the spirit in the room and the fan base and things like that. But as you mentioned, you know, we still have 4 games left. And so we still have to go out here and perform. There's no guarantees. We're not in the situation where we have a guaranteed spot into the playoff picture. And even if we did, you want to make sure that you're continuing to kind of sharpen your tools as you're getting ready here during the end of the season. Because this is where, you know, you should be playing at your best. This is where we've had the most time to play together. We know who we are. We know what we can do, our capabilities, where we're good at. We have done our self-evaluations. And so now we're going to continue to put the game plan together that's kind of built around that. But it's where football can take a weird turn, because if you're not in that situation, it feels a lot different. But it feels amazing to be like, hey, all the work we've been putting in it's given us a chance to pay off, to make a playoff run here at the end, which is the goal at the end of the tunnel, is to get to the Super Bowl, obviously. But there's a lot of stepping stones that are kind of micro goals that you have to get there and pass along the way.
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. So obviously different opponents and different, you know, schemes, designs, and you know, things that you want to try to accomplish against each team. But what from that Tennessee game going forward can you go, I tell you what, if we do that, we'll be fine?
Yeah, well, that game, you know, it was one of these things where, hey, we were able to run the ball very effectively. And I think all the games that we've been able to do that, we've shown that, hey, we can come out on top of those games. And so if we're going to be specific, I would say that being able to run the ball, it's shown that even just the statistics over the time for us anyway, when it's either it's Jaden or it's, it was me or it's B-Rob, like the times we're effective running the ball is the times that we've been able to get in the win column. So that from an offensive point of view is what we have to do. Obviously there's the turnover battle we got to continue to control as well. But that Tennessee game was dynamic running game for us. Defense was playing their butts off too, getting turnovers, getting stops, things like that. And special teams doing their job, wherever we had a punt or do any of the kickoffs, things like that. So offensively, though, run the ball. Can we get our run game going? And that's going to help us win games.
Austin Eckler on G&D. You kind of maybe just alluded to some of this, but I mean, there are weeks where it's just been a lot harder. I've chalked up the little stretch you guys had to maybe the O-line being banged up. Those guys were in and out of the lineup, whether it was Biotish or on the right side, you guys have had some injuries at tackle. I mean, is there more to it than that? Like what the weeks where it's really, really good as opposed to when you guys are just okay or struggle to run the ball? Is it the details you always talk about? Like how specific are the differences in those performances?
It's 100% the details. Like go back and look at those games. They're tight games. We were playing some good opponents that have proven themselves. And you look at those games, they're really close, right? Coming down to one possession at the end. You look at really all of those games. The Cowboys game that we just went through came down to kind of a couple possessions there at the end. The Steelers game, did we get the fourth down? Well, according to paper, we didn't, right? To go down and kick a field goal to win the game kind of thing. You look at the Ravens, another one possession game. All of these are like right there at the end where when you're in a good battle with a good team, that's what it's going to come down to because we're in the NFL and we are professionals. And so when you have two teams going at it, you would assume that it's going to be a tight game, so back and forth. And that's where all the details matter the most. And there's a phrase in the NFL, like games are lost and not won. And the good teams don't put themselves in positions to make mistakes. They do the things they're supposed to and get themselves over the hump. So we've been so close, but that's what the NFL is. It's really close matters that have to come together to make a complete win. And that's what this month's about. We're in December now. December football is about the details, really making those little things show up. And if we're able to do that, again, we'll be in some competitive games, but come out on top.
When you are able to jump back on the field, and you've got some time, obviously, as you're working your way through your rehab and recovering and getting everything right, what's kind of the hardest thing to get? What's the hardest part to sort of get back into rhythm or game shape or things like that? You know what I mean? Because like when you're out for a little while doing anything, even me talking into the microphone, I was gone yesterday. And I'm starting all over my words. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the hardest part to kind of regain that comfort level when you've been out for a bit?
Yeah, well, luckily, my legs still work, so I'm able to go out there and work out and run and keep that part of my game going. But definitely it's the game speed that you can't really simulate at all, right? Just how fast the game goes. Also getting hit, right? Being in a position of making sure that, you can protect yourself, be effective while running the ball too. And then also kind of the speed of how we go, call plays, operate on the field, something I can't really simulate by myself. Jaden giving us the call, audibles, right? Reading the defense. So there's a lot of different aspects of the game that are really needed to be in a full team environment or in a live environment to really get that experience to kind of keep sharpening the tools, as I was saying. Obviously, if you're injured, you don't really get that opportunity. So it's kind of a mental type of rep thing. Luckily, I've been playing for pretty much long enough to really kind of know what to expect. So when I do get back, hopefully I can hit the ground running.
Austin Eckler is with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The only other time all season where you guys played a team that you were supposed to have beaten pretty handily and didn't was Dallas. You guys have mostly handled the quote-unquote inferior opponents. And as a veteran, maybe you don't even view it that way. Maybe you're like, hey, any given Sunday, there's 32 teams, which I understand. But for those of us on the outside looking in, the Saints are without Derek Carr. We've seen the spread basically double since the week began. Like, this is a really good situation for Washington. Mike Shanahan used to tell me all the time when he was the coach here, it's not who you play, Grant, it's when you play them. You guys are catching the Saints at a good time. I say all this to ask, in the league when teams quote-unquote play down or like lose the game they shouldn't, something you guys have been great at avoiding other than one all year, is that something you even agree with a premise of? And like, what is the key to handling your business when, say, here's what's irrefutable, you guys have a lot more on the line and have played a lot better football this year than the Saints have?
Yeah. So first of all, never disrespect the opponent. Like that's like rule number one as an NFL player. Never disrespect your opponent because it is any given Sunday, 100%. And I know from the outside in, it might not look like that because they're not that good because these people are still paid. We saw what happened to almost what happened to the Eagles out there, right? Almost lost on that last play there. Like that's how close any game can get. But moving on to kind of playing people at the right time. Obviously, there's a season that we all go through. There's definitely advantages and disadvantages that can happen. Call it luck, call it just going through the NFL season. But there's injuries that happen, and so it's kind of there's a roll of the dice every single kind of week of what's going on with the scenario and the injuries and who's available, who's not. And so for us as athletes, like we are so focused on just making sure that we do our best and play our best game that we don't really get into something that's coached. We don't really get into kind of, all right, well, this is their record. So you guys, we have to beat that. Like this is an opponent. You respect the opponent. You go out there, whoever it is, and especially division games. They're always usually closer in my experience because you play each other more. You're a little bit more familiar with each other, just players and things like that. But from the outside, I know it doesn't feel like that. But for us as athletes, like we have to be locked in that type of way. If that makes sense.
It does. Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. And you guys are like just wired differently than regular folks, so competitive. And you've obviously gotten to the highest level of sports. There's no higher football league for you guys to get called up to, right? But one of the things I always wanted to explore is there's always something extra and special when a guy's playing his former team. And, Marshawn Lattimore was a Saint. Now he's here in Washington. Why is that at times? I can understand that there was an acrimonious ending and there's some sort of blood feud or whatever, right? But it always seems like it's a little extra special for when a guy's playing in his former squad. Go into that mentality for me, would you?
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of the things where, like, look, you were with this team and now you want to show them, like, look what you're missing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you would have kept me, like, this is what you would have had kind of mentality. And it's pretty unique because it doesn't happen often. It definitely happens. Just because guys jump around a lot, but it's one of those things where obviously you want to always go out there and give your best, but especially against the people that previously had you. It's like if you were to go get on a different show, and you would be, and because someone let you go or someone traded you, you would feel some type of way, like, okay, like we're gonna make this the best show because these guys didn't want us anymore. These guys, for whatever reason, I'm not there anymore. So let's show them what they're missing out on. So that's kind of the mindset or how I would describe it.
All right, Austin, I want to go rapid fire through a couple of IT cadre fan questions here from people listening on Grant and Danny. Austin Eckler's weekly appointment with us. We've had an outstanding time all season. Austin, kind enough while he's still on IR to join us each week to keep the conversation open and fluid with Commanders fans, which is very cool. David wants to know, what is one of your favorite movies? And we'll go through a few of these here rapid fire.
Wow, favorite movies. It's an old one, but Step Brothers.
Well, you can't go wrong with that.
That's hilarious.
That's such a good
so
movie.
good. Did you touch my drum kit?
Classic.
Are you a Will Ferrell mark or just that movie particularly?
I'm a fan of Will Ferrell, but that one in particular is the one that stands out for me, for sure.
I had a little thing on Instagram the other day also, just minding my business, and the clip of them in the job interview wearing tuxedos popped up when they can't say Pam. Like John C. Reilly pops up, I think I could be help here, and it cracked me up.
Right.
So
right. Good stuff.
Jupe wants to know, have you caught passes from a left-handed quarterback before? And if so, is it different than a right-handed quarterback?
I have actually never caught passes from a left-handed quarterback. Super interesting question. So I would know.
Do you imagine that the spin would really matter much
opposite,
at
right?
all, or no?
I think there would be a kind of a learning curve. Just kind of
interesting.
I mean, I don't think it would last long, like a few throws, and I'd be like, okay, like I kind of see how that works. But yeah, it would definitely be different.
Do you have this is from Todd. Do you have a celebration meal after games?
Celebration meal? No, that is not something that's in the routine.
What would yours be? That's a question from Danny here in the studio.
Mine would be king crab legs and some steak.
What do you eat before games?
Typically like a pasta or like a rice and a protein, something like that. So it's just pretty much basic stuff.
So, like, you have a 1:00 kick on a Sunday. Take us through that. You wake up, what time do you eat at the house, like at the crib, at the table, and then pack up shop and go in?
No, not. We're not even at the crib.
That's true. You're at the hotel.
We're at the hotel, so we're at the team hotel. Wake up, I don't know, 8 o'clock or so. Go downstairs, get breakfast. Used to have like waffles, some bacon, I don't know, some fruit, some yogurt, or something like that. Start hydrating, drinking some water, and then probably leave around 9:30. So I'll pack a lunch, which will be like rice and, like I mentioned, rice and a protein, whether it's steak or chicken or something along those lines, and I'll eat that at the facility or at the stadium, a couple hours before kickoff. So I just have something in my belly.
Austin Eckler, presented by IT Cadre. All right, we'll let you out on this game this weekend. You'll be watching like we will, unfortunately, from afar. Can't help the boys. Give us a player to watch. Who are you zoning in on this weekend that you think could be primed for a big day?
Yeah, I think someone who actually popped off a little bit last week, got to keep it in my running back room, which was Chris Rodriguez. C-Rod, like, man, he did his thing. Was out there at the end of the game for the most of his reps, but every time he's got in the field, man, I've seen him kind of just make an impact. So looking forward to watching him go out there again and do his thing and get that running game going, like I was saying.
Austin, thank you as always, buddy. Talk next week.
Awesome. Thanks, boys.
Appreciate you, brother. There's Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny, our weekly appointment presented by IT Cadre. We do it each and every Tuesday at 5 o'clock. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. I think Eckler's perfect for this segment, tied with IT Cadre because they're so data and info-driven, and he's just so sharp. Like
he thinks about stuff, man. I love it.
I think
always
about
thoughtful.
Him and insight kind of linked together, man. He answers whatever we got for him. So we appreciate him hopping on with us. Averaging 5 yards per carry this year, just about.
Not too shabby, sir.
I'd like to get him back at the end of the season. Who's the biggest threat to the Commanders as they try to make the playoffs in terms of teams that could catch them? That's next on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will let you know as soon as we find out what draft pick the Nats are getting in the draft lottery that's being held at the winter meetings in just a couple of moments. We're taking you up to 6:30, an hour from right now on the Fan. If you missed any part of Austin Eckler, presented by IT Cadre, go back and grab that interview at thefandc.com. Danny, who do you think is the biggest threat to the Commanders? When you look at the playoff picture right now, the team closest to them is the Rams. But if the Rams actually got really hot, I actually think they would probably end up winning their division. They're in control of their own destiny in the NFC West. They still play Seattle and could take the tiebreaker over. So if they got hot enough to catch the Commanders, then it would stand to reason maybe they just win the division and they're not competing with Washington for a wild card anymore, which then means maybe 8-5 Seattle, because they would potentially lose to the Rams 8-6, and then we could look at their other 3 games. They could be a threat. But I guess one of those teams from the West, you could say San Francisco, because they're 6-7, 2 games back. They could get on a roll. Atlanta's no longer a division leader, and they still play the Commanders being 2 games back. So maybe they'd be in the dialogue if you think that they can get their footing and get right, and Cousins can recapture some early season magic late in the year. Of those teams, does anyone stand out?
So you said it. It's the Rams making the moves. Now, to your point, they might catch the Seahawks, who have a pretty good spot. They have the same record as Washington, but they're atop a much worse division. Now, the Seahawks have Green Bay, Minnesota, Chicago, and the Rams. So kindly out of that, that's a tough ending, by the way, to the season. The only bad team, and I put that in quotes, is Chicago, and that's not a pushover going to Chicago in the middle of winter. So that's a tough schedule down the stretch. So they could falter. If they go 2-2 and they're now, 10-7, similar record to Washington, it forces Washington to also go at least 2-2, and then you're at the mercy of tiebreakers. The Rams are hot right now. The Rams. What they did this past week to Buffalo was really, really impressive, right? Zoolander. Will Ferrell's character
He just
in
repeats
Zoolander.
See, that movie, you're going to be annoyed. I just want you to know that.
Uh-huh.
I hated that movie.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
I only watched it once. I think I was young, high school, probably.
And I can't believe you didn't like it, because that's perfect high school time.
I didn't really get it. Even in an era where like all the Will Ferrell stuff was amazing to me. I loved every
because that was before he was a leading man. That was him as like kind of a side role where he's like this over-the-top fashion guy where he has the world's tiniest self and he's like, tell me something good.
I don't know why. It wasn't just like that I watched it and I didn't really love it. I actively disliked it and I found it annoying.
Mm-hmm.
That and like Night at the Roxbury was in that same vein.
Oh, that was terrible.
Like these unfunny Saturday Night Live guys. I put that movie in the same vein.
Which I smell what you're cooking there.
Yeah.
The first time I saw it, I went, It has grown on me significantly, though, I will say, as a
lot
comedy.
of like Chris Kattan.
Night at the Roxbury stinks. So you're thinking about that.
Will Arnett.
Yeah, get that out. So cut that, put a line between that and Zoolander. Zoolander has a Vince Vaughn cameo, which is a 10.
Vince Vaughn.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, but for some reason, and this is going to probably not be true as I think about it, because I love heavyweights and dodgeball. I think I'm not a big Ben Stiller guy, which seems tough. Because I also like Meet the Fockers and whatever, all that
So
stuff.
it sounds like you're a Ben Stiller guy. By all the list of things
I'm not in that. Like Starsky and Hutch. No. Like, I would go as far as to say unfunny.
Okay.
Do you disagree with that?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those are try-hard movies to me. They just tried too hard.
I feel that. Starsky and Hutch for sure, I think. Like, guys, it's the...
So we're agreeing on everything but Zoolander.
No, it's the show from the 70s. No, I'm telling you, Zoolander, I get it. The first time I saw it, I went, this is the movie everybody's yelling me about and telling me how funny it is?
If I watch Zoolander tonight, how would I feel?
I mean, it's all kind of dated. It's a...
But would I get some some laughs?
Yeah, it's a stupid sophomoric comedy. Of course it is.
I don't know why.
But it's like it's a cut above all the ones Ryan likes, where he's like, dude, no, the teen movie 6 is the best. Like, it's not that. It's way better than those. But it's in that dodgeball vein.
What you just did with any comedy of that era, you say something, I will pick it up for you, and I'll give you the next line. I'll give you the next thing. We're moving and shaking, you and I, shooting from the hip. If you do that for that
Zoolander,
movie,
it's not going to happen for you?
It just falls.
Because it's a great running theme where even though they're like heated, they're adversaries, right? Owen Wilson's character, he plays Hansel. Like Hansel's the hottest up and coming model, and Zoolander Ben Stiller's character is the older model, right?
Yeah.
That's like on the way out. And no matter what's happening, when the name Hansel comes up, Mugatu, who's Will Ferrell's character, has to sort of stop and say, he's so hot right now. Hansel, hot right now. Because Hansel's so hot. Even though they're like fighting to the death and like trying to do all this other kind of stuff, it's like, I can't help it because Hansel's so hot right now.
It's just not my thing.
The Billy Zane walk-off scene is you're sleeping on that.
But anyway, the Rams.
Hot right now.
They've won 2 in a row. They're hot right now.
Hot right now, the Rams. So they won 3 or 4. Their only loss is this before Philadelphia kind of collapsed. But they've been pretty impressive. That game against Buffalo kind of turned some heads, I think. Now, obviously, it's one game, but you also look at their schedule. San Francisco, which looked more onerous, doesn't look so now on the road. At the Jets, again, doesn't look so terrible. Arizona and Seattle to close the season. That group could finish winning, 6 in a row or 5 of 6, and again, be a threat to Washington.
But then they'd win the West.
Right, and Seattle's in a decent enough spot where they go 2 and 2.
Then Seattle maybe should be the answer if you think the Rams are going to go on a run.
My point is, if the Rams don't go on a run, nothing changes. Seattle wins the division, everything's fine. If the Rams go on a run, it now forces, oh my God, I got to look around at multiple teams, and I got to now maybe if I only win 2 games, I'm in a tiebreaker with Seattle. My point is, a team behind you winning a bunch, that's a threat.
All right, you go through the Rams' last 4 and you tell me how many they win, because I'm going to do the same for Seattle.
Ready? Here we go. 49ers feels like a win to me.
That's Thursday night football.
Thursday night. That's
Okay.
I mean, it's precarious.
That is
Thursday
a
division
toss-up
game.
game, by the way.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan seems to always beat Sean McVay, but
it's true.
Time's good to beat San Francisco.
Yeah,
So
now's
we'll
the
give
moment.
them a win.
They are, as of right now, by the way, 2.5-point dogs. Rams are, which is surprising, but there it is.
That's a smell test right there.
So the public is saying the Sharps have at the Jets feels like a win to me.
Okay.
Arizona Cardinals at home. Again, feels like a win to me.
All right, there's a lot of wins happening.
See what I'm saying?
You're going to give them a loss or no?
And the Seahawks, I'll call that an L.
Okay, so you're going 3-1. So what's their final record?
That makes 10-7.
Okay. Seattle loses to Green Bay, loses to Minnesota. They could win either of those, but I'm going to beat Chicago, beats the Rams. That gets them to 10-7.
That's another 10-7 team.
And they will be head-to-head with the Rams, 1-1 on the season. And then it reverts back to in-division record, at which point they would be 4-2 in the division. What would the Rams be?
These are quick mathematics. Yeah.
The Rams in the division currently are 2-1.
2-1. That
You,
would put
you said
them,
they beat San Francisco and Seattle.
that put them at 4-2 also. If they
Okay.
beat San Fran and Arizona.
So what's next? Common opponents? I don't want to get into that.
Okay, so who played Detroit?
So here's the point of the story. There is a path to both being 10
Yeah,
and
so
7,
now we're in tiebreaker city.
and now what you're talking about.
That's my point. So for me, Washington is in control. You win a bunch of games down the stretch, none of this crap matters. If you don't, if you drop one, which is, by the way, not crazy that you drop a December game as a team that's not elite, that's not a juggernaut, you could lose any of these next several games you're playing. Plus, you got one division game at Dallas, who's already beaten you, and Philadelphia is still really good. I know there's turmoil, but they're still good. The point is, you finish 10-7, and these other teams, Seattle goes 2-2, and LA goes 3-1. That's not saying that everybody can be 10-7. And now we're going, all right, who's the NFC common opponent second Sunday but somebody played New Orleans? Like, I don't want to do any of that crap.
So here's what I'm doing to your answer about the Rams.
All right.
If you've ever seen the game show, Louis Anderson used to host, and now it's Steve Harvey. It's called Family Feud.
Mm-hmm.
Good answer.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
Now, they are also the team right behind them in the standings. By a
Show
game.
me the Rams.
So you didn't necessarily go out on a limb, but nobody asked you to. You didn't have to go out on a limb. You took the team that's closest
Sure.
to them in the rearview mirror.
And then when you're doing the final one, it's like, try again. The Rams. Damn it. Find another team. Pass.
The Falcons. It's like Rams were the number one answer, 41. Okay, to me, the answer I'm going to go with is Atlanta. Now, I actually don't believe this. I'm just going to make the case for the Falcons. I think the Falcons are broken. They've lost 4 straight. In that time, they have not had a touchdown pass thrown. They're the worst red zone offense in the league through much of this season. I don't like a lot of things about it. They call too many run plays in the red zone. They don't take shots to the end zone. I'm not convinced in Zach Robinson as a play caller. Cousins is struggling. Like, all of these things are happening as they've lost to New Orleans, Denver, the Chargers, and the Vikings in succession here with a bye week sandwiched in. They have not won, by the way, since November 3rd. That's a long time to not feel a win. That's 5 weeks now in that locker room. But they play the Raiders this week. That's a bad Raiders team. Vegas stinks. The Las Vegas Raiders have not won since week 4. They've lost 9 consecutive games over 10 weeks. You beat Vegas. You're 7-7. You beat the Giants, another bad team. You're 8-7. Okay, 2 games to go. Now you play Washington, who you're chasing, and I'm going to say that Washington is 9-6, 1 game ahead of them at that point, because Washington goes 1-1 in its next 2. You beat Washington. Again, I don't think they would. I'm just laying out the path to why the Falcons could be the threat.
Headline: Grant Paulson predicts Atlanta beats Washington.
No, that would go over well on Twitter. No, not at all. I think they would. I think Commanders will beat the Falcons. But what I'm saying is now you're 3 wins in a row, and you've gained 2 games on the Commanders, and you have the tiebreaker, and all you have to do is beat the Panthers, and you get in. Now, that means Atlanta just run the table, which is probably what they're going to have to do. I don't see it after you lose 4 straight. But it's other than Washington, they play the Raiders, Giants, and Panthers. Who's got an easier 3 games than that?
That is very fair. So, in the words of Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction, allow me to retort. Wouldn't the same thing, if we're talking about the Rams getting hot and take, and win a bunch of games, they win the division, why wouldn't they just win the division? If Atlanta runs the damn table respectfully to Tampa, who's limping around, barely able to find their own feet, they got to go on the road to the Chargers.
I think you're right.
At Dallas, and then Carolina, New Orleans. None of those, as many of those teams are great, but neither is Tampa. They've already lost to the Falcons twice. So doesn't Atlanta just, if they rip off 4 straight wins with their easy schedule, which you are correct about, wouldn't they just win the division?
We're back where we started, because I think Tampa goes 3-1 and gets to 10-7.
All right, give me the Family Feud treatment. Name a team that's a threat to Washington.
Name a team that's a threat to Washington.
Atlanta. Show me Atlanta.
Only if they start winning football games.
Yeah.
But the Bucks play the Chargers. That's their toughest remaining game. That game's in LA. I think Tampa's going to win that game. Chargers could win it, but let's just say they lose.
7-7. Tampa is then.
They close with Dallas, win. Carolina, win. New Orleans, win.
So that's 10-7.
10-7. So are the Bucks if they win their final 4, as we just talked about, right?
Head to head, Atlanta's got two wins on them.
Falcons have the tiebreaker.
There you go.
But now the Bucks have a tiebreaker over Washington, beat them head to head, and are 10-7. NFC South, sneaky, a little bit of a situation here, Danny. A little bit of a situation.
That's if somebody gets their act together and starts like putting one foot in front of the other and winning a game or 2, which Atlanta has not done since early November.
Mike Rizzo did some talking today. He was at the winter meetings. We'll tell you what he said about the possibility of the Nats spending and let you know where they'll be picking at the top of the draft board. The lottery's taking place this afternoon over at the winter meetings. That's next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are live all over DC on your flagship, 106.7. We are also broadcasting in 4K, high definition, some kind of video, over on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page.
Yeah, give us a look. The comment section is always a buzz. That's what I would say. There's a buzz there.
It's lit. The kids say it's lit, I think.
Yep.
We're taking you up
Doesn't
to
slap,
6:30. So I got to be honest. We are very distracted in studio, and here's why. The Major League Baseball draft lottery is happening as we speak, and the Nationals have a chance to get to the top of the board and pick number 1 overall. We now know that they will be picking in the top 7, I believe, the top 6, because they have announced pick 7 through the end of the first round. So they will have a top 6 pick. They're slotted 4th. So there's nothing yet has happened that's overly positive, but they're one of 5 teams remaining that have a chance at the number 1 pick. So we're monitoring that. We will let you know. There's also breaking news out of Major League Baseball from Jeff Passan just moments ago that the New York Yankees and left-hander Max Fried have agreed to a massive contract, a 8-year, $218 million deal for the former Brave, Max Fried, to the New York Yankees. Another of the names that I was hoping Washington would be looking at in free agency, but it has become glaringly obvious, Danny. We talked about this last week, even though that this was the offseason where we've been told they're going to spend, they're going to get back into bringing in veterans and really adding to the system that they've developed and groomed, and some of the young players they've gotten to the big leagues, that young core of Wood and Cruz and Gore and Abrams. They have not jumped into the deep end yet to negotiate on the superstars. Soto, Fried, these big contracts being handed out. $218 million over 8 years. 27 per. The 27 per is actually not that much money, if I'm being honest, with Max Fried, who's a Cy Young caliber arm. But it's the 8 years that you go, man,
whoa,
for a guy with a little injury history, that's pretty incredible.
You near any pitcher that's had meaningful innings, at a high level, it's a risky proposition. You're basically saying we're going to buy hopefully 3 or 4 good seasons and just wear it on the back end. And sometimes you get a Max Scherzer. Sometimes a guy, who's, close to 30 when he signs, gives you 6 out of 7 outstanding campaigns.
Max Fried this past year, a 3.2 ERA in 174 innings. This is a guy who, in his career, has been competitive in the Cy Young chase. He was a runner-up for the Cy Young Award in 2022, has finished top 5 in the Cy vote another time back in 2020 in the pandemic year when he didn't lose in 11 starts and struck out about a batter per inning. Really, really good pitcher now out of the division, by the way, which is awesome. You got to get him out of the division.
Yeah, very happy he's gone.
Move on from Atlanta, where he's been since 2017. They just announced that the number 5 pick goes to the St. Louis Cardinals. So that means there are 4 slots left to be doled out. The Nationals, projected to get the number 4 pick, are moving up. The Colorado Rockies have the 4th pick in the Major League Baseball.
They were the favorite, the most likely to have the number 1 overall pick. So they have slid down.
So that means either the Angels, the Nats, or the Mariners are going to get the number 1 pick. By the way, the Mariners were supposed to get the 15th pick.
Yeah.
Which is nuts.
So the Mariners have jumped up pretty high, regardless of what happens.
The number 3 pick goes to the Mariners, which means the Nats are either going to get the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick with Matt Adams in attendance. All right, so they're going to flip a card. It's going to be pick number 2. We want that Angels logo. Show me the big A, baby. If they show you the Angels logo, the Nats get the number 1 pick in the Major League Baseball draft.
So this is obviously, number 2 has yielded pretty good results as well. Dylan Cruz here, the number 2 overall pick not too long ago.
So this is for
it
Ethan
depends on the
Holiday,
draft.
basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
This is Jackson Holiday's little brother, Ethan Holiday.
This is the Ethan Holiday sweepstakes.
Right. The better of the boys, with all due respect to Jackson Holiday.
Jackson's pretty good.
I'll still take the number 2 pick in the draft. This worked out very well.
I was going to say, yeah,
That's
the
where
Nats
you got
moved.
Dylan Cruz.
The Nats, which I just alluded to, the Nats moved up from 4 to 2. A couple other teams bounced around. I don't bore you guys with all the particulars, but the teams that got boned here are the Rockies, who moved down, and another team or two. But the Nats moved up from 4 to at least the top 2.
Come on, Matt Adams. I've never asked you for anything. I'm asking you right now to deliver the goods.
I asked him for a huge base hit in 2019 when he pinch
All
hit
right,
against the
flipping
Cardinals.
the card, Danny. Here we go.
Show me
The
potato
number
salad.
2 pick in the Major League Baseball draft goes to
Come on, spin it.
the Angels. The Nats got the number 1 pick. The Nationals got the number 1 pick. They won the lottery. I wish I had a voice. Why don't I have a voice today? Of all days to lose my voice. Matt Adams, you good-looking bastard.
Look at you, Matt Adams.
I was killing this. I said, why is Matt Adams representing us?
To bring you good luck,
He
USOB.
played 4 games with the team. He was a champion. He'd won it bat in the playoffs. I will never say anything bad about this again. Matt Adams will represent the Nats in every endeavor until the end of time. The Washington Nationals have won the lottery. The sun is shining on DC sports.
You send Matt Adams everywhere from now on. Now, you hear me, Nationals?
Cooper Flag. Send Matt Adams to the NBA draft lottery at once. Beaming Mike Rizzo's on
There's
stage.
Mike Rizzo.
He's ready. He just basically kissed Matt Adams on the forehead.
Can you believe that?
The Nationals have won the draft lottery in real time. It just happened.
How about that, dude?
They have the number 1 overall pick.
All right.
Ethan Holiday, come on down. There's your shortstop of the future.
Yeah, you and your brother can rent a house for off days, like halfway between DC and Baltimore.
I can't believe it. The Lord looking down on all of us. Now, money doesn't get spent around these parts. We develop a system. We got young stars. And there's another superstar prospect about to be added to the discussion. If you just spend a little bit of money. The Nats have the number 1 pick. Wow. I've just guaranteed that I won't have a voice for a week. G&D live on the
My
Fan,
man.
taking you up to 6:30. We will get more into this and look at the return of Marshawn Lattimore against the Saints next.
with the second overall pick in the 2025 MLB draft, the Los Angeles Angels, which makes the number 1 overall pick the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's right. The Nats got the number 1 pick. Ethan Holiday, brother of Jackson Holiday, son of Matt Holiday, projected 1-1. High school sensation. Come on down. I am steamed up right now.
Unless they go under slot.
Do whatever they want to do. They got the most bonus pool.
That's true. They got the most.
This is a huge hook to the rebuild.
This is nice.
This is big. As deflating as the early part of this offseason has been, as they're not really being linked to any of the A-listers, today was a really good day. What did Ice Cube say?
Today was a good day.
He said that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a direct quote.
Was a really good day. We're going to reach out and see if we can get someone from the winter meetings on who was a part of the event for the Nationals. Matt Adams, by the way, whatever dinner you want in town, you just tell your guy where you're going to be. I'll Venmo you. I will let you know what's off the menu. What is not in the budget. It'll be
maybe don't get the surf and turf unless we get a couple more Venmos in there. But yeah,
send him. I'm telling you, the Wizards should send him to the
Wizards.
lottery.
Hear me. Send him. It's a great bit. Get on board with it.
They're going to have the best or second best chance, maybe, probably the best chance to get Cooper Flag. In the same year, let's draft 1-1 in baseball and in basketball.
That would be fun.
Why not?
That'd be fun.
Let's go to the guest hotline. Welcome onto the show, our buddy Patrick Stevens. Nobody smarter when it comes to college sports. Always love chopping it up with him. He is on social media. D1 Scores. It's like discourse with a 1 for the I. Patrick, good to talk to you. How are you, buddy?
I am well, fellas. How are you?
You know that we're going to come bothering you when college sports are in the news. And with the big development this week being college football playoff seeding and the Heisman, we wanted to get you on for a few minutes. So first thing first, SMU in 2-loss team over 3-loss Alabama. That was a sticking point for a lot of folks. Did you have any issue with that?
No issue, really. Like, if you're Alabama, if you want to be in the playoffs, don't go and score 3 points against a 6-6 Oklahoma team. Like, it's really that simple. Go win that game. It's not as if, when you look at it, that they had 3 losses to really, really good teams. They lost to 2 6-6 teams, and they lost at Tennessee. So lose to 1 6-6 team, and you're almost certainly in the field instead. So, we didn't see a 2-loss team get into the original 4-team playoff at all. You expand it to 12, and the only 3-loss team that you saw got in was an automatic qualifier in Clemson. It seems to me that, figuring out a way to keep yourself to 2 losses, especially 2 losses that aren't particularly damaging, is probably the pathway to getting yourself into the playoff at this point.
All right, so two-parter here, Patrick. Part 1, Oregon is the favorite, yes?
Given that nobody else has beaten them, yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so after Oregon, who's the second most likely team to proverbially cut down the nets here?
It might still be Texas, even with the loss to Georgia. I mean, they're on the other half of the bracket, right? So that probably helps them out a little bit. You start going much further down the board than that, and you have questions. I mean, you talk about Georgia. Do they have a quarterback for the playoff? How good is Penn State really? I mean, who's the best team they beat? Illinois, probably. Do you trust Ohio State to do anything? I mean, who did Notre Dame beat over the course of this season? Who, besides Alabama, did Tennessee beat this season? I mean, there's a lot of teams in that field that, they've got good records, but you're sitting there kind of wondering, like, who exactly did you beat along the way? So, it might be Texas and it might be Georgia. I mean, the Georgia defense might just be good enough to go win, 3 games in a row by itself, just kind of in a 17-10-ish kind of way. But beyond Oregon, it's probably one of those 2 teams, Texas or Georgia, that you probably think would have the next best shot.
Patrick, why don't they reseed to the point that you're making? So, like, Oregon gets potentially Ohio State right away, whereas Boise State might get SMU, or Arizona State may well be playing like Clemson. I mean, it's ridiculous to me.
Well, do you reseed in the NCAA tournament? Do you I mean, we could sit here and go through that, right? Don't you think
only having 12 teams, like, there's got to be a way to make the regular season matter more? It doesn't college football's regular season theoretically matter more than any other sports? And I get now we have a playoff, so that waters it down some. But there's got to be a happy medium somewhere, right?
Well, I think first off, some of this was kind of trial by error in some way. Let's be honest. I mean, the whole playoff thing has basically been, let's take the money and then let's figure out all the other stuff after we've agreed to take the money, right? Like that's sort of the whole foundation of the whole thing. So I suspect that there's probably going to be some revisiting of various things. You know full well that at this stage in the development of college sports, that both the SEC and the Big Ten are going to try to lord it over everybody else. You've already heard the various, well, these leagues deserve 3 automatic berths or 4 automatic berths. And so, to have one year of this probably will eventually, maybe not next year, but certainly create conversations as to, how do you make this satisfy the people that have, the largest say essentially in all of this, the ones that demand or command the most money. So wouldn't be surprised if that got reevaluated. Ultimately, though, I think, you're sitting there talking about the regular season mattering. Like the way that it matters in the playoff bracketing is that you have 4 conference champions that ultimately end up getting buys into the quarterfinals. Now, let's go ahead and see if that ultimately matters at all, or if the team that, has that month-long layoff by the time they get to New Year's Day, or almost month-long layoff, whether they're sharp or not. Lots of questions that still have to be sorted out as this thing heads into, whatever it's going to ultimately be as they enter this 12-team Brave New World.
Patrick Stevens with us here on G&D. So you kind of alluded to this, but I want to hammer down on it. Another two-parter for me. Who got screwed here? Like who just got a raw deal, and who maybe got a little bit of a hookup?
I don't think anybody did. Like, I mean, I would say the same thing to Mississippi or to South Carolina or whoever you want to bring up. Don't lose 3 games. I mean, there's never been a time in college football where losing 3 games gave you a shot at a national title. So you can reasonably say that even being in the conversation is such a different thing right now as opposed to at any other point in sports history. Did SMU catch a little bit of a break? Maybe it did. I think it's sort of interesting as we're sitting here talking about money and buying things and whatnot, that SMU basically bought its way into the ACC by saying, nah, we won't take any of your TV money for the next 9 years. And as a result, they got at least enough of a bump to put themselves in a position, to at least be considered as an at-large team. If they were in the American and had lost the American title game to Army, let's say, SMU would not be in this conversation right now. So I think ultimately, I don't really have huge issues with any of these folks. And certainly, it's hilarious to me kind of watching partisans of certain leagues just assume that they've got the best product in the world. I mean, let's face it. Like, if you've been watching SEC football this year, like, Georgia's good, but Georgia isn't as good as it's been the last few years. Alabama's clearly not as good as it's been the last few years. Mississippi's not as good as it was last year. Missouri's not as good as it was last year. I mean, we can run down the list. Oklahoma's not as good as it's been. I don't even know if this Texas team is as good as last year's Texas team was that made the playoff. So, I think some of it comes down to acknowledging, hey, things kind of go in cycles a little bit. Sometimes you have a collection of great teams. Sometimes you don't. Throw LSU into that mix too, by the way. They clearly weren't as good without Jaden Daniels. So, I think the brand probably has people fired up and whatnot. But at the end of the day, I mean, I just don't think the product was as good as it's been in recent years.
Well said. Patrick Stevens, college sports for Washington Post, at D1 Discourse on Twitter and social media. Let's get to the Heisman. We found out last night, I don't think there was any surprise here, but Oregon's Dylan Gabriel, Colorado's Travis Hunter, Boise State's Ashton Genty, and Miami's Cam Ward are going to take part in the Heisman Trophy ceremony coming up this week. First of all, how do you see those 4 guys in the pecking order? And do you think this will be close, or is Travis Hunter decidedly going to edge out Ashton Genty?
Yeah, I mean, first off, let's go ahead and acknowledge that Cam Ward had a great season, but I think he's pretty clearly the 4th banana here. After his team lost twice in the last three or four weeks of the season. Dylan Gabriel is your classic Heisman candidate, the best player on the best team theory, and that has ruled the day so often over the last 30, 35 years or so. but I agree with you that it's probably going to come down to Hunter and Genty. What's your preference? Do you want a guy that is basically challenging Barry Sanders' single season rushing record and has played every game and has not had a bad game all season and has led his team to the playoff berth? Or do you want the unicorn, the guy that plays both ways, had some really thrilling moments, had a couple games where he was a complete non-factor, and played on a team that got better and certainly got plenty of attention in part because of who his coach was. I suspect, that with the hype machine, that Hunter ultimately wins this, and it probably isn't as close as it should be. I have a fondness for somebody that just goes out and runs for 180 yards week in and week out, and basically carries a team the way that Genty carried Boise State. But both of them would be fine selections, and both of them would go very much against the type of who is selected as a Heisman winner. You do not see guys that make their name on defense win the Heisman very often. You do not see a scenario where a guy that's a receiver wins very often. It happens from time to time. And you certainly don't see a guy outside of Power Conference win the Heisman. I believe the last one to do so was Ty Detmer back in 1990. So one way or the other, it will be a more unconventional Heisman winner, I suspect, than what we are accustomed to, unless there is just a lot of people that choose the best player on the best team, which has been known to happen in the past.
Patrick, awesome with us, buddy. Really appreciate the time here on a Tuesday. Thanks.
Awesome. Take care.
Patrick Stevens on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I said this yesterday when you were out, and I still feel this way. I think that when the college football playoffs dust settles here and we crown a champion, we're all going to be thrilled with how it went. We're going to say we should have been doing this forever. That said, it's flawed, and it's better than nothing.
Yeah,
we got some work to do. We're going to iron out some details here, but I do hope they continue to tweak it.
100%. There's no perfect way to do it, to your point. It can never be like the basketball tournament, which I do think is as close to perfect as anything we have in sports, and I mean that. It's that frantic weekend, then break, weekend, then break, weekend, then break, and you whittle it down from 64 still, but you know what I mean, 68 with the +2, all the way down to the Final Four, and then the champion on Big Monday. That's perfect because it's like a fortnight, and then it's over, and it's amazing. This is kind of that, like, sort of a bowl game, but it's kind of not, and it's 12. It's not quite right yet, but it's better than it was. It's better. Again, I'll never forget when two teams that were the top couple of teams in the country, they wouldn't play each other. They would have bowl games the opposite side, and voters just sort of voted, and we're like, sometimes these two teams will just split it. It's way better now than it was.
Let's go to the guest hotline right now for a little surprise visit from the man of the hour in DC sports. You know him as a 2019 World Series champion and hero of the Washington Nationals, but he is, I think, upgraded his herodom.
Legend?
He has added to his resume. I believe we've got Matt Adams joining us from the winter meetings.
That's Matt Adams.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That's Matt Adams.
The good luck charm. The man that gave you the #1 pick. So the way this works is every team sends a former player to the draft lottery, and they sit there and they wait to basically hear the announcement. And Matt Adams was the rep for the Nats, and he secured the #1 pick with his hard work, his sweat, his blood, his effort. So what did you do the whole time?
Sat up there and tried to look my best and bring the Nationals organization luck, and ended up being able to do that.
I mean,
I don't know about I don't know about the good. Yeah, I don't know about the good looking part, but definitely brought the organization some luck, and super excited for the fan base and the organization to be able to celebrate this moment, and just really looking forward to the 2025 draft.
We're not just saying this because we were watching and you're on with us right now. You did look sharp, dude. Like the beard was manicured, hair was on point. You looked like very calm. Like what do they have you do? Like they kind of like shuffle you guys around and then just sort of, okay, sit there while we all talk about this stuff. Like, what are you guys doing while all the ping pong balls, whatever it is happening?
Yeah, no, they literally told us, hey, you're just going to sit up there in front of, your team's logo, look pretty, and that's it. So, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot that, the guys up on stage were doing. We guys next to me, we were kind of, talking quietly, but like ultimately we were just sitting up there with bright lights in our face and cameras and just, hoping to bring the luck. And, I'm happy that ended up, falling the Nationals' way.
Do you actually have anything like a lucky coin or rabbit's foot or something that you brought with you, or was it way less formal than that?
No, I mean, it was way less formal. Actually, I wasn't even, I literally found out at 2:30 this afternoon whenever I passed Rizzo and Mark Schlaba in the hallway of the winter meetings, and they were like, "Hey, you want to represent us for the draft lottery?" So I literally found out like a few hours before we were going live that I was going to be sitting up on stage. So I'm here at the winter meetings trying to network and try to give myself a coaching gig after retiring, and ran into some familiar faces, and they asked me to do this, and I was super honored and proud to do that, and brought the organization some luck.
It's really cool. Matt Adams joins us here on G&D. What's that process like, by the way? Like as a guy with such a good playing career like you had and some unbelievable highs, it's now like you're like one of us schlubs having to go network again. What's that about?
No, I'm really enjoying what the future may hold for this next chapter, and thought no better way to get in front of some people and network than the winter meetings. So just got myself to Dallas and made some contacts and had some meetings, and we'll see what the future holds.
You had no plans to do it previously.
Isn't that amazing?
That is
no, absolutely zero plans to do this, but maybe that was the luck involved. Maybe not knowing that I was doing this and just going up there and looking my best and representing the Nationals. Maybe that's all I needed to do.
I mean, but this video, I don't think being hyperbolic, like this will be showed for decades. I mean, this
Totally.
is such a big deal for the organization. It'll be the third time ever that they got 1-1. The previous two were Strasburg.
Those guys
and
are pretty
Harper.
good, yeah.
And this is an all-time moment for the Nats.
Yeah, I mean, huge moment for the organization, and just really they do great work of scouting and doing their homework and making sure they get the right person for that number one overall slot. And the last two times, I think that choice panned out for both those guys. So and the Nationals per se. So hopefully the luck continues, and they do their homework and they make the smart choice and pick somebody that can really get in the organization quickly and rise to the big leagues and help the organization out.
Matt Adams hit 20 bombs for the 2019 Nationals, had 118 homers in his big league career. He represented the Nationals at the draft lottery today as they climbed up the board and stunned everybody by getting the number one overall pick. He was the good luck charm. Did they tell you anything, or maybe was your curiosity piqued where you asked the question of like, so when do I have to start sweating? Like in terms of the earliest they could have picked, the lowest they could have picked, or did you have any details, or were you kind of flying blind?
No, I was definitely flying blind. They told me to make sure that I didn't get the 18th overall pick because I would have been kicked off stage. So thank God that that didn't happen, and we went from one end of the spectrum to the right end of the spectrum, and with that number one pick. So super excited again for the organization and what that draft pick may hold.
As you kind of reflect on this happened to me. I'm much older than you, even Matt, but like they're going to draft somebody that's like half your age. Isn't that the weirdest thing to think about? You know what I mean? Like your big league career, you did so much, and it's like here comes some teenager that just got his driver's license, and that's the guy. How weird is that?
I mean, to even on a funnier note than that, the kid that's projected to go first overall, I grew up, with him in the clubhouse. Ethan Holiday played with his dad a long time with the Cardinals. So I mean, I was around him when he was just a little baby. Him and Jackson coming into the clubhouse, hitting BP out on the field when we were done, and it just to be able to have that name possibly represent the the Nationals organization would be kind of a full circle moment.
How old was Ethan then? That's so funny to think about, because obviously we've been talking about him on the show as it's way far out and who knows what they do, but he's the projected top player in the draft. I mean, you would have known him when he was a toddler, probably.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be 18 years old now, like senior in high school. that would have been, 12. Yeah, I mean, he was 5, 6 years old.
Unreal.
Like little munchkin out there on the field, hitting balls better than probably I did in BP at the time. So it was pretty cool for the organization and, obviously that family with the baseball background that they have. So
Just real quick, I can't let you get away with that. You're a BP monster, dude. Don't pretend that you weren't upper tanking all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I had my days where I would put on a pretty good show, but thank God that most of the time that translated into the game when my name was called. So, but just I mean, reflecting on my career, just super grateful for obviously all the years, but especially that 18, 19 years bringing that championship back to DC for the first time ever. That was pretty special.
What did Rizzo say to you? It looked like he wanted to kiss you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I look that good. But no, he just gave me a hug and said congratulations and thanks for representing us. And yeah,
I mean, he owes you. Now, like, what do you? It's either the best bottle of champagne. Yeah. What is that? Is that Dom or
I don't know.
Or just the nicest dinner that you've ever had in your life?
Here's your steak, there, Matt.
Well, yeah. I mean, outside of champagne and a steak dinner, maybe an opportunity to come work for the organization and be able to, give back to the next wave of generational talent at the big league level. Like, who knows what the future may hold, but bringing that number one to the organization, that definitely carries some weight with it.
Dude, that is so cool.
Good luck to you.
Seriously, man.
Want to see you coaching and in the game for a long, long time. But seriously, that was quite a moment. We were watching live on the show. I already have no voice because I had a head cold for the last couple of weeks. And so they get the number one pick, and I start screaming, but I'm like half high pitch because I have no voice. I mean, what a moment. That was great.
No, yeah, that was a great moment, and just super grateful to be able to represent organization like the Nationals.
Matt, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it, dude. And great job. You gotta make this a consulting business where you just go win lotteries for people.
I was gonna say the Wizards are the worst team in the NBA, and they're gonna be in the lottery. I got to be honest. We really need Cooper Flagg. Are you available to represent the Wizards possibly at the NBA draft lottery?
Yeah, I mean, make a call. Maybe we'll make this a thing. And but I think right now I'm going to call my wife and tell her to go get a lottery ticket. Maybe bring some good luck that way.
Yeah, Mega Millions is up over 600, dude. You know what I mean? Can you hit buy for me on my app?
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
If
Matt.
I hit buy for you on the app, I'm going to need a cut of that for sure.
We appreciate you, brother. Be good.
Thank you, pal.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, you got it. Matt Adams on Grant and Danny on the Fan. What an accomplishment for the Nationals.
That was cool.
To get the number one overall pick.
Good dude, man. He's one of those dudes, glue guy I think is so cliche, but remember that 2019 run. Remember how hilarious he was after game 2 in Houston? The story we've told after the fact. You got to go back and find it. I don't want to, blow it up again, but so funny. Just one of those like all-time hilarious grinder team guys where, at other places he's getting 400-500 at bats and moved to kind of a secondary role. He got 20 home runs, as you pointed out, for the 2019 team, was basically a 2 or 3 at bat guy in the entire postseason run and was as much celebrating as everybody else, just a team guy.
I didn't connect those dots until he mentioned it. And I'm mad
with the
that
Cardinals.
I didn't. But Matt Holliday's teammate, Matt Adams, who's in the clubhouse with little baby and toddler Ethan Holiday, gets them the number one pick that could become Ethan Holiday. That is one of those baseball, bro, moments. Like, sports are the absolute best. What a day. Who knew? The Nationals, the number one pick. Very, very cool. We started the day telling you there was a lot going on in DC sports. It only got better. If you missed Barry's Fuga or Austin Eckler on the show, you can go to the FanDC.com and listen to any part of this broadcast. We are back at 2:00 tomorrow for Darius and Ryan behind the scenes. Grant and Danny saying so long. Thanks for listening to The Fan.
Thank you for coming.